Hello everyone, welcome back to another amazing novel audiobook. I want to share that I have a Patreon where you can become a member. As a member, you can request a novel, and I'll create an audiobook version as long as it's available freely on the internet. You can also request Odyssey novel updates or suggest new novels you'd like me to cover next. Honey, when are you coming back? I miss you so much. On the other end of the phone, Wang Ting's voice was sickeningly sweet, with a hint of panting. A smile finally appeared on Lin Fan's tired face, and his voice unconsciously softened. What were you thinking? That's what I want to do. The hurried, slightly panting tone made Lin Fan unconsciously frown. In the 2 years of their marriage, Wang Ting had never spoken to him in such a voice. But then he thought, this is the wife he married with real money, and the things they've done over the past 2 years can't be faked, so he suppressed his doubts. They chatted casually for a few more minutes, and only after Wang Ting repeatedly urged him did he reluctantly hang up the phone. Why? Lin Fan sat alone on a park bench, watching the crowds of people come and go, and sighed deeply. He should have been attending a victory celebration banquet at this moment. But who could have predicted that the already confirmed cooperation would fall through because the manager brought the wrong contract, causing the company's biggest project of the year to fall through. He, a longtime employee who had worked diligently for 5 years, became the perfect scapegoat and was fired by the company. Lin Fan gripped the briefcase beside him tightly, his fingertips turning white, his heart churning with resentment and grievance. Wang Ting's phone call came at just the right time. Like a warm current, it soothed his inner turmoil, and his once cold heart warmed up once more. It feels so good to be remembered. A ripple finally appeared in Lin Fan's empty, lifeless eyes. It's time to go home. I can always find another job. I hope Tinger won't blame me. Thinking of Wang Ting, the corners of his mouth involuntarily turned up. 2 years ago, Wang Ting was a high-level white-collar worker in a big city, and it is said that she earned more than 1 million yuan in just a few years. Later, tired of the fast-paced life in big cities, he returned to this small county town. Through a friend's introduction, Wang Ting met Lin Fan, who was then an ordinary salesperson. When Lin Fan first saw Wang Ting, he was utterly amazed. Wang Ting was 170 centimeters tall, and her figure was ridiculously good. It would not be an exaggeration to describe her as fair-skinned, beautiful, and with long legs. Wang Ting was also extremely satisfied with the honest and kind-hearted Lin Fan, and after a brief period of getting to know each other for more than 10 days, the two decisively chose to get married in a flash. After getting married, Wang Ting settled into being a full-time housewife, spending her days shopping and exercising. Lin Fan, on the other hand, rose step by step from an ordinary salesperson to a team leader in the sales department, with a bright future ahead of him. Although Wang Ting has been unable to conceive despite Lin Fan's efforts over the past 2 years, the two are living a comfortable life, and Lin Fan is quite content. Thinking of his beautiful and charming wife at home, Lin Fan felt much of the depression that had been weighing on his chest dissipate. He took a deep breath and stood up from the bench. He had only taken 2 steps when he suddenly stopped and hurriedly pulled his phone out of his briefcase. Phew, that was close. He patted his chest, still shaken. Today is our 2-year anniversary. No wonder Tinger called me. I completely forgot. Luckily I remembered. He glanced at his bank account on his phone and saw the severance pay of 20,000 yuan that had just arrived a few minutes earlier. A smile crept onto his lips. Tinger has wanted that bag for so long. I have to get it today. I'll give it to her as an anniversary gift. She'll definitely be moved to tears. I can picture Wang Ting's surprised and touched expression when she receives the gift. Without any further hesitation, Lin Fan hailed a taxi and headed straight for the store. 1 hour later, Lin Fan carefully carried the brand new bag in his right hand and held a large bouquet of bright flowers in his left, climbing the 5th floor with light steps. Standing in front of that familiar security door, he took a deep breath, straightened his tie, and a smile he had practiced countless times appeared on his lips. He took out the key and carefully inserted it into the lock, trying not to make a sound. A surprise is all about being unexpected. With a gentle turn of the key, the door lock opened. Lin Fan flung the door open and darted into the room, his voice filled with excitement. Surprise. However, the scene inside the room was like a heavy hammer, crashing down on him, causing his vision to go black and almost making him faint on the spot. On the living room sofa, 2 naked bodies are engaged in sexual activity. The sudden sound left the 2 of them stunned. Lin Fan's eyes were bloodshot, and his voice trembled slightly with anger. Wang Ting, you BCH? I work myself to the bone every day to support the family, and you stay home doing this kind of thing. However, faced with his rage, the muscular man covered in tattoos merely glanced at him with disdain, as if he were a piece of trash. He patted Wang Ting's flushed cheek heavily with his large hand, his voice full of mockery. "Ust, is this your good-for-nothing husband?" Wang Ting let out a soft moan, glanced at the man with seductive eyes, and nodded slightly. Ignore him." Seeing that the two were so brazenly catching them in the act, and yet still daring to ignore him, a surge of rage shot through Lin Fan's head. He instantly lost all reason. He looked around frantically, then rushed into the kitchen. The next moment, he grabbed a cleaver and darted out, cleaver in hand. "Damn it, I'll kill you all." With bloodshot eyes, he charged at the despicable couple, wielding a kitchen knife. Lin Fan looked ready to fight to the death, and a hint of panic flashed in the man's eyes. He hurriedly dodged to the side. Because of his departure, Wang Ting frowned in dissatisfaction and forced her weak body.
Hey everyone, welcome to our channel, and thank you for your support. If there's a favorite novel on the channel and you want the next part, you're just one step away. Become a Patreon member and I can make it depending on your tier. Thank you for your attention.
Stand up. Useless trash, you still have the nerve to talk back. Wang Ting was completely naked, hands on her hips, her body rising and falling slightly. Her face showed no remorse, only dissatisfaction at being interrupted. All you do is travel for work, and when you finally get home, you're reeking of alcohol and just collapse into bed. When have you ever cared about my feelings? You don't even care when the drain is clogged. You won't unclog it, and you won't even let me call someone else to unclog it. Lin Fan was stunned, standing there dumbfounded for a moment. But he quickly regained his composure, gripping the cleaver tighter, a fierce glint in his eyes, indicating a willingness to fight to the death. Taking the opportunity, Wang Ting quickly winked at the muscular man, signaling him to leave immediately. She knows Lin Fan too well. Although he usually seems honest and unassuming, if she angers him now, it might actually lead to someone's death. Seeing Wang Ting's cryptic gaze, the muscular man misunderstood. He hardened his heart, grabbed the large vase from the TV cabinet, and smashed it down hard on Lin Fan's head. Bang! A muffled thud. Lin Fan felt a sharp pain on his head, and a stream of liquid gushed out, flowing down his cheek. Bang! The kitchen knife slipped from his hand. He felt as if he had lost his support, the world spun around him, everything went black, his legs went weak, and he collapsed heavily to the ground. Lin Fan gritted his teeth, staring fiercely at the adulterous couple, but no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't stand up. Wang Ting was also stunned, but since things had come to this point, she hardened her heart. Brother Wang, hurry up and get dressed. Let's go, let this good-for-nothing fend for himself. Wang Ting hurriedly put on her clothes, glancing coldly at Lin Fan, whose head was covered in blood. Pa, you useless piece of trash. Since you've already run into me, that saves me the trouble. See you at the Civil Affairs Bureau tomorrow at 8 o'clock. Divorce? I've had enough of you. Brother Wang, let's continue at your place. They haven't. Lin Fan's consciousness was completely plunged into darkness. The only sounds left in the room were the shameless harassment of the adulterous couple and the hurried footsteps of their departure. After an unknown amount of time, Lin Fan slowly woke up. Outside the window, it was already pitch black. He sat up abruptly, his mind a jumble, muttering to himself unconsciously. It's a dream, yes? It must be a nightmare. He staggered to the wall and turned on the living room light. The blinding lights came on, dispelling the darkness and once again presenting the cruel reality to Lin Fan. It reminded him that everything that had just happened was real. Lin Fangzhen plummeted to rock bottom, a heart-wrenching pain sweeping through her entire body. He took his phone out of his pocket and quickly dialed 3 numbers. Suddenly, a clear, ethereal voice came from outside the door. Uncle, you're finally awake? V100 on WeChat, and I'll tell you a secret, okay. Lin Fan's eyes widened, and he abruptly turned his head. Who's there? 2 slender, pretty young women appeared at the door. Uncle, we've been watching you for 2 hours. We've done our part, even if it wasn't great, we've still put in the effort. Considering how handsome you are, 50. That's the lowest we can go. Lin Fan momentarily forgot about reporting Jay, and blankly raised his head to look at the 2 people in front of him. The young woman who spoke had striking blue hair, a slender figure, and was in no way inferior to Wang Ting in appearance. What's most eye-catching isn't any of that, but rather the various tattoos covering his entire body, completely obscuring his originally fair skin. Lin Fan recognized her at a glance. She lived in the same neighborhood as him and was a typical young, energetic girl who neither went to school nor worked. She rode her custom-made No. 9 electric scooter around the neighborhood every day. His gaze shifted to the other side. The other girl remained silent, a hint of awkward shyness on her face. Her straight, long hair was as smooth as a waterfall. She was about 170 centimeters tall and wore a white spaghetti strap top that barely covered her ample chest. She wore denim shorts, and her long, snow-white legs were generously displayed before Lin Fan. Most importantly, he had no tattoos at all. His entire body was shiny white, creating a stark contrast with the rune warrior next to him. Gurgle dash. Lin Fan swallowed hard, his eyes widening in disbelief. Those legs were so straight, so perfect, they were no less stunning than those of international supermodels. At this moment, Lin Fan seemed to have forgotten all his sorrow, focusing only on appreciating the beautiful scenery before him. Hey, uncle, are you going to give it to us or not? Give us a straight answer. We're waiting for this 50 yuan to go eat a KFC family bucket. He withdrew his gaze, unable to suppress his curiosity about the secret the young woman had mentioned. He forced himself to stand up, staggered to the side, and pulled his phone out of his briefcase. Here you are, your QR code for payment. Uncle is awesome. Uncle has real skills. The blue-haired girl cheered and jumped for joy, excitedly spinning around in circles. After spinning around, she showed off her iPhone 11, which she had used countless times. Uncle, hurry, hurry, Grandpa Whitebeard will close the shop soon. Lin Fan opened his mobile banking app and saw that he only had 600 yuan left. Resisting the pain, he scanned the code and transferred 50 yuan. Ding dash. The moment the QR code transfer was successful, a cold, mechanical voice echoed in Lin Fan's mind. Host detected to have been charged 50 yuan by a psychopathic girl. The social marginalization care and wealth feedback system is being activated and linked. Lin Fan was slightly taken aback. Am I hallucinating? Or have the successive blows driven me insane? He was just an ordinary worker who never imagined that the system would actually come knocking on his door? Just as he was wondering, the mechanical voice in his mind rang out again. The socially marginalized group's care and wealth feedback system has been successfully linked. Host, Lin Fan. Current level, LV1. Current permissions, host was attacked by crazy girl, receiving 10 times the amount spent as a cashback. Note, cashback is only available for purchases made for women identified by the system as socially addict girls. The spiritual young lady must actively request it. If the host voluntarily gives it away, the system will not return it. Lin Fan's head buzzed. It's actually true. I've actually awakened a system. A hint of excitement appeared on Lin Fan's face, and his hands clenched into fists. The mechanical voice in my mind continued. Congratulations, host, on successfully binding to the system and obtaining the title Child of the Collapse. New player gift pack is being generated and activated. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have received a newbie gift pack, Xiaomi U7 car, Emerald Green, ×1, Huawei Mate XT's Extraordinary Master Phone ×1. Congratulations, host! You have successfully completed your first bombardment mission and have received a consumption critical hit card X1, with a small chance of receiving 100x cashback. As the mechanical sound faded, 2 items appeared in Lin Fan's pants pocket. Lin Fan put his hand into his pocket and found a Xiaomi U7 key card and a brand new mobile phone. It's actually true. At this moment, Lin Fan was no longer depressed at all. The anger over his lover's betrayal and the resentment of being fired from the company had completely vanished. With the system, wouldn't that harlot who betrayed him have a chance for revenge? Hey, uncle, what are you staring at? Do you still want to hear the secret? At this point, Lin Fan was no longer as interested in the secret she was talking about. But since it was this news that awakened the system, Lin Fan patiently nodded. Uncle, let me tell you, your wife's got it all figured out. This is the 10th different man she's brought home this month. Although Lin Fan calmed down, he almost spat out a mouthful of blood. If he remembered correctly, today was only the 11th. This means that, aside from the day he was home, Wang Ting brought a different man home every day for the remaining 10 days. Lin Fan's eyes were practically spitting fire. This wasn't just wearing a green hat, it was practically having a whole green meadow on his head. He never imagined that his perfect partner of 2 years would turn out to be a public bus, one that anyone could get on. The blue-haired girl smirked when she saw Lin Fan's shocked expression. Uncle, if you treat us to dinner, I'll tell you a big secret. Lin Fan suppressed his anger for the time being, and his eyes darted around. He has now awakened the sisterly spirituality system and, if he wants to obtain a continuous stream of cashback, he needs to infiltrate the sisterly spirituality circle. As for how to meet more young, attractive women, the 2 people in front of you are the perfect stepping stones. Besides, he's starving right now, so why not treat 2 young women to a meal and get 10 times the cashback? Okay, no problem. Lin Fan readily agreed and quickly took out his phone to search for nearby upscale restaurants. However, Lin Fan was stunned when he saw the price that popped up on his phone. 1,299 per person? Holy crap, why don't they just rob someone? With the 500 yuan cashback from the system, Lin Fan has a total of 1,050 yuan in his mobile banking account, which is not enough for one person's minimum spending requirement. We can't afford Western food anymore. Lin Fan shook his head, reluctantly giving up on the upscale restaurant, and looked up at the blue-haired girl. What do you want to eat? The blue-haired girl was surprised that Lin Fan was so easy to please, her eyes sparkled. Uncle, can we have some barbecue? I haven't had barbecue in over a month. As she spoke, she secretly observed Lin Fan. Seeing Lin Fan frown, her heart tightened. Uncle, a vegetable pancake will do too. Buy one for each of us? I'll tell you this big secret. Lin Fan chuckled and shook his head, knowing she had misunderstood, and gently waved his hand. Forget pancakes, let's have barbecue? We're drinking until we drop tonight. No one leaves until they're drunk. The blue-haired girl instantly became alert, putting her hands on her hips. Hey, sir, are you trying to take advantage of us? Let me tell you, I have a boyfriend. Besides, someone like you doesn't meet my criteria for a partner. Lin Fan pursed his lips, muttering to himself. She's definitely beautiful, and incredibly young, but the poison is probably real poison? I can't afford it. Lin Fan frowned slightly. Little brat, covered in scribbles, this old man has no interest in you. Holy crap. This really caught Little Blue off guard. You old fogey, what do you know? This is the trend. Besides, I don't even have any tattoos. Lin Fan looked on incredulously. Who knows if you have it or not? I've never seen it. Damn it, I'll show you what I'm made of today. The blue-haired girl instantly lost her temper and yanked her tight-fitting top up. Look, I'm fair-skinned and delicate too. Much better than your wife who works on public transport. Lin Fan was too lazy to argue with her about these things. Are you going to eat or not? If not, fine. I'll go by myself. As he spoke, he walked out of the house without even glancing at the 2 of them, and turned to go downstairs. The blue-haired girl was momentarily stunned, standing blankly in the hallway, unable to react for a long time. Sister Lan, Are we really not going to get some barbecue? I'm so hungry. Eat? Why wouldn't we eat barbecue when there's barbecue available? Then he ran down the slope quickly, shouting as he chased after the fallen trees. Old dang, wait for me, I traded a secret for this? Why shouldn't I eat it? As I walked downstairs, the blue-haired girl rode her pink 9 electric scooter. The moment she turned the key, the music of choice for energetic young men, the social dance, started playing instantly. The blue-haired girl proudly raised her chin. Little White, get on the bus. Another younger woman naturally squeezed into the gap in front of the car seat and slowly squatted down. Hey, uncle, what are you standing there for? Get in the car? I know a cheap and delicious barbecue stall, their skewers are grilled to a perfect crisp. Lin Fan didn't even glance at her, his eyes were already drawn to the green Xiaomi U7 parked by the roadside not far away. Damn, this system has such good taste. This color is a perfect match for this trendy young woman. But damn it, why can't I drive this thing out the door? The blue-haired girl followed his gaze and was instantly drawn to the flashy green U7. Holy crap, who bought this? They have such great taste. If I could sit on all of these, I'd work overtime tonight to warm their bed. After saying that, he hurriedly stopped the electric bike and walked quickly towards U7. Xiaobai, come take a picture of me, it's so cool. It's the hottest Xiaomi phone right now, and the color is just so stylish. A hint of infatuation also appeared in Xiaobai's eyes. He took the iPhone 11 from the blue-haired girl and started taking photos and videos of the person and the car. The blue-haired girl struck more than 10 poses before finally stopping, snatching the phone back from Xiaobai's hand, and admiring it alone. The car is cool. The person is beautiful. They're such a perfect match, I really want to sit inside and take a picture. Never mind, I'll post it on Moments, QQ, WeChat Moments, Douyin, I shall post it everywhere. Let them all be envious. Seeing the blue-haired girl with all sorts of hair ties, a hint of longing appeared on Xiaobai's face. Sister Lan, could you take a picture for me too? I want to post it on my WeChat Moments. The blue-haired girl didn't even lift her eyelids, waving her hand as if shooing away a fly. Go away, you don't even have a phone? What are you posting on WeChat Moments for? Little White pouted, tears welling up in her eyes. Lin Fan was overjoyed upon seeing this, thinking, my opportunity has arrived. He strode forward and grabbed Xiaobai's soft, boneless little hand. Come on, I'll take the picture for you. Xiaobai's tears instantly dried, her eyes red-rimmed, and she nodded vigorously, forgetting to pull her hand back, letting Lin Fan hold it in his palm. Uncle, you're so kind. Lin Fan waved his hand, it's nothing, just taking a picture. Take as many pictures as you like today. Xiaobai stood in front of the car, looking very reserved. He didn't strike any pose, his hands were on his lap, just like a primary school student, standing there obediently. Lin Fan took a few photos, then shook his head. Her restrained movements and expressions were far from the image of a spirited young woman. He quickly walked up to her and patiently taught her how to pose. Slightly raise your leg a little higher, yes, keep your expression natural, and relax your movements. I posed her in several ways, and the photos I took were absolutely stunning, comparable to those of a car model. Come on, take a look, are you satisfied? He carefully took the Apple 16 Pro Max from Lin Fan and gently swiped the screen. She was completely shocked by her own reflection in the photo, she never imagined she could be so beautiful. Uncle, your photography skills are absolutely amazing? I can't believe I look this good. Lin Fan ruffled her hair. You're naturally beautiful, it has little to do with photography skills. Xiaobai raised her head, her cheeks slightly flushed, and her gaze towards Lin Fan was almost palpable. Lin Fan took Xiaobai's little hand and walked to the car. Want to get in the car and give it a try? Xiaobai froze for a moment, then pointed to the car and then to himself. Uncle, you mean, I can go in? Lin Fan shrugged. Why not? After saying that, he took out a card key from his pocket and opened the car door directly. Sit down, enjoy this time. You can borrow my phone too. Take as many pictures as you like. As he spoke, he shoved her into the driver's seat. Xiaobai sat in the driver's seat, his whole body tense, not daring to move an inch. He gripped his phone tightly, fiddling with it but unable to open the camera. She looked up at Lin Fan, her cheeks slightly flushed, her voice barely audible. Uncle, your phone is too high-tech. I don't know how to use it. Lin Fan chuckled, took the phone, opened the camera, and handed it back to her. Okay, take the picture. Xiaobai took the phone, snapped a bunch of pictures of the steering wheel and interior, then rotated the camera to capture his bright smile, along with the Xiaomi logo, in the phone's frame. Just then, Xiao Lan, who had finished posting various things on social media, looked up and suddenly realized that the car door was already open, and her sidekick Xiaobai was sitting in the driver's seat taking pictures. Holy crap, I spotted this car first? Why did Xiaobai get into the driver's seat? She quickly stood up and ran forward. Little White, come down. I'm the eldest sister. I should take the picture first. Upon hearing this, Xiaobai panicked instantly and hurriedly tried to climb out of the driver's seat. Lin Fan held her down firmly. Sit here and take pictures. This is my car, let's see who dares to make you get out. Then she turned her head, nudged Xiao Lan with her lips, and said, if you want to take pictures, go to the back seat. There's no room for you in the front. Xiao Lan pouted, her eyes darted around, and she grabbed Lin Fan's arm, acting all cute and charming. Uncle, this is your car. Why didn't you say so sooner? Do you think it's too late for me to break up with my boyfriend now? I don't ask for much, I just want to sit in the passenger seat. Tonight. Tonight, although it's quite tempting, Lin Fan still knows how to choose between a rune mage and his ideal woman. He gave Xiao Lan a cold look, pointed to the back seat, and said, sit on the back seat, or ride the electric scooter, the choice is yours. Xiao Lan glanced back at her pink number 9 vehicle, then at the bright green Xiaomi U7 in front of her, and didn't hesitate at all. Uncle, I'll sit. This is the first time I've ever seen a Xiaomi U7, how can I not sit? He hurriedly opened the back seat, jumped in, and started snapping photos with his phone. Not content with just filming, they even started a video call. Hey, Candy, have you seen my post? Isn't the Xiaomi U7 cool? I'm sitting in it right now, how about it, aren't you jealous? Hey, Earthworm, when the hell are you going to be able to afford a U7? Fine, I'll give you 10 more years. If you can't afford it, I'm breaking up with you. Hey, Scarface. Watching Xiao Lan make one call after another, Lin Fan couldn't help but admire her incredible social skills. Lin Fan saw that Xiao Bai had almost finished taking pictures and was now staring at him in a daze. He gently patted her shoulder and asked with a curious expression, Girl, do all you spirited young ladies have nicknames? Xiao Bai nodded. Uncle, we have to have a nickname when we join this circle. Sister Lan said it makes us look good when we go out to do things. Oh, so what's your nickname? The pretty boy instantly turned into a large red curtain, his two little hands twisted together. Uncle, my name is Su Xiao Xiao, and the nickname they gave me is, my nickname is. Seeing that Su Xiao Xiao was stammering and couldn't get to the point, Lin Fan's curiosity was piqued. What's your nickname? Tell me about it. Although Su Xiaoxiao's face turned red, she couldn't refuse Lin Fan's curiosity. Uncle, I'm telling you, you can't laugh at me. Lin Fan nodded emphatically. Don't worry, I definitely won't laugh. Su Xiaoxiao was relieved and quietly whispered in Lin Fan's ear. Uncle, because I'm fair-skinned, and that's why they call me White Tiger. Holy crap. Lin Fan exclaimed in astonishment, this name is so powerful, I love it. Su Xiaoxiao looked completely puzzled. Uncle, are you kidding me? Where's the imposing quality in that nickname? Lin Fan smiled, you wouldn't understand the adult world. These nicknames, tisk tisk tisk. After saying that, he patted Su Xiaoxiao on the shoulder, now that you're done patting me, go sit in the passenger seat. Let's go get some barbecue. Upon hearing about barbecue, Su Xiaoxiao's eyes lit up again. She lifted her long legs, stepped over the center console from the driver's seat, and moved directly to the passenger seat. This scene stunned Lin Fan. As expected of the energetic young woman, her flexibility was simply amazing. Su Xiaoxiao blushed when she saw Lin Fan staring intently at her long legs. However, instead of stopping her, she took off her thick-soled flip-flops and put her legs on the passenger side, letting Lin Fan see as much as he wanted. Lin Fan was stunned, and his nose felt hot. Fearing a nosebleed, he quickly looked away and went into the driver's seat. I stepped on the gas and drove towards the most popular barbecue restaurant in the county. Uncle, you've made a mistake. You're supposed to turn right at the intersection, why are you going straight? Lin Fan waved his hand gently, that's right, Uncle will take you to No 19. Holy crap, came 2 exclamations. Yuju barbecue? In my lifetime, I can't believe I'm actually eating the legendary Yuju barbecue. Uncle, that's amazing. Little Blue's rear end lifted off the back seat, and its head was almost touching Lin Fan's face. Uncle, please take me in. I want to eat Yuju every day. As soon as she said that, Su Xiaoxiao in the passenger seat was displeased. Ignoring her status as the boss of Xiao Lan, she pushed her back into the back seat. Sister Lan, the rules for spiritual young women are clearly written, a sister's man can't fall apart. Xiao Lan was already furious about not getting a seat in the passenger seat, and when she heard Su Xiaoxiao's words, she instantly became enraged. White Tiger, you've only been here 2 days, you're not even a proper spirited young lady yet. Besides, I was the one who broke down first, so he's my man, what does it have to do with you? Su Xiaoxiao suddenly turned her head, a smile on her lips, and raised her chin. I'm already sitting in the passenger seat, isn't that obvious? Only your woman has the right to sit in the passenger seat. Xiao Lan had no intention of letting go of Lin Fan, this high-quality veteran. Uncle, you have to choose one today, me or the White Tiger. Lin Fan gently tapped the armrest box with his right hand. Only children make choices, adults want both. The 2 girls were instantly stunned. Su Xiaoxiao grabbed Lin Fan's arm. Uncle, you need to make it clear, if you want both, who's the elder one and who's the younger one. Lin Fan was just joking, he couldn't possibly bring himself to harm a rune mage like Xiao Lan. He gently pinched Su Xiaoxiao's chin and raised an eyebrow. Of course you're the older one. With Lin Fan's affirmative answer, Su Xiaoxiao instantly gained confidence. Little Lan, did you hear that? I'm the legal wife. If you want to ruin Uncle's life, you'd better bribe me first. Maybe then I can let you be the mistress. Xiao Lan slumped back into the back seat, staring blankly out the window. It's all over? We finally ran into a top-notch veteran, and he got blown up by the White Tiger? If word gets out, how can the Smurfs ever show their faces in the psychic world again? She glared at Su Xiaoxiao. White Tiger, don't get cocky. I'll definitely beat an even better old man like Hardin. Su Xiao didn't care about any of that. Lin Fan had just promised her that she would be his wife, and the way she looked at him now was so tender it could melt your heart. The county town wasn't very big to begin with, and the Xiaomi U7 quickly stopped in front of the Yuju barbecue restaurant. The car came to a smooth stop, and Lin Fan finally breathed a sigh of relief. Along the way, Su Xiao kept fiddling with things, making him distracted and unable to concentrate. Su Xiao and Xiaolan hurriedly opened the car door and got out. It really is Yuju barbecue. I bet no one will dare stop me now that I'm filming this. After saying that, he took out his phone and started recording a video. Brothers, let's try some Yuju barbecue today and see what's going on. Watching Xiaolan strike various poses and record videos, Su Xiao looked at Lin Fan with anticipation. Uncle, I want to film a video too. With people coming and going in front of the barbecue restaurant, Lin Fan couldn't bring himself to do something as low class as recording a video. Xiao, what's so great about taking pictures of barbecue? I'll take you out for Western food sometime, then you can take as many pictures as you want. Western food? Su Xiao exclaimed, her eyes filled with excitement. Uncle, are you really going to take me out for Western food? KFC or Pizza Hut, please. Uncle, you're so kind. I've never eaten either of these before, I've only ever had Wallace. Lin Fan's face darkened. Western food? KFC? Pizza Hut? What the hell? Lin Fan gently rubbed her head. Why eat KFC or Pizza Hut? That's all junk food. Let's go eat steak and drink red wine. Holy crap. Su Xiao felt so happy she almost fainted. Eating steak? I can actually eat steak? That's so impressive. Lin Fan grabbed her hand and pulled her into the store. He was genuinely afraid that Su Xiao would insist on recording a video, with so many people watching, he really couldn't do it. Xiaolan had just finished recording a video and was about to send it when she turned around and saw Lin Fan and Su Xiao still there. Holy crap, is this old man just putting on a show of wealth and then running away when he's broke? She turned around, looked around, and finally spotted Lin Fan, who was already at the store entrance. Damn it, you didn't even call me when you were ordering. That's disrespecting Sister Lan. I'm going to rip you off today. 5 lamb skewers, no, 10. Afraid that his lamb skewers would be ruined, he didn't even bother recording a video and hurriedly ran into the store. Inside the store, Su Xiao clung to Lin Fan's arm, looking timidly at the menu. Uncle, the skewers here are too expensive. A sausage costs 1.5 yuan, while it's only 1 yuan on the street. Why don't we go eat at a street stall instead? Lin Fan patted his pocket. Order whatever you want, I'm not short of money. Su Xiao blushed and looked up. What she said next almost made Lin Fan explode with shock. Uncle, let's save some money. We still need to buy formula for the baby later. Lin Fan stumbled. Although he had been married for 2 years, Wang Ting was unreliable. Where was he going to get a child? Xiao, you must be mistaken. I may have been married, but I don't have any children. Su Xiao blushed even more, nuzzled her head against Lin Fan's chest, and gently touched her lower abdomen. Mom says that holding hands with a man can make you pregnant. We've held hands so many times today, I'm probably already pregnant. Lin Fan froze, his mouth agape, staring at Su Xiao as if she were a ghost, muttering to himself. Holy crap, is this some kind of energetic young woman? Or is she just a naive, innocent girl? Lin Fan realized he had struck gold, and pulled her into his arms, gently pinching her chin. Don't worry, I'm rich. Your appetite won't bankrupt me. With these words, Su Xiao finally felt relieved. Uncle, shall we order 10 meat skewers, 3 grilled sausages, and 3 flatbreads? Is that all right? Won't it be too expensive? Lin Fan's face darkened again. This little bit of stuff doesn't even add up to 30 yuan. How am I supposed to make a fortune with so little? Before he could even speak, Xiaolan rushed in a flustered manner. White Tiger, you son of a BCH, you didn't even call me when it was time to order. Today, I'm going to make you pay dearly. Hearing Xiao Ian's words, Lin Fan was overjoyed. That's right, please slaughter me mercilessly. Xiaolan snatched the menu and scanned it with her eyes. Lamb skewers? Give me 10. No, 15. That's enough. Damn it. Lin Fan cursed inwardly, this is ripping me off? 15 lamb skewers, who do they think they are? Lin Fan knew it was time for him to take action. If he just let them make the selections, wouldn't his system's tenfold cashback be wasted? But then he remembered the system's requirement that gifts given voluntarily would not be returned, and Lin Fan couldn't help but frown. After thinking for a long time, Lin Fan's eyes lit up and an idea came to him. You too, are you going to eat the crayfish or not? Eat? But. Just eat. 1 serving of crayfish. Garlic oysters? Eat. Lin Fan ordered all the expensive items at the barbecue restaurant before stopping and handing the menu back to the two of them. You too, see if there's anything else you like to eat, add a little more. Su Xiao and Xiaolan blankly accepted the menu, their eyes filled with admiration as they looked at Lin Fan. Damn, White Tiger, you really struck gold this time? Old Deng is incredibly rich, ordering so much food for barbecue. Can I borrow your car for a couple of days? I wish I could be as generous as Hardin. Su Xiao shielded Lin Fan behind her, like a mother hen protecting her chicks. Smuff, you're dreaming? Uncle, I'll have to take the fall myself? Stop dreaming, finish your meal and get the hell out of here. Xiaolan snorted coldly, Fine, don't let me shoot then. Once I find a rich old man like old Deng, I won't let you shoot either. Having witnessed Lin Fan's generosity in ordering food, Xiao Lan took the menu and changed the number of lamb skewers from 15 to 20, and then ordered 3 skewers of baby bok choy. Uncle, are you sure you want this much? This price isn't cheap. Do you have enough money? I don't have any. Lin Fan took the menu and handed it to the barbecue restaurant owner. Boss, please calculate the price for me first, so they don't have to worry about not eating well. The boss glanced at the 2 incredibly young and beautiful girls and immediately gave Lin Fan a thumbs up. Brother, you know how to have fun? How about a couple of kidneys? It'll give us even more energy for working overtime. Lin Fan glanced at Su Xiao beside him and nodded in agreement. Boss, you've really thought this through. 2 skewers of inner and outer loin, please. The boss gave a knowing look, picked up the computer, and started typing rapidly. Handsome? It's 565 in total, give me 550. Lin Fan took out his phone, scanned the QR code, and entered 565. Boss, that's the price? How could I possibly take advantage of you? Little Blue's eyes lit up again. Holy crap, what does it mean to be rich? The boss doesn't even round down the price for them, that's so slick. Payment successful. The mechanical voice then rang in my mind. Host detected to have been charged 495 yuan by crazy little sister, qualified for a 10-fold cashback. Reward, 4,950 yuan in cash. 1 consumer boost card detected. Use it. Lin Fan shook his head, it's only 495 yuan, using the consumer bonus card would be a waste. I won't use it. The mechanical voice in his mind disappeared, and Lin Fan hurriedly took out his phone, opened mobile banking, and saw that 4,950 yuan had been deposited into his account. He breathed a sigh of relief. Damn, this barbecue is outrageous. 4 skewers of kidney cost 70 yuan? I should have let Su Xiao order them, what a waste of 700 yuan. After ordering, Lin Fan was pulled outside by Su Xiao and Xiao Lan. Uncle, you have to sit by the roadside to eat barbecue, that's what it's like to be in the real world. It's hot and stuffy inside, nobody can see you eating barbecue, what's the difference between eating it and not eating it at all? Lin Fan was completely defeated by these two. Why all the fuss about eating barbecue? These people in the underworld aren't someone you can just become if you want to. Seeing how busy the barbecue restaurant was, Lin Fan knew that his skewers probably wouldn't be ready for at least half an hour. Since he was bored anyway, Lin Fan took out the extraordinary master phone, a reward from the system, from his pocket. Holy crap! Su Xiao and Xiao Ian's attention was instantly drawn to it. Uncle, you're probably the real spirited young man? And the absolute best of the best. Lin Fan looked up blankly, his face full of confusion. What do you mean? How did I become a spirited young man? Little Blue's eyes sparkled as she moved closer to Lin Fan. Uncle, a trifold phone, a green Xiaomi U7 besides energetic young man, I really can't think of a better adjective to describe you. Lin Fan's face instantly darkened. He couldn't believe he was almost 30 years old. He had finally managed to shake off his non-mainstream image, and before he knew it, he was back to being a young, energetic guy. Lin Fan quickly came to his senses. Since he wanted to break into the circle of spiritual young women, he definitely had to align himself with their spirit. Remove the SIM card and place it in the trifold phone. Sure enough, after using this 3-fold folding device, Lin Fan instantly felt 10 years younger. He turned on the 3 screens and ostentatiously brought them to his ears. Xiao, how about it? Doesn't uncle look like a spirited young man? Su Xiao's eyes sparkled, and she nodded like a chick pecking at rice. Uncle, you're so handsome, you're practically my idol. Those young punks are nothing compared to you. Lin Fan's lips unconsciously curled up as he listened to Su Xiao's praise. You have such a sweet tongue, so here's the iPhone for you. Looking at the iPhone 16 Pro Max in her hand, Su Xiao's breathing became rapid. Uncle, this is too valuable. You couldn't even buy this phone if you sold me. I can't accept it. Although Lin Fan knew that giving something away voluntarily wouldn't result in a 10-fold return, the atmosphere had reached a certain point, and it was just an old phone. How could he be stingy? Just take it. I don't have a phone on me, so it's inconvenient to contact you. I'll take you to get a SIM card tomorrow when I have time. Little Blue's eyes widened as she stared intently at the Apple phone. Uncle, how about I have this phone? You can do whatever you want with it tonight. Upon hearing this, Su Xiao instantly became displeased. She shoved her phone into her white tank top, stood up, and slammed her hand on the table. Smurf, you son of a BCH, I'm still right here, and you're blatantly trying to steal my boyfriend. Xiao Lan knew she was in the wrong, but the allure of the Apple 16 Pro Max was too great. White Tiger, you've never even experienced this, what do you know? You're like a dead pig, how could you possibly serve an old man properly? Uncle, I'm good in bed, not clingy, and I'm more versatile than her. You. Damn, no wonder she's called a spirited young lady, she can actually say such lewd things. Seeing their argument getting more and more heated, Lin Fan felt like his head was about to explode, and he slammed his hand on the table. Alright, if you want to eat, shut up. If you don't want to eat, get out. Seeing that Lin Fan was angry, the two swallowed back the words they were about to say. Su Xiao grabbed Lin Fan's arm and gently shook it. Uncle, let's not argue anymore, please don't be angry. Lin Fan nodded slightly, but before he could speak, the crayfish and some barbecue were already on the table. The enticing aroma of the food instantly drew their attention, causing them to swallow hard. Uncle, the skewers are all on the table, can we eat now? I haven't eaten all day. My stomach is growling. Lin Fan clicked his tongue in amazement. Everyone says that the energetic young lady goes hungry for 3 days and 9 meals a day. Looking at it this way, it's definitely true. Eat if you're hungry. The skewers are already on the table, what are you waiting for? After saying that, Lin Fan reached out to grab a skewer. He hadn't eaten properly all day, and his stomach was already protesting. Unexpectedly, just as he reached out his hand, Xiao Xiao and Xiao Lan stopped him in perfect unison. Uncle, hold on a minute, let me take a picture first. These are crayfish and grilled oysters, top-tier delicacies we only get to eat once a year. Yeah, sir, I used to only get to taste crayfish heads, but now I can finally eat crayfish meat, and it's even from Yuju Barbecue? I have to post this on social media to brag. Lin Fan was completely defeated by them and waved his hand helplessly. Quick, take the picture? We'll eat after that. Upon receiving Lin Fan's permission, Xiao Xiao pulled out her phone from the Mariana Trench and excitedly started snapping photos of the table full of kebabs. Xiao Lan was equally impressive, moving incredibly fast, taking photos and recording videos non-stop. A minute later, Xiao Xiao put her phone back into her tank top and handed the skewers of kidneys to Lin Fan. Even if she were incredibly naive, she would know the benefits of kidneys, and her face was so red it looked like it could squeeze water out of her cheeks. Uncle, you must be starving. Eat up, replenish your energy, and you'll have plenty of strength tonight. Lin Fan was surprised that Xiao Xiao was so cooperative. Without any hesitation, he picked up the kidney and stuffed it into his mouth, chewing and speaking indistinctly. Xiao Xiao, why are you putting your phone there? Doesn't it feel uncomfortable? Xiao Xiao shook her head vigorously. It's okay, don't worry about leaving it here. This phone is worth my life, if I lost it, I'd kill myself. Lin Fan smiled but didn't reply. After all, he had already given her the phone, so he let her be. The two women ate like they hadn't eaten for 3 days, stuffing meat skewers and vegetables into their mouths without any hesitation or even lifting their heads. The spicy crayfish, without even bothering to peel it, was stuffed into my mouth while I chewed vigorously and complained incessantly. Damn, these crayfish aren't even that tasty, and they're so expensive. What a rip-off. Lin Fan was stunned by what he saw. It was the first time he had ever witnessed such a ferocious human being. Lin Fan picked up a crayfish, skillfully peeled off the shell, and stuffed it into Xiaoxiao's mouth. Eat slowly, isn't this table full of food enough for you? Xiao chewed on the shrimp meat. Her eyes instantly lit up. Uncle, I must say, peeled crayfish really do taste better. But for such a big creature, eating so little meat is too extravagant. As he spoke, he picked up another crayfish, still with the shell on, and stuffed it into his mouth. You still have to eat it with the shell on, it's filling and flavorful. Lin Fan shook his head helplessly. He knew that it was impossible to change the habits of these young women overnight. He could only take it slow and steady. Lin Fan grabbed the sizzling, oily kidney and took a big bite. Although it's a bit pricey, I have to say, this kidney is absolutely delicious. In that short while, the two energetic young women had almost finished eating, and their eating speed slowed down considerably. Xiao Lan raised her head, her eyes filled with longing. Uncle, this is such a hearty dish, could we have some alcohol? Everyone says barbecue and alcohol are a perfect match, I'd like to try it out and see what it's like. Lin Fan's eyes lit up. When the barbecue was served, he wanted to order some drinks, but he had to suppress his impulse because there was no tenfold cashback offer. Now, the opportunity has finally arrived, and a tenfold cashback is about to be yours. He was about to stand up when Xiao, who was beside him, objected. Smuff, you son of a BCH? Have you gotten too big for your britches? You're trying to mess with my uncle again. After all, the rules for spiritual young ladies are there, and Xiao is Lin Fan's acknowledged legal wife. Her actions towards Lin Fan were indeed a bit of a transgression. Xiao Lan hurriedly waved her hand. White Tiger, this isn't called a collapse, it's just. Seeing that Xiao Lan was stammering and couldn't give a coherent answer, Xiao became even angrier. She suddenly stood up, pointed at Xiao Ian's nose, and started yelling. Lin Fan panicked. He couldn't let Xiao ruin the tenfold cashback opportunity that he had been waiting for. He grabbed her small hand and gently shook his head. It's all right, Xiao. How can we have barbecue without alcohol? I'm actually thinking of having a drink too. Hearing Lin Fan speak, Xiao stopped typing, glared at Xiao Lan, and grabbed Lin Fan's arm. Uncle, since you want a drink, go buy some. Just get the Smuff a big green bottle, she doesn't deserve good wine. Hearing Xiaoxiao's coquettish voice, Xiao Lan instantly became angry, but only for a moment. Oh well, at least I got to ride on someone else's coattails, so the big green stick is fine too. Lin Fan stood up and glanced at the barbecue restaurant. Most barbecue restaurants serve beer, especially draft beer. Even if they have spirits, they're not very expensive. Having finally gotten this chance for a tenfold cashback, I'm definitely going to rip off the system. He paused for a moment, then immediately turned and walked towards the supermarket next door. We finally got this opportunity, so we have to splurge a little. Walking into the supermarket, Lin Fan waved his hand and said, Boss, what's the most expensive wine in the store? Give me a bottle. Upon hearing this, the boss immediately perked up. No wonder I heard magpies chirping early this morning. It turns out a big client has arrived. Young man, you've come at the right time. We really do have some good wine. As the owner spoke, he walked to a corner of the shop and brought out a bottle of wine as if it were a precious treasure. Boss, how about this year of the ox Mutai? I'll give you the cheapest price, 3,000. Lin Fan curled his lip. Mutai, 3,000? Who's going to rip me off? Mutai's price has plummeted right now, even Zhu Mutai won't cost 3,000. However, Lin Fan thought about it again. With a system offering 10 times the cashback, let alone 3,000, even if it were 30,000, I'd take out a loan to buy it? Okay, that's the one. Boss, bring me another case of beer, Tsingtao. Anything else will make my throat choke. Okay. The boss grinned from ear to ear and quickly agreed. Boss, that'll be 3,075 in total, just give me 3,070. Where's your car? I'll help you move the beer over. I'll be eating at the barbecue stall next door, just bring it to there for me. As Lin Fan spoke, he took out his trifold phone and decisively scanned the code to pay. WeChat payment received, 3,070 yuan. Welcome to visit us again. A notification sounded inside the supermarket, indicating successful payment. Immediately afterwards, that familiar mechanical voice rang out in my mind. Here it comes, 3,070 x 10, that's 30,700. We're rich. Lin Fan gripped his phone tightly, staring intently at his mobile banking balance. Host detected to have been charged 3,070 yuan by crazy little sister, qualified for a tenfold cashback. Reward, 4,550 yuan in cash. Upon hearing the amount announced by the mechanical voice, Lin Fan was instantly stunned. Hey, system, did your math teacher teach you PE? 3,070 x 10, and you're telling me it equals 4,550. Ding dash. The host's current level is low, only LV1. The daily tenfold cashback limit is 10,000 yuan. Hearing this, Lin Fan felt like the sky had fallen. A daily cashback of 10,000 yuan, when would he ever achieve his dream of making a small goal? Lin Fan felt a pang of heartache. Damn it, only made 1,000 yuan, what a huge loss. Lin Fan glanced at the enthusiastic boss and scratched the back of his head sheepishly. Boss, I suddenly remembered, my wife has cancer, and I need to save this money for her coffin. Could you perhaps give me a cheaper bottle instead? The supermarket owner's eyes widened. 3,000 yuan was already in his pocket, how could he let the duck that was already in his mouth fly away? Who the hell are you trying to fool? Your wife has cancer and is dying, and you're out drinking. Besides, what does your wife's life or death have to do with me? I can't replace her. Lin Fan immediately lost his temper upon hearing this. Whether his wife lives or dies is none of his business. But the money spent is real, hard cash. Only a fool would hire a young woman and a brothel owner if they didn't expect to make 10 times the profit. It's the 21st century? Why are they still forcing people to buy things? Since I can't get a refund, I'll call Uncle Hat and have him settle this. After saying that, he unfolded his trifold phone and quickly dialed 110 on the call screen. That shop owner knows his stuff. Upon closer inspection, Lin Fan was seen using a trifold phone worth tens of thousands of yuan, and he immediately ordered the most expensive wine upon entering. Although he didn't know why the man had changed his mind, this kind of person was not someone a small supermarket owner could afford to offend. Hey buddy, even if the deal falls through, we can still be friends. There's no need for that. Tell me what kind of wine you want, and we'll get it right away. Seeing that his boss had taken the initiative to back down, Lin Fan went along with it and put away his phone. Give me a bottle of Mutai Golden Prince, and a pack of Hetingxia cigarettes. I can't help it, anything else makes my throat hurt. Upon hearing this, the supermarket owner became even more convinced of his judgment. This young man was definitely not simple, and the reason he replaced Niu Mao with Jin Wangzi was probably to keep a low profile. The boss became timid and hesitant, taking a bottle of Prince liquor from the shelf and then a pack of Hetingxia cigarettes. Handsome, Jin Wangzi will charge you 190, Hetingxia, a type of beverage, 100, beer 70, totaling 360 yuan. I'll then give you back 2,710 yuan. Lin Fan showed his QR code for receiving payment and breathed a sigh of relief when he saw 2,710 yuan had been deposited into his account. At that moment, the mechanical voice sounded in my mind again. The shameless host has cancelled a transaction, reward amount is being recalculated. Host detected to have been charged 360 yuan by crazy little sister, qualified for a tenfold cashback. Reward, 3,600 yuan in cash. Lin Fan breathed a sigh of relief again, the tenfold reward is still valid, not bad, not bad. Lin Fan put the cigarette in his pocket, picked up the Golden Prince cigarette, and prepared to move the beer. The boss had already decided that Lin Fan was an important person, so how could he let him handle such a small matter personally? He took a bag of betel nuts from beside the counter and handed it to Lin Fan. Brother, we've become acquainted through a quarrel, so consider this bag of hammers my apology. Besides, how can I let you do this kind of rough work yourself? I'll do it. After saying that, he immediately bent down, picked up the beer, and went out the door with the beer in his arms before Lin Fan could say anything. This boss is actually quite nice, I'll probably patronize his business more often in the future. The supermarket owner placed the beer on the table and, seeing the two stunningly beautiful young women, couldn't help but sigh in admiration once again. As expected of a big shot, little sister, you got two at once. Impressive. Xiao Yan's eyes lit up instantly when she saw the mutai liquor tucked under Lin Fan's arm. Holy crap, uncle, it's Mao Ziai? That's incredible. Lin Fan waved his hand, keep it low-key. He opened the Golden Prince wine bottle, poured himself a small glass, and swirled it around. Would you like baijiu or beer? It's up to you. Xiao Lan snatched the bottle from her. Uncle, I've never tried mutai before. I have to try it today and see what this heavenly flavor is all about. He took out a wine glass, poured the wine, and recorded a video with his phone. Brothers, look, the Smurf, am drinking mutai today. From today onwards, I'm a member of the high-class elite. He poured just the bottom of the glass and handed the bottle back. Uncle, can I just drink this little bit? Lin Fan looked at the cautious little blue and shook his head helplessly. I still prefer your rebellious side. Drink as much as you want, a bottle of wine is something I can afford. Uncle, I'm not worthy, I'll just drink beer. Lin Fan didn't say much, turned his head, and saw Su Xiao Xiao looking expectant. What, you want to try some too? Su Xiao Xiao nodded vigorously. Uncle, I've never had any wine before, can I just try a little bit? Lin Fan took out a wine glass and poured out a tiny bit. As for why I didn't pour her more, it wasn't because I was worried about wasting the wine, but because I was afraid of causing trouble. Xiao Lan and Su Xiao Xiao carefully raised their wine glasses to their red lips and took a small sip. Ouch, so spicy. The two energetic young women moved in perfect unison, sticking out their tongues. They were incredibly cute. Lin Fan smiled, picked up his wine glass, took a sip, and a spicy, stimulating sensation exploded in his mouth, plunging him into a reverie. Today was a pretty eventful day. I got fired from the company, and then I caught my husband cheating on me when I got home. I'm completely cuckolded. Fortunately, every cloud has a silver lining. Under the dual pressure, the system was born. Under the system's glow, those unpleasant things seemed insignificant. Lin Fan couldn't feel a trace of unhappiness. Instead, he felt a little excited. Ring ring. A cell phone ringing interrupted Lin Fan's thoughts. Hey, Earthworm, you son of a BCH. When I couldn't afford food, I couldn't contact you. Now that I'm drowning in filth, you remember you're my boyfriend. Hearing Xiao Yan's grumbling, Lin Fan couldn't help but shake his head. Uncle, my girlfriend is coming over, could you? Before Xiao Lan could finish speaking, Su Xiao Xiao slammed her hand on the table and stood up. Smurf, you son of a BCH, you not only shot my uncle yourself, but you also brought your girlfriend? Is there no justice in this world? Xiao Lan knew she was in the wrong and didn't dare say anything more, so she just stared at Lin Fan expectantly. Lin Fan frowned. He hadn't even finished dealing with the young woman, and now the young man was showing up at his door. He glanced at the dining table, which was piled high with skewers. The three of them certainly couldn't finish it all. Lin Fan also wanted to see what kind of spiritual young man he was, since he himself would be following a spiritual path in the future, so he might as well learn from him. Okay, let him come over. Wow, that guy's awesome. He's so classy. Xiao Lan was very excited and quickly brought the phone to her ear again. Earthworm, Uncle wants you here. Don't embarrass yourself by showing up empty-handed. Bring all your treasured possessions with you. A few minutes later, a 9-bit electric scooter playing a social dance tune pulled up to the side of the road. Lin Fan didn't even need to look up. Just by hearing the background music, he knew that the earthworm Xiao Lan had mentioned had arrived. Holy crap, it really is a latrine. A gasp rang in Lin Fan's ears. He slowly turned his head, and a typical energetic young man came into his view. Tight pants, loafers, a bare upper body completely covered in tattoos, and an exaggerated head of red hair. All these elements constantly proclaimed his identity as a spirited young man. When the earthworm saw Lin Fan turn around, it quickly stepped forward and grabbed Lin Fan's hand with a look of excitement and sadness. Uncle, thank you for letting me come. From today onwards, you are my second parent. You are my dear uncle. I'm a bit short on cash and didn't bring any gift. How about I dance for you right here and now? Holy crap. Upon hearing this, Lin Fan felt like the sky had fallen. The barbecue restaurant is packed with people outside. I can't afford to lose face like that. Earthworms? Absolutely not. Sit down and eat. There's no need. Ignoring Lin Fan's objections, the earthworm took out its phone and started searching for background music. Uncle, today, I have to give you a big job. It has to be arranged. As soon as the background music started playing, Lin Fan completely broke down. But he never imagined that this was only the beginning of his demise. Thanks, Uncle. He brought me here to eat Yiju and drink Mao Ziai. The earthworm's croak drew the attention of all the diners. Lin Fan fully realized what it meant to be utterly humiliated. He covered his face tightly, looking as if he didn't recognize the man. When Xiao Lan and Su Xiao Xiao heard the music start, they immediately stood up and stood behind the earthworm. The next moment, Lin Fan saw a scene he would never forget, a scene he even wished he could forget immediately. The three of them, in perfect unison, began to perform a powerful and synchronized social dance to the beat of boom boom boom. His arms danced in front of him, leaving after images, like two runaway propellers. The earthworm's skinny legs, encased in tight pants, began to stomp, trample, and kick. Its loafers scraped wildly against the ground, making a slapping sound. It's not just about showcasing social dance moves, there are also various homemade lines like Thunderous Explosion and Invincible in the Universe. Hey uncle, draw a dragon on the left and a rainbow on the right. The barbecue stall fell silent instantly. The mesmerizing music and the alluring dance moves completely captivated everyone present. All the diners, from curiosity to shock, then to trying hard to suppress their laughter, finally focused their sympathetic gazes on Lin Fan. Lin Fan stood there, stunned, still holding a skewer of grilled kidneys he hadn't finished eating. He felt a burning pain on his face and instinctively wanted to look down, but then he heard the earthworm roar loudly. Uncle, what do you think of our act? Pretty cool, right? This social dance is our secret weapon, and we're presenting it to you today. Xiao Lan and Su Xiao Xiao also jumped around while shouting, dedicated to Uncle. Pft ha ha ha. A guy at the next table couldn't hold back any longer and turned into a human fountain, spraying out a mouthful of beer. Lin Fan wished he could dig a 3-bedroom apartment with his toes right now and crawl inside. He shifted his gaze to the side, struggling to avoid looking at them, his mind raging inside. Damn it, I don't know them? I really don't know them. However, the earthworm misunderstood, thinking that Lin Fan was shocked by it. He shook the rocker even more vigorously, with larger movements, and his expression turned even closer to me. Thank you, Uncle. Uncle, you're heaven and earth? Uncle, you can create the world. At this moment, Lin Fan deeply understood what social death meant. Looking at the 3 clowns still cheering him on, he had only one thought in his mind. Brother Tongzi, can't we get something else? I don't want this socially marginalized people care and wealth feedback system anymore. Finally, the background music on the earthworm's phone stopped. Those long few minutes finally passed. The earthworm raised its chin, tossed its red hair, and walked up to Lin Fan as if seeking praise. Hey buddy, how's this social dance going? Enough for a barbecue, right? Enough, enough, enough. Lin Fan nodded hurriedly, afraid that if he hesitated even for a moment, his father might cause some trouble. Earthworm, you must be exhausted. Sit down quickly, these meat skewers are fresh out of the grill, eat them while they're hot. As Lin Fan spoke, he grabbed a handful of meat skewers and stuffed them into the earthworm's hand. He was genuinely scared. Now he didn't ask for much, he just hoped that his ancestor could eat in peace and stop causing all these fancy fuss. At this moment, he was filled with extreme regret, regretting not listening to Su Xiao Xiao and regretting letting the earthworm come over. The earthworm took the meat skewer, its eyes brimming with excitement. Thanks for the meat skewers, Uncle, you're awesome. This shout once again drew the attention of all the diners. Lin Fan had had enough of those stares, so he slapped the earthworm on the head. Damn it, fine, let's just eat skewers. What's with the yelling? The earthworm shrank its neck, afraid Lin Fan would tell it to get lost. Uncle, I was wrong, I won't yell anymore. I won't yell anymore. Let's eat skewers. Lin Fan finally breathed a sigh of relief. As long as this guy got messed up, he would be satisfied. Su Xiao Xiao and Xiao Lan, also panting heavily, returned to their seats. Earthworm, all you ever think about is eating? Where are all those treasures I told you to bring? Give them to me now. The earthworm patted its head. Right. How could I forget something so important? He put down the meat skewers in his hand and reached into his pocket, rummaging around for a while. He quickly and mysteriously pulled out a small box. Uncle, these are my treasured possessions that I've kept for a long time. I'm presenting them to you today. Lin Fan looked at the small cardboard box in front of him with a look of resistance. He didn't think this energetic young man could come up with anything good, it was probably just another scam. No, you should keep these nice things for yourself. It's too kind of you to accept their gifts. The earthworm shook its head firmly. Uncle, you've already taken me out for barbecue, how can I keep anything from you? As he spoke, he carefully opened the small cardboard box. As Lin Fan had expected, what was inside was exactly what he had discovered. Inside the small cardboard box lay several cigarette butts and 2 dark, indistinct objects. For a moment, Lin Fan couldn't even tell what they were. Uncle, try this one. It's long, and it's a Gate cigarette. I only smoke Sun Heman cigarettes, and I only love one person in my life. Oh, and this too. This is a rare earth fruit I've treasured for a long time, almost impossible to find. Earth fruit paired with smoke, its magical power is boundless. Ground fruit. Lin Fan frowned, thinking for a long time, but he still couldn't figure out what this earth fruit was. He turned his head and looked at Su Xiao Xiao. Xiao Xiao, what is this earth fruit? I've never heard of it before. A hint of smugness flashed in Su Xiao Xiao's eyes. Uncle, you're so out of touch. These wild fruits are delicious, I'm not even qualified to eat them. Oh, Su Xiao Xiao's words piqued Lin Fan's curiosity. Is it really that amazing? No problem, just tell me if you want some in the future, and I'll buy it for you. I'm not short of money. Lin Fan thought Su Xiao Xiao would be moved to tears, but to his surprise, she shook her head. Uncle, these fruits can't be bought with money. Huh? What exactly is this thing that you can't buy even with money? So you guys are. Hey, Uncle, you can only find these ground nuts by picking them up. Actually, they're just beetle nuts that people spit out. They taste amazing. Ugh dash. Lin Fan almost threw up the skewers he had just eaten. Holy crap. Are you guys crazy? You can eat this stuff. The earthworm waved its hand dismissively. Uncle, eating earth fruits is a symbol of status. If you're chewing on an earth fruit, then you're a king. As he spoke, he tossed the dark, murky thing from the cardboard box into his mouth and chewed it vigorously. Uncle, you should have one too, it tastes absolutely authentic. Lin Fan suppressed the discomfort in his stomach and took out the betel nuts that the owner of Tianxia supermarket had given him as a gift from his pocket. Earthworm, you should eat this. Seeing your ground fruit makes me want to vomit. When the earthworm saw the thing in Lin Fan's hand, its eyes lit up instantly, and it spat out the earth fruit in one gulp. Holy crap! Uncle, you're absolutely amazing! Eating cheap liquor, drinking cheap cigarettes, smoking expensive cigarettes, chewing on cheap drinks? You're a true Superman. As he spoke, the earthworm plopped down and knelt down, looking plump and moist. Uncle, I'll kowtow to you. Please accept me as your disciple. From today onwards, I'll be your most loyal follower. I'll do whatever you ask. Without hesitation. Lin Fan had never seen anything like this before. Kneeling down without a word, what kind of tactic was this? He lifted the earthworm up. Drink when you want, smoke when you want, chew betel nuts when you want, why make such a fuss? The earthworm stood up, trembling as it took the betel nut and cigarette from Lin Fan's hand. It carefully opened the packaging, took a deep breath, and instantly looked blissful. He opened the cigarette pack, took out a Tianxia cigarette, handed it to Lin Fan, and then hurriedly took out a lighter to light it. Lin Fan nodded in agreement. Although this earthworm was a bit eccentric, he had to admit it was quite resourceful. Seeing Lin Fan nod, the earthworm breathed a sigh of relief. Uncle, can I film this? This is a 100 yuan pack of Tianxia cigarettes and a 50 yuan hammer. It would be a waste not to show it off. Lin Fan noticed that this group of energetic young men and women genuinely loved making videos, so he didn't stop them. He waved his hand, indicating that they could do as they pleased. After they finished filming, the dinner party finally returned to normal, and Lin Fan breathed a sigh of relief, thankfully without any further trouble. He downed the entire bottle of Golden Prince beer, and even the case of beer wasn't spared. Having worked in the sales industry for so many years, Lin Fan's alcohol tolerance is naturally unfathomable. Uncle, how about I arrange the second show? I definitely won't let you down. The earthworm patted its chest, looking at Lin Fan with anticipation. Lin Fan shook his head. It was getting late, and he had to go to the Civil Affairs Bureau tomorrow. He needed to be well rested tonight so he could have a good showdown tomorrow. I won't go today, I have things to do tomorrow morning. Let's get together again tomorrow. Upon hearing that Lin Fan had something to do tomorrow, the earthworm instantly perked up. Uncle, what's wrong? Do you need my help? Lin Fan smiled and shook his head. No need, it's just getting a divorce. Xiao Lan leaned close to the earthworm's ear and told it about Wang Ting's affair that day. Damn it, she dared to cuckold my uncle? Cuckolding my uncle is cuckolding me? Uncle, I'll handle things tomorrow. That BCH will definitely regret it. Lin Fan found these words awkward. What does cheating on me means cheating on you even mean? What does it have to do with you? But she didn't delve into it, simply waving her hand dismissively. It's nothing, just a small matter. You should get some rest tomorrow. The earthworm wanted to say something more, but was interrupted by the sudden ringing of a bell. All right, I'm done talking to you guys. The designated driver is here. Let's get together again tomorrow. After saying that, he stood up and walked towards his Xiaomi U7. Su Xiao blushed and quickly stood up, grabbing Lin Fan's arm. Uncle, today Little Blue and Earthworm are definitely. I have nowhere to go, how about you let me stay for the night? Lin Fan understood what she meant perfectly well. Besides, she was offering herself up for free, there was no reason to refuse. He grabbed Su Xiao's slender waist and quickly walked towards the car. Driver, to the Times Hotel. Lin Fan didn't choose to go home because he thought it was dirty, so he decided to stay in a hotel instead of going to see it. Lin Fan lay on the soft bed in the hotel, aimlessly scrolling through his phone, but his eyes kept unconsciously drifting towards the bathroom. She didn't keep him waiting long. A few minutes later, Su Xiao came out wrapped in a bath towel. Lin Fan was stunned and couldn't help but swallow. Su Xiao's cheeks were slightly flushed, and she stood there looking radiant, hesitant to make any further move. This made Lin Fan extremely anxious. He suddenly stood up, pulled her into his arms, and turned off the room lights. Uncle, be gentle, it's my first time, I'm afraid it will hurt. 1 a.m. Lin Fan lay on the bed with a satisfied look on his face, holding Su Xiao, who was covered in sweat, tightly in his arms. Uncle, my back is about to break. Lin Fan grinned mischievously and gently ruffled her hair. Your back hurts? How about I treat it for you? Su Xiao looked terrified and hurriedly waved her hands. No, it suddenly doesn't hurt anymore. No need for a checkup? Go to sleep, uncle. After saying that, without waiting for Lin Fan's reply, she quickly closed her eyes and gently rubbed against his chest. Good night, uncle. Lin Fan knew that the little girl must be exhausted, so he gently kissed her forehead and they fell asleep in each other's arms. Ring ring. Lin Fan was woken up early in the morning by his cell phone ringing. He pulled his phone out from under his pillow, and without even opening his eyes, immediately tapped to answer. Damn it, what's wrong with you this early in the morning? I'm sleeping soundly, you better be in trouble. There was a pause on the other end of the phone, then a sharp female voice came through the receiver. Lin Fan, you son of a BCH? I've been waiting for you outside the Civil Affairs Bureau for half an hour, and you're telling me you're still sleeping. Oh, I see. You must have figured it out and don't want to divorce me, right? Yeah, a spineless coward like you would definitely be a bachelor for life if you divorced me. If you transfer the house to my name, I can forgive you this once and reluctantly continue living with you. Lin Fan listened to Wang Ting's self-talk over the microphone and instantly opened his eyes. Wang Ting, are you AFG idiot? You forgive me? Who gave you the courage? Liang Jingru. Wait at the entrance of the Civil Affairs Bureau? I'll be there in half an hour. He hung up the phone without giving her a chance to speak. Almost ruined the important business. He muttered to himself as he climbed out of bed. Su Xiao, who was standing to the side, slowly opened her eyes and looked at Lin Fan with a completely bewildered expression. Uncle, what time is it? Why are you up so early? Lin Fan gently rubbed her head. It's okay, it's past 8 o'clock. I have to go to the Civil Affairs Bureau. You can go back to sleep. I'll come pick you up when I'm done. Upon hearing that Lin Fan was going to the Civil Affairs Bureau, she suddenly jumped out of bed. Uncle, I'll go with you, so you won't get bullied. As he spoke, he began to get dressed. Uncle, where's my underwear? I can't find it. Where did you throw it? Lin Fan smiled awkwardly, picked up the small piece of clothing from the ground, and handed it to Su Xiao. Xiao, just wear these for now. We'll buy new ones when we're done with this. Su Xiao's lips curled into a smile. Uncle, you're so good to me. You treated me to barbecue and bought me clothes. You're definitely the best man in the world to me, even better than my dad. Lin Fan grinned guiltily. A barbecue was all it took to seduce a young, unmarried woman, and afterwards she even thanked you. Anyone would feel guilty in that situation. Lin Fan didn't say anything more. After all, time was of the essence, and getting the divorce certificate in hand was the most important thing. He hastily threw on some clothes, without washing his face or brushing his teeth, grabbed Su Xiao, and ran out of the room. 10 minutes later, Lin Fan parked his Xiaomi U7 in an underground parking lot not far from the Civil Affairs Bureau. After looking around to make sure no one was around, he carefully climbed out of the car. Uncle, why don't we just drive there? Lin Fan pursed his lips. He knew Wang Ting all too well. Since the two are not yet divorced, the car is still considered marital property. If Wang Ting sees this car and wants a divorce, things won't be so simple. He took Su Xiao's little hand. You're still young, you don't understand. Just listen to me. Su Xiao puffed out her chest, and instantly her breasts became incredibly voluptuous. Uncle, I'm not a child at all, but I'll definitely listen to you, Uncle. Whatever you say is right. Lin Fan felt his mouth go dry. If it weren't for the time constraint, he would have loved to go back to the hotel right now and catch up on some sleep. A few minutes later, the two appeared hand in hand at the entrance of the Civil Affairs Bureau. Lin Fan immediately spotted Wang Ting holding hands with a muscular man at the entrance of the Civil Affairs Bureau, acting coquettishly and saying something to each other. Lin Fan remained completely unmoved. After all, he was no longer the same Lin Fan he had been yesterday. Ahem, Wang Ting, stop being so horny. Hurry up and get the paperwork done, then go back to being a dog. Wang Ting suddenly turned around, staring at Lin Fan with a vicious look in her eyes. You coward, I'll be your dog. What's wrong with that? You're jealous. She suddenly noticed Su Xiao next to Lin Fan, and a smile crept onto her lips. Hey, Lin Fan, look at you, so pathetic. You got dumped by me, and now you've paid a minor to annoy me. Upon hearing this, Su Xiao instantly flew into a rage. No matter what, she was a spirited young woman, and she couldn't stand being insulted like this. You old Indian cuckold, who are you calling a minor? How come I'm younger than you, have a better figure, and bigger breasts? Are you jealous? Envy is useless. You've been played with so much that your breasts are sagging down to your belly button. You wouldn't even fetch a good price if you went out to sell them. You can only try them out for free now. Wang Ting never expected Su Xiao to be so venomous. Her face instantly turned as black as the bottom of a pot, and she tremblingly stretched out her hand, pointing at her. You effing. You son of a BCH? You old rascal, can't I even say anything about what you're doing? Hey, you big guy next to me, don't think I don't know, isn't his wife a bank teller? What's wrong? My uncle dumped you and went to be someone's mistress. Changing them every day seems impressive, but it's all just free trials. Ask them, who would want you? Wang Ting was completely stunned by Su Xiao's barrage of criticism. She released the man's hand, raised her hand, and was about to slap him. How could Lin Fan just stand by and watch Su Xiao be bullied? He grabbed Wang Ting's wrist and glared at her fiercely. All right, aren't you ashamed? Besides, didn't Xiao say something wrong? Wang Ting snorted coldly, glared fiercely at Su Xiao, and stormed into the Civil Affairs Bureau. At the divorce processing office, the staff looked at the 4 people in front of them with suspicion. Are you in the wrong place? Turn right after exiting the wedding area. This is the divorce registration office. Lin Fan shrugged awkwardly. You've come to the right place, we're here to get a divorce. As he spoke, he took out his marriage certificate and ID card from his pocket. The staff member was completely stunned. She had worked at the Civil Affairs Bureau for many years, and this was the first time she had ever encountered 4 people coming to get a divorce. Okay, I'll make a note of that. According to regulations, there's a 30-day cooling-off period for divorce. If you insist on divorcing, come back in 30 days to complete the process. 30 days. Lin Fan muttered to himself. He came here specifically to get the divorce certificate. How could he possibly wait another 30 days? Beautiful lady, looking at our situation, do you think it's necessary to wait 30 days? Besides, turning one couple into two, isn't that also helping you boost your sales figures? The staff member looked up, stared at the four people for a long time, and then sighed heavily. This is the first time I've seen a situation like this. Wait a minute, let me go ask my supervisor. After saying that, he glanced back at the four of them before quickly walking outside. Lin Fan pursed his lips, inwardly cursing. Is he going to ask his boss for instructions, or is he going to share some juicy gossip with others? A few minutes later, the staff member returned to the window with a slight smile on his face. I just consulted with my superiors, special cases require special handling. I'll issue the certificate to you immediately. Lin Fan stood at the entrance of the Civil Affairs Bureau, clutching the divorce certificate tightly in his hand, looking relaxed. Phew, finally free? It feels so good to be free. Bang bang bang. Suddenly, two loud bangs came from behind. Lin Fan suddenly turned around and saw Chuyin and Xiaolan each holding two firework tubes, looking at Lin Fan with smiles on their faces. Behind them were 5 or 6 young women, holding up a huge banner. Congratulations, sir. Goodbye, old man. You've regained your freedom. Lin Fan's lips curled up slightly. He had to admit that these energetic young men were truly unbeatable when it came to creating a spectacle. They had managed to turn a divorce scene into something resembling a wedding. Lin Fan had a smile on his face, but some people couldn't smile anymore. Wang Ting frowned, her eyes fixed on Lin Fan. She originally thought Lin Fan would cry and beg her not to divorce him, but to her utter surprise, reality slapped her in the face. Lin Fan wasn't upset at all. In fact, he managed to hook up with a young woman in just one night, thoroughly humiliating her. As for her, just as Su Xiao said, she can only have passionate encounters with others. Getting married in this small county is probably impossible, as her reputation is completely ruined. Fortunately, I have all of Lin Fan's wages from the past few years. Although it's only 300,000 yuan, it should be enough for me to make ends meet until I find another meal ticket. Lin Fan was so immersed in the joy of the divorce that he didn't even glance at Wang Ting. He didn't look, but Xiaolan spotted Wang Ting immediately. Hey, aren't these those worn-out shoes? You've changed your feet again today? 12 pairs of feet in 12 days? These shoes of yours are quite the show-offs. Upon hearing the leader speak, the energetic young women behind her instantly perked up. Such a talent has emerged from such a small county? The reputation of the old yoga pants from the 5 outer counties is truly well-deserved. I heard she was too promiscuous and ruined herself. She couldn't conceive after 2 years of marriage. Turns out she was a barren hen. What are you doing? What did the chicken do to you? How could you use such a cute little chick to describe these tattered yoga pants? Wang Ting's face turned completely black, her eyes filled with extreme anger. She grabbed her bag and smashed it down on Xiaolan. Holy crap, they actually dared to lay a hand on me? Sisters, get them. These energetic young women were not afraid of trouble. In an instant, they all swarmed around Wang Ting, tearing and pulling at her. Wang Ting was no match for them. She couldn't hold out for more than a few seconds before falling completely into a disadvantageous position. Her hair was a complete mess. If you looked closely, you could see stray strands scattered on the ground. Her face was scratched, her high heels were nowhere to be seen, her stockings had a huge hole in them, her top had been torn to shreds by this group of energetic young women, and even the bra straps of her undershirt had been broken. Wang Ting collapsed to the ground, clutching her chest tightly, screaming at the top of her lungs. Li Gang, haven't you had enough of watching the show? I've been serving you all night, and you didn't even come to help. The muscular man covered in tattoos was caught in a dilemma. Should he leave or help? These young women are as troublesome as little devils. If I rashly go to help them, and they happen to tell my wife about my affair, then... Xiaolan glanced at Wang Ting's miserable state and a slight smile appeared on her lips. All right, if you keep hitting these shoes, they'll fall apart. Sisters, stop. With Xiaolan speaking up, the group of energetic young women all stopped what they were doing. Someone, I don't know who it was, spat a mouthful of phlegm directly onto Wang Ting's head. Those young women, following suit, each spat it out before they stopped. Wang Ting went completely insane, throwing a tantrum and rolling around on the ground. Li Gang, are you still standing? Hurry up and carry me away. The muscular man then realized what was happening. Although he looked disgusted, he had been friends with her for a long time, so he had no choice but to pick her up and get into the car without looking back. Seeing Wang Ting like this, Lin Fan felt no pity, but rather a sense of satisfaction at having vented his anger. Xiaolan tilted her head back and looked at Lin Fan as if she wanted to claim credit. Uncle, how's it going? Did you get over that anger? Lin Fan smiled slightly and gave Xiaolan a thumbs up. Great job, well done. When Xiaolan heard Lin Fan's praise, she raised her chin, her expression quite arrogant. Uncle, you've vented your anger, and today is a great day for your divorce. It's only fair that you treat us to a meal. Hearing Xiao Ian's words, Lin Fan couldn't help but smile. This little blue one is so sensible, she's practically my lucky charm. When a money-making opportunity is presented to him, why would Lin Fan turn it down? No problem, we'll meet at the food street at 8 p.m. tonight. You'll definitely eat your fill and have a great time. This uncle is so magnanimous. Long live the uncle. Upon hearing Lin Fan's affirmative answer, the group of spirited young women went completely wild. Xiaolan and the earthworm had witnessed Lin Fan's magnanimity yesterday, so they had no doubt about what Lin Fan said. Those 5 or 6 young women had already seen Xiaolan and Chuyin's posts on WeChat moments last night. Barbecue, thatch, and all the ham. How could they not be envious? They wished time would pass faster so that their stomachs, which had been empty for 3 days and 9 meals a day, could finally be filled. All right, that's enough. We'll meet again tonight. After saying that, he grabbed Su Xiaoxio's hand and walked towards the underground parking garage. Uncle, what should we do now, go to the hotel or? Lin Fan turned around abruptly, looking at Su Xiaoxiao in horror. Damn, youth is amazing. You were exhausted last night, and now you're all recharged? Going to a hotel so early this morning? My back can't take it. Lin Fan shook his head. Why are you going to a hotel so early in the morning? What, are you addicted to this? To everyone's surprise, Su Xiaoxiao nodded without any hesitation. Uncle, how did you know? I think I'm really a little addicted. I feel itchy inside, I keep wanting to. Holy crap. Lin Fan was stunned, his heart pounding. I made a casual joke, but unexpectedly it came true. The thought of Su Xiaoxio's madness sent a chill down Lin Fan's spine. My old back can't take this kind of torture? Let's talk about it tonight, let's talk about it tonight. Think about what we're missing, let's do a big shopping spree today, how about it? Upon hearing about the shopping spree, Su Xiaoxio's initially low spirits instantly lifted again. Uncle, are you really going on a big shopping spree? I'm fine with anything. Lin Fan nodded hurriedly, his heart practically bursting with joy. This girl's finally gotten it? You're a spirited young lady, I hope you won't disappoint me, go ahead and fleece me. Seeing Lin Fan nod, Su Xiaoxio's smile was like an AK, impossible to suppress. Uncle, I'm a little hungry. How about we have breakfast first? And then, I'll have a Mixu ice cream. You don't know, Xiaolan secretly bought a cup 5 days ago, and she wouldn't let me have any. I'm going to have 2 cups today. Then, I still need to get a SIM card. You gave me such a high-end phone, but I don't have a SIM card. It's so frustrating. Alright. I also need to buy a bra. I'm still wearing the light blue one, and it's so tight. I'm so tired I can hardly breathe. If possible, I want to buy another set of clothes. This is all I have, and it looks so unfashionable. Su Xiaoxiao counted on her fingers, listing all the things she was missing, when she suddenly realized something was wrong and quickly grabbed Lin Fan's arm. Uncle, isn't what I ordered a bit too much? How about we don't buy it? I suddenly don't feel hungry anymore, I'll just go buy a phone case. Uncle, although I'm a carefree girl, I'm not a gold digger. I know you're good to me, so I'll go easy on you. Lin Fan smiled, his eyes filled with satisfaction. Oh my, this young lady is so charming. Look at her, she feels like she's asking for too much with just a cup of Mixu ice cream and a new outfit. If this were on a yoga pants bag from one of the 5 outer counties, or an old Indian dove, wouldn't it make people want to buy bags and watches in no time? Even a small drink of sweetened water would have to be from Starbucks or something like that from a Shanghai woman's shop. Lin Fan felt like he'd hit the jackpot. Not only had he gotten rid of Wang Ting, that old yoga-wearing girl, but he'd also gained a spirited young woman for free. He pulled Su Xiaoxiao into a tight embrace. How could this be too much? Buy it, if you like it, we'll buy it. Everything's on me. Su Xiaoxio's eyes shone brightly. If it weren't for the crowd on the street, she probably would have devoured Lin Fan alive. They got in the car and headed straight for the breakfast shop. After a whole night of hard work, I'm starving? Boss, 5 meat buns, please. A few fried dough sticks, 4 tea eggs, and 2 bowls of soy milk pudding. Salty, please. Su Xiaoxiao was also starving. Looking at the freshly baked meat buns, she began to swallow her saliva. Lin Fan shook his head helplessly at her fierce gaze. Xiaoxiao, eat quickly if you're hungry. We'll ask for more if you're still hungry. With Lin Fan's command to start, Su Xiaoxiao no longer held back. He had a big meat bun in each hand, stuffing his mouth full as if he hadn't eaten for 3 days. 10 minutes later, the two leaned back in their chairs with satisfied expressions, rubbing their round little bellies, looked at each other, and chuckled foolishly. Uncle, having big meat buns for breakfast is something I never would have dared to dream of before. It's so satisfying. Lin Fan was taken aback. 1 meat bun was enough? That was too low a demand. He couldn't help but wonder what kind of hardship this girl had endured in the past. Xiaoxiao, what did you guys eat before? Su Xiaoxio's face darkened, and she gently shook her head. Uncle, I've only been with the Spiritual Girls Club for a week, I'm at the very bottom, so there's practically no food, I'm just starving. Lin Fan was instantly stunned. A week? Entirely by starvation? That level of endurance is unparalleled? Su Xiaoxiao paused, a hint of embarrassment appearing on her face. If we were really starving, we'd fly to get some leftovers from roadside stalls. The best time was when a smurf flew me around and gave me a vegetable pancake. Uncle, you have no idea how delicious those vegetable pancakes were? Just thinking about them makes my mouth water. Lin Fan secretly shook his head. This young woman's life was a bit too hard. Alright, we've had breakfast, let's go get a SIM card. Upon hearing about getting a SIM card, Su Xiaoxio's eyes lit up again. The iPhone 16 Pro Max had been stuck in the Mariana Trench for a while now. Such a good phone, yet it still didn't have a SIM card, which made Su Xiaoxiao very anxious. Uncle, really? Going to get a SIM card? I can finally use my iPhone 16 Pro Max. Uncle, you have no idea, in our group of young, trendy girls, the best phone is the Smurfs iPhone 11. You have no idea how envious I was when I first saw it. Now that's great, I'm about to use the 16 Pro Max, it's almost unbelievable. Seeing Suzuyoxio's excited, gesticulating manner, Lin Fan's lips also curled up slightly. Getting a SIM card was much easier, it only took a few minutes to get it ready. Su Xiaoxiao took the SIM card with slightly trembling hands, and as if by magic, pulled her phone out of her chest and carefully installed the SIM card. Once the phone was turned on, Su Xiaoxiao could no longer contain her joy. She pounced on Lin Fan like a koala, hugging his neck tightly, and pressed her soft red lips against his without hesitation. Uncle, I'm yours for life. I'll be yours no matter what. As soon as he finished speaking, the mobile phone shop owner suddenly looked up, his eyes filled with envy, jealousy, and hatred, making Lin Fan feel a little embarrassed. He gently patted Suzuyoxio's head. Nuan, come down quickly, there are other people here. As a new generation of spiritual young women, when has Su Xiaoxiao ever cared about what others think? Uncle, could you please get a new phone case? This phone case is absolutely awful, it's such a waste of such a good phone. Go ahead, pick whatever you like, I'll let you buy as much as you want today. Yay, long live uncle. Su Xiaoxiao finally got off Lin Fan and headed straight for the phone case section to carefully select one. The mobile phone shop owner quickly walked up to Lin Fan and nudged his arm. Bro, where did you find such a gem? Teach me. Lin Fan looked him up and down, then gently shook his head. Brother, there's really no secret to it, it's mainly all about this face. The mobile phone shop owner was stunned, stared at Lin Fan for a few seconds, and finally shook his head helplessly. Sigh, looks like I have no chance. In just a short while, Su Xiaoxiao returned with 3 phone cases in her hands. Uncle, I'm overwhelmed by all the choices. Can you help me see which of these 3 looks best? Lin Fan had no idea about any of this. He glanced at the 3 cute phone cases and simply waved his hand dismissively. Kids make choices, adults want it all. Su Xiaoxiao was completely won over by Lin Fan's generosity today. She was tired of saying thank you, and she made up her mind that she must repay Lin Fan properly tonight. After buying the phone case, Su Xiaoxiao also picked out 2 colorful phone straps, hanging her phone around her neck like a precious treasure. Uncle, how about it? From today onwards, I'm the most stylish young woman on this street, with an iPhone 16 Pro Max. Let's see who dares to challenge me. Su Xiaoxiao clung to Lin Fan's arm, chin held high, looking like she was about to show off to her friends. Lin Fan was reluctant to let her go. After all, Su Xiaoxiao was now his ATM, and in just this short time, she had brought him several hundred yuan in income. Xiaoxiao, didn't you want to get milk tea and buy clothes? Go find your girlfriends after you're done shopping. Right, uncle, I almost forgot. Let's go buy a Mingzu ice cream first. I want to take a picture and post it on WeChat Moments to show off. Su Xiaoxiao, holding Lin Fan's hand, skillfully navigated through a small alley and arrived at a Mingzu ice cream shop. Uncle, look, aren't those Xiao Lan and the others? Su Xiaoxiao pointed at the group of energetic young women at the shop entrance and shouted excitedly. Lin Fan looked closely and, lo and behold, it really was them. He could no longer suppress the smile on his face and rubbed his hands together excitedly. So many hot girls, come and take me down. Su Xiaoxiao let go of Lin Fan's arm and ran excitedly towards the group. Sister Lan? Milk candy? Socialite Ting? I'm here. Hearing Suzuyoxio's call, the group of young women paused in their actions and turned around in unison. White Tiger, what are you doing here? Yay, White Tiger, I thought you'd run into a really awful old man and were going to retire. Su Xiaoxiao hurriedly waved her hand. How could that be? Don't worry, everyone. I was born a member of the Spiritual Little Sister group, and I'll die a Spiritual Little Sister group. Besides, my uncle doesn't restrict me, so how could I possibly leave the scene? Hearing that Su Xiaoxiao had no intention of leaving the entertainment industry, the group of energetic young women finally regained their enthusiasm, surrounding her and starting to examine the phone on her chest. White Tiger, haven't seen you for 2 days, you've done so well. You're even using an iPhone now. Yeah, this is an iPhone X11. It feels even more high-end than Sister Ian's iPhone 11. Su Xiaoxiao finally had a chance to show off her phone, and her smile was as wide as an AK. Of course, this was a gift from my uncle, an iPhone 16 Pro Max. It cost almost 10,000 yuan when I bought it. Wow, White Tiger, you're really rich now. I've never seen such a great phone before. Amidst the constant compliments, Su Xiaoxiao completely lost herself, standing in the crowd like a radiant queen. It took Su Xiaoxiao a long time to recover. By the way, Sister Lan, what are you all doing here? Xiao Lan chuckled and shook the Mingzu ice cream lemonade in her hand. The girls chipped in to buy a glass of lemonade, and here we are taking pictures to post on social media? By the way, White Tiger, what are you doing here? Su Xiaoxiao proudly raised her head again and pointed to Lin Fan not far away. My uncle just took me to get a SIM card, and I'm thirsty, so I came to buy a milk tea to quench my thirst. His words shocked the young woman. White Tiger, want to buy some milk tea to quench your thirst? What kind of family does that uncle come from? He's practically a god. White Tiger, can we borrow old dangs to boil a bit? We don't ask for much, just a bubble tea will do. Su Xiaoxiao was overjoyed. She had only been a member of the spiritual little sister group for a week, but thanks to Lin Fan, her status in the community was now even surpassing that of Xiaolan. Well, I need to ask my uncle. As soon as she finished speaking, she walked towards Lin Fan under the expectant gaze of this group of spirited young women. She grabbed Lin Fan's arm and started to act coquettishly. Uncle, my girlfriends also want to drink milk tea, do you think you could? Lin Fan felt like he'd been struck by lightning. He now hopes to have as many young women as possible to seduce him, otherwise, how long would it take to become rich by relying on just Su Xiaoxiao and Xiaolan? Sure, no problem. Before Su Xiaoxiao could finish speaking, Lin Fan readily agreed. Su Xiaoxiao was somewhat surprised by Lin Fan's answer. Uncle, aren't you angry? So many girls, one drink each, that'll cost a lot of money. Lin Fan's smile almost stretched to the back of his head. He muttered to himself, angry? Why would I be angry? I'm overjoyed. I have no grudge against money. Lin Fan pulled Su Xiaoxiao into a tight embrace. Xiaoxiao, those are all your friends. It's just a cup of milk tea, how could uncle not give you that much face? Su Xiaoxiao was instantly moved to tears, wishing she could kneel down and kowtow to Lin Fan right then and there. Uncle, you. Okay, stop being so sentimental, let's go buy milk tea. Lin Fan grabbed Su Xiaoxiao's hand, waved to the group of energetic young women, and strode into the Mingxu ice cream store. Looking at the row of stylish young women right behind him, Lin Fan couldn't suppress the smirk on his face. Please order whatever you like to drink. The sweet little girl named Milk Candy looked on incredulously. Uncle, are you sure? We'll each have a drink, and order whatever we want. Lin Fan nodded. You heard right, order whatever you want to drink. No price limit. Holy crap, this guy is so generous. When will I ever get to play with such an amazing old man? The young women were completely in an uproar, looking at Lin Fan as if he were God. But they were incredibly fast, moving with lightning speed, each one darting towards the bar. Give me a bubble tea. I want mango pomelo sago. Give me an iced Americano, I've never had coffee before. A group of energetic young women surrounded the bar, vying to speak first, afraid that Lin Fan would change his mind. Two young women who received their milk tea first ran out in a flash while the cashier wasn't looking. He had just reached the door when he suddenly realized something was wrong. He turned back, cursing, but there wasn't a trace of shame on his face. Damn, it's a conditioned reflex. I'm so used to flying milk tea that I instinctively want to run. As Lin Fan was paying the bill, he suddenly stumbled and turned back to look at the two of them in disbelief. Holy crap, milk tea can fly. The young woman raised her chin, her face beaming with pride. Everything can fly, a cup of milk tea is just a drizzle. Lin Fan shook his head helplessly. These young women were truly beyond saving. Beautiful lady, please settle the bill. How much is it in total? 11 cups in total, 82 yuan in total, I'll scan your code. Lin Fan handed the payment code to the barcode scanner. Ding, congratulations, host. You've been attacked by 10 psychological girls, completing the hidden mission, 10-person slayer. Reward, a 2-story storefront in Montreal, totaling 800 square meters. Holy crap! Lin Fan exclaimed, his mouth agape in shock. This system is FG amazing? It's a storefront, 2 floors, 800 square meters. Isn't this a guaranteed way to make a fortune? However, the system's surprises didn't stop there. The mechanical voice in his mind showed no sign of stopping. Ding, congratulations, host, for being simultaneously attacked by 10 effeminate women, achieving a 1v10 feat system level increased to LV3. System level increased, title obtained, Emperor of Collapse. The socially marginalized groups care and wealth feedback system LV3 access, daily cashback limit increased to 100,000 yuan. Unlock new feature, lottery. The amount of money the host received from the spiritual young lady that day has reached the system's 10-fold cashback limit, allowing for one chance to win a prize. The current prize pool is silver level, the lowest level. We hope the host will level up quickly to explore the system's multifunctionality. Lin Fan felt overwhelmed by this sudden surprise. His original intention was simply to meet more young, attractive women, and incidentally show off in public to take advantage of the system. Unexpectedly, this turned out to be a lucky accident. Not only did I complete the hidden quest, but my system level also increased. With my credit limit increased to 100,000 yuan, it's like I can spend 10,000 yuan a day. Finally, I don't have to live frugally anymore. Lin Fan couldn't suppress his smile any longer. These young women with dragon and tiger tattoos and brightly colored hair were practically his treasure trove, his personal ATM. Half an hour later, Su Xiaoxiao finally finished the cup of milk tea in her hand. Sisters, I'm going shopping for clothes with my uncle. I'll come find you guys later. She naturally linked her arm with Lin Fan's. Let's go, uncle. Finally, we can buy new battle gear. Later, I'm definitely going to wear my new clothes and cause a huge ruckus. Lin Fan curled his lip. As expected of the spirited young lady, even though she's just entered the scene, she's already got that street-style energy ingrained in her bones. Led by Su Xiaoxiao, the two of them made their way through a maze of turns and entered the oldest clothing wholesale market in Mengchang. If Su Xiaoxiao hadn't brought him here, Lin Fan would have seemed to have completely forgotten about this place. His memories of this place are still from his childhood. As for the quality and price of the clothes here, he has long forgotten them. Xiaoxiao, are you sure you want to buy it here? Or should I take you to a specialty store? Upon hearing that they were going to a specialty store, Su Xiao immediately shook her head vigorously. No way, no way. Clothes from these stores are nowhere near as impressive as those from the boutiques. Uncle, you might not know this, but all of us young men and women buy our battle gear here. Don't let the shabby appearance of these shops fool you. The clothes here are impeccably dressed, durable, stylish, and most importantly, cheap. As she spoke, Su Xiao stopped in front of a store called Trendy Girl. Uncle, this is it? We bought all our battle robes here. The clothes underneath are all so nice. As she spoke, she pulled Lin Fan's arm and led him into the store. Boss lady, have you got any new battle outfits lately? Yes. New arrivals just got here yesterday. Perfect for you young ladies. You'll definitely turn heads and be the most stylish person on the block. Lin Fan never expected that the plump, smiling middle-aged woman in front of him would spout such nonsense about young women. He couldn't help but feel a little curious about the shop. Su Xiao's shout not only attracted the attention of the proprietress, but also drew the attention of two customers in the store. One of the girls had bright green long hair and two large, eye-catching floral tattoos on her arms. But what really caught people's attention wasn't any of that, it was the enormous butterfly tattoo on her chest. Oh, who did we think it was? It's just White Tiger. You've only been with the spirited little sister group a few days, and you've already hooked up with old Deng? Pretty fast. Before Su Xiao could speak, another energetic young woman immediately chimed in. Butterfly, you're calling her a spiritual girl? All white skin, no skin at all, and her hair is all frizzy black. It's an embarrassment to us spiritual girls. Of course, if she had our skin tone and hair color, how could she possibly look like this old hag, dressed in cheap clothes? She looks like she's broke. The two of them were singing in unison, which really infuriated Su Xiao. Damn it, Butterfly, you can say whatever you want to me, but dare to talk about my uncle? I'll tear your mouth apart today. As it spoke, it lunged at the two of them, baring its teeth and claws. The three of them instantly started fighting. Although Su Xiao was much taller than the other two, it was still a 1vs2 situation, and she quickly found herself at a disadvantage. This broke Lin Fan's heart. No matter what, Su Xiao was his woman. Although he didn't want to hit a woman, but just as Lin Fan was about to join the battle, a furious roar suddenly rang out behind him. Damn it, Butterfly, you dare bully my people on my turf? Today I'll make sure you walk in and leave lying down. Sisters, charge. With a loud shout from Xiaolan, the 8 energetic young women behind her swarmed forward. Having just drunk Lin Fan's milk tea, it's time for me to show off. With the addition of these 8 people, the battle situation instantly turned around. Butterfly and the other girl, seeing that things were not going well, turned tail and ran. How could Su Xiao let such a good opportunity slip by? She stretched out her hand, trying to stop the two of them. With only a 2-second delay, reinforcements arrived smoothly, and the battle instantly turned one-sided. Xiaolan surveyed the battlefield with great interest, gently nudging Lin Fan's arm with her elbow. Uncle, how was it? Did you arrive just in time? Lin Fan nodded and gave a thumbs up. Not bad, worthy of praise. But why are you all here? Xiaolan blushed, lowered her eyes, and dared not meet Lin Fan's gaze. What do we do? What do we do? Are we supposed to tell the old man we're here to rip off his clothes? That's just too unsavory. Her eyes darted around, and a mischievous smile curled at the corner of her lips. Uncle, you're allowed to buy clothes for the White Tiger, but does that mean we can't buy clothes for ourselves? But, Uncle, we intervened in time to protect the White Tiger for you. Aren't you going to do something for us? Upon hearing this, Lin Fan beamed with joy. Here she comes? Little Blue never disappoints. This is the real spirited girl. Come on. Shoot me as hard as you can. I can take it. Lin Fan's lips curled into a smile, revealing an expression of great interest. Oh, is that so? Okay then, what do you want? Xiaolan was surprised that Lin Fan was so perceptive, her eyes sparkled. Uncle, we don't ask for much, just buy each of us a piece of clothing. 1 outfit per person? Before the upgrade, I might have to think about it carefully. But the current limit is 100,000 yuan, what's the point of even considering it? I can only say, Little Blue, you're no good either, you're not getting enough kills. As Xiaolan spoke, she observed Lin Fan's changing expression. Seeing Lin Fan frown, her heart tightened. Looks like this old man isn't so easy to deal with after all. Uncle, we don't actually need one each. Just buy me a set, and we can take turns wearing them. Upon hearing this, Lin Fan immediately became displeased. He could tell the difference between one piece of clothing and a full set of clothes. That won't do. Old Deng, we've helped you so much, we didn't even get a good night's sleep or eat breakfast this morning, just standing up for you, and now we've saved White Tiger, and you stingy old Deng, you won't even spend a penny on your clothes. Lin Fan's temper flared instantly when he was scolded to his face by a mere young girl. Slapdash. He slapped Xiaolan hard on the bottom. I haven't finished speaking yet. What are you yelling about? My original intention was 1 item per person, but since you're not happy about it, then. Little Blue felt a pain in its bottom and turned its head sharply. She was just about to lose her temper when Lin Fan's words completely extinguished her arrogant arrogance. She grabbed Lin Fan's arm. Uncle, look, this is a misunderstanding. Why didn't you say so sooner? Or, why don't you slap me a few more times to vent your anger? As she spoke, she stuck out her shapely buttocks and patted them lightly twice with her right hand. Lin Fan quickly averted his gaze. These energetic young women, to be honest, were quite good at having fun, which made him feel a surge of anger. Enough with the nonsense, I mean what I say. And tell your men to stop, or someone might die. Xiao Lan chuckled and gave him a charming glance. Uncle, are you sure you don't want to try it out? This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. All right, stop it. If you keep fighting and someone gets killed, I won't be responsible. Seeing that Lin Fan hadn't made a move, Xiao Lan couldn't help but purse her lips before speaking up to stop the farce. When the eldest sister spoke, the group of energetic young women stopped. Butterfly, you're lucky. If Sister Lan hadn't spoken up, I would have torn you to pieces. Su Xiao looked indignant, kicking Butterfly twice as she spoke, before slowly walking to Lin Fan's side and grabbing his arm. Lin Fan glanced at the two people lying on the ground. Their miserable state was even worse than Wang Ting's that morning. Her clothes were all torn into strips, her pale body completely exposed to Lin Fan. Hiss, don't be fooled by her multicolored skin, she's actually quite fair and delicate. Slurp. However, Lin Fan had no interest in such rune mages. As I said before, she's incredibly young, and incredibly toxic. The two women stood up, clutching their chests. Although their bodies were covered in bruises, they seemed to feel no pain at all. Smuff, you son of a BCH, how dare you hit me? I'm not finished with you. The butterfly was fine until it spoke, and then everyone realized something was wrong. Dash. A group of energetic young women burst out laughing. Sometime during the day, the butterfly lost a front tooth, and now when it speaks, its voice is not only hollow but also leaks air. The butterfly noticed something was wrong. As soon as it opened its mouth to speak, a cool breeze entered its mouth. Damn it, my teeth. You Smuff, I'm going to kill you. Xiao Lan raised an eyebrow and gestured with her chin. Butterfly, what's wrong? Still not convinced? Or? Butterfly glanced at the menacing crowd and couldn't help but shiver. Ignoring the fact that her clothes were now tattered rags, she dashed out through the side door. Smuff, you better not walk alone at night, or I'll definitely sell you to a brothel. Idiot, anyone can say harsh words. Xiao Lan was completely unfazed by her threat and smiled at her friend. Thank you all for your hard work, but I have some good news too. The uncle just promised me, in consideration of our help, everyone will get a gift. Xiao Lan accepted the expectant gazes of her sisters with a look of enjoyment, and only after a few seconds did she slowly utter the second half of her sentence. Today, everyone will have a piece of clothing. Wow, one for each person, that's so generous. Hurry, I want to choose first. I'm so envious of White Tiger, he got such a top-tier old man. Uncle, can I fawn over you and be your minion? The young women were completely stunned by Lin Fan's extravagant spending. First, they gave Su Xiao a phone, then they each had a cup of milk tea. Now they're even giving each of them a piece of clothing. This is simply extravagant beyond belief, beyond their comprehension. These energetic young women have truly delivered on their emotional needs. Watching them pick out clothes from behind, Lin Fan grinned. They're happy, they earn their own money, so why not? The more of these tools, the better. The clothing store owner's eyes lit up when she heard that each person could have one item. She herself might not even sell 10 items a day. She quickly called over the group of young, energetic girls. As for the fight that had just happened, well, she'd seen plenty of those before. Young lady, your figure is absolutely perfect in these latest cropped shorts. Hey pretty girl, that's a designer brand, LV, and it's cheap, only 30 yuan. With the proprietress's enthusiastic introduction, the young women all chose their favorite clothes. One of the purple-haired girls, clutching her designer LV bag tightly, gestured with her chin towards Lin Fan. Uncle, we spent ages picking these out. You're not going to stand us up and not pay, are you? Lin Fan curled his lip. It seemed these girls still didn't understand him enough. It's just a piece of clothing, I don't care. By the way, I'd better get dressed up. You're welcome to come and get dressed up again. The purple-haired girl was taken aback, thinking that Lin Fan had some feelings for her. She gave him a flirtatious wink and nodded slightly. No problem, sir. By the way, I'm free tonight. It can be cold. Lin Fan was stunned, inwardly exclaiming, damn, is love really that simple for this young and trendy girl? All the other girls had finished choosing, but Su Xiao was still undecided. Every time she changed her clothes, she would circle around Lin Fan. Uncle, what do you think of this one? Good. But I think it's a bit too ordinary. I'll try something else. This attempt took half an hour. With the help of a group of energetic young women, Su Xiao finally chose an outfit. It was still a super short shorts and tank top combination, but it was slightly different from what she was wearing. The denim shorts turned white, and the spaghetti strap tank top became a wide strap top. The only thing that remained unchanged was her long, straight, white legs and her slender, exposed waist. Lin Fan nodded. Although the clothes were ordinary, they looked quite stylish on Su Xiao. A surge of lustful desire welled up in his lower abdomen, and Lin Fan quickly regained his composure, suppressing the burning sensation. After taking a closer look, Lin Fan exclaimed once again that Su Xiao's figure was simply amazing. Although 20 years old isn't old, he's really generous in gaining weight wherever he wants. Especially after last night's encounter, her once slightly immature face now carries a touch of charm and allure. Lin Fan grabbed Su Xiao's hand. Come on, Xiao Xiao, uncle will take you to buy some clothes in different styles. Lin Fan drove his Xiaomi U7 straight to Wanda Plaza, unable to contain his excitement. As soon as the car stopped, Lin Fan eagerly pulled Su Xiao Xiao out of the car. After a long while, Lin Fan nodded frantically as he looked at Su Xiao Xiao, who was wearing a stepmother's dress and high heels. Great, damn great. This outfit really shows off my figure perfectly, it's absolutely stunning. Su Xiao Xiao looked at herself in the mirror and frowned slightly. Uncle, this outfit is indeed beautiful, but do I still look like a young, trendy girl in it? Doesn't it make me look like a socialite? Lin Fan's eyes widened in disbelief. If this were a KTV, he would have wanted to go to the fitting room and change his clothes. He swallowed hard and shook his head gently. Xiao Xiao, trust your uncle's judgment. You absolutely have to get this outfit. I like it. Even if you don't wear it out, at home. Su Xiao Xiao instantly understood Lin Fan's meaning. Her cheeks flushed slightly, her eyes filled with allure, and she nodded gently. Since uncle likes it, let's buy this outfit. I'll wear it for uncle every day from now on. But, uncle, don't you think we're missing a few pairs of stockings? Lin Fan was stunned for a moment, not expecting Su Xiao Xiao to have considered things so thoroughly, and nodded frantically. Yes, we still need stockings. Next, Su Xiao Xiao felt as if her Ren and Du meridians had been opened. Uncle, what do you think of these stockings? They have letters on them. Wow, these stockings have a gap in the crotch, but that seems to make them more convenient. Uncle, look at these pairs of underwear. They only have a few strings attached. Do you think they look good? Lin Fan's hands were filled with more and more shopping bags. Because Su Xiaoxiao's dream is to be a nurse, she also owns a nurse's uniform. Besides that, the largest quantities were various stockings, underwear, and even a few sets of JK, high school girl, outfits. Lin Fan's legs are killing him from shopping all day, all he wants now is a good night's sleep. After paying, he grabbed Su Xiaoxiao's hand and rushed to a nearby hotel. I slept straight through from noon until dark. It was almost 8 o'clock when Lin Fan stretched and reluctantly got out of bed. Seeing the clothes scattered on the ground, Lin Fan smiled. That Xiao Xiao, she secretly tried on clothes while I was sleeping, and didn't even bother to put them away. There's not even room to step on the floor. Lin Fan finished dressing and packed the messy clothes into his shopping bag. After all, these clothes were precious and he would need to wear them in the future. Su Xiao Xiao slept very soundly, her cheeks flushed, as she put on her new white shorts and wide-shouldered tank top that she had bought that day. Xiao Xiao, wash it before wearing it. All the girls trying on clothes there are just energetic types. Su Xiao Xiao pouted and gently shook her head. Uncle, this is my new battle outfit. All the girls coming to dinner later are so stylish and energetic, I have to wear it to make a good impression on you. Lin Fan was at a loss. He shook his head helplessly. Since she insisted on wearing it, he would just let her be. At 8 o'clock, the two got into the car and headed towards the most popular pedestrian street in the county. Just as she started the car, Su Xiaoxiao's phone rang. As soon as the call connected, Xiao Yan's loud voice came through the receiver. White Tiger, where are you? Are you going to stand us up? Let me tell you, the ladies have been starving all day, they've been waiting for this meal. If you and uncle don't come, I'm going to yank the covers off your beds. At this moment, Su Xiao felt like she had become a high-ranking member of the spirited young lady group, and a slight smile appeared on her lips. Little Lan, my uncle and I are already in the Xiaomi U7 car. Don't worry, my uncle won't miss your meal. Anyway, the Xiaomi car is going too fast, I'm getting carsick. Without giving Xiao Lan any chance to react, she hung up the phone, then grabbed Lin Fan's arm and looked up. Uncle, do you think I'm now a high-ranking member of the Carefree Young Ladies Club? The kind where if I don't go, they won't even dare to touch their food. Lin Fan affectionately ruffled her hair. What's so special about this? Forget about being a cool girl boss, even if you wanted to be a socialite, I'd support you. Upon hearing the word socialite, Su Xiao shook her head vigorously. That lousy socialite, only a fool would want to be one. How wonderful it would be to be a group of energetic young women, squatting on the curb, sharing a cup of milk tea, 3 straws, and eating the same popsicle. Just thinking about it makes me happy. Su Xiao smiled and suddenly reached out her little hand to draw circles on Lin Fan's chest, speaking in a coquettish tone. Uncle, can I go out and cause a ruckus tomorrow? I haven't been out for 2 days, I really want to go out and have some fun. Lin Fan lifted her chin, a wicked smile playing on his lips. Want to go out and cause a ruckus? Sure, but it depends on how you perform tonight. Upon hearing that she could go out and cause a ruckus, Su Xiao no longer cared about being shy. Don't worry, uncle. Little Blue has lots of video tutorials on her phone. I'll study them carefully later, and you'll definitely be satisfied. While the two were talking, the car had already driven to the vicinity of the pedestrian street. Lin Fan looked at the huge crowd and shook his head helplessly. After finally finding a parking space, they discovered that a beautifully dressed young woman was standing there, refusing to budge an inch no matter how much Lin Fan honked his horn. Lin Fan took a deep breath, barely suppressing his anger, rolled down the car window, and forced a stiff smile. Excuse me, could you move your car a little? I need to park here. Unexpectedly, such a simple sentence completely enraged the other party. Are you FG blind? Can't you see there's someone here? Why are you honking your horn in that junk car? You scared me, are you going to take responsibility? You loser, I found this parking spot first? Get lost, my husband's on his way. Lin Fan was immediately enraged by the barrage of insults. Just as he was about to get out of the car to argue, Su Xiao Xiao in the passenger seat couldn't take it anymore. He shoved open the passenger door, pointed his finger sharply at the woman opposite him. You old hag, you dare insult my man? Who do you think you are? You think you're so great. You're even using your body to reserve a parking space? Why don't I just run you over and kill you? Let me tell you, I'm parking in this spot today, you old scoundrel, get the hell out of here. You look all dressed up, but who knows which bus you're on? It's only because we live in a society governed by law that you're saved, otherwise, you'd be drowned in a pig cage by now. These words seemed to have struck a nerve with the woman, her face flushed red, then darkened, and she trembled with anger. You little BCH, this man could be your father, he's either a mistress or a prostitute, and you still dare to talk about me, you son of a BCH. The girl got angrier and angrier as she spoke, brandishing her designer handbag, ready to tear it apart. But she seemed to have forgotten the high heels she was wearing, and suddenly lost her balance, falling hard onto the curb. Her stockings were torn, and blood was flowing from her knee. She was completely stunned, and for a moment, she forgot to argue or make a scene. Seeing this, Lin Fan saw an opportunity and jumped back into the car, flooring the gas pedal to shove it into the parking space. More and more people gathered around, pointing and whispering about the woman. The woman covered her face tightly, struggled to her feet, and pointed fiercely at Lin Fan and Su Xiao Xiao. Damn it, my man is Brother Long. This isn't over tonight, I'll make sure you two regret it. After saying that, she walked away in her sky-high heels, taking out her phone from her bag. Her tone changed from domineering to sweet and coquettish. Honey, someone's been bullied? My carefully chosen stockings are ruined? You have to stand up for me. Lin Fan didn't take any of this seriously. Although he didn't want to cause trouble, he wasn't afraid of it either. Besides, this is the 21st century, a society governed by the rule of law. The old methods of violence and bloodshed are no longer as effective. Lin Fan pulled Su Xiao Xiao into his arms. Who's this Brother Long? Hearing that name, all your arrogance vanished. Su Xiao Xiao shook her head, still shaken. Uncle, it's not that I don't want to be arrogant, it's just that this old Brother Long is really someone I can't afford to offend. Oh, Lin Fan was startled upon hearing this. Could this Brother Long really be some important figure? But then I thought about it again and realized it was impossible. The woman's pants were clearly standard yoga pants from the outer 5 counties. How could an important person like that style? Who is this Brother Long? He's got the nerve to make even a spirited young lady like you cower. Uncle, do you know about the gold cabinet? Lin Fan nodded. He was quite familiar with the largest KTV in the county, having frequented it many times while entertaining clients. Su Xiao Xiao asked him to nod, and then continued speaking. This Brother Long is the lobby manager of the Golden Treasure, basically the bouncer. He has a dozen or so henchmen under him, and nobody in this county is afraid of him. Upon hearing this, Lin Fan breathed a sigh of relief. I initially thought that Brother Long was either the owner of the gold locker or the owner's son, which would make things complicated. Unexpectedly, he was just a bouncer. Although the young woman was somewhat afraid of him, to Lin Fan, he was no different from a random passerby. Lin Fan breathed a sigh of relief and tightened his grip on Su Xiao Xiao's arm. Forget about Brother Long and Brother Snake, we don't need to worry about them with Uncle here. Let's hurry up and go, Xiao Lan and the others are probably getting impatient. Entrance to the pedestrian street. Xiao Lan, along with her 8 spirited young women, had been waiting impatiently. They stood on tiptoe, peering around with eager eyes. It's been almost half an hour. Why haven't White Tiger and Uncle arrived yet? Milk Candy gently poked Little Blue's arm. Sister Lan, I hope White Tiger and that old Dang won't stand us up. No way, old Dang should be pretty resilient. Xiao Lan lowered her eyes slightly, pondered for a long time, and then beckoned the group of energetic young women to her side. Sisters, let's go easy on him tonight. If we push that old man too far, things could get complicated later. If Lin Fan heard this, he'd probably just fly into a rage and die. He was counting on this energetic young woman to give him a good beating. Without keeping the group of young women waiting any longer, a few minutes later, Su Xiao Xiao appeared before them, arm in arm with Lin Fan. Little Blue and the Earthworm were the first to rush forward. The Earthworm grabbed Lin Fan's hand, its expression one of utter contempt. Uncle, you've finally arrived. You must be tired from the journey. Does your back hurt? Would you like me to give you a massage? Looking at the Earthworm's fawning expression, Lin Fan felt a wave of nausea and abruptly pulled his hand back. Hey Earthworm, do you have some kind of fetish? I don't like being a shit-stirring worm. The Earthworm was not angry but rather pleased, its old face almost curled up into a chrysanthemum. Uncle, if you don't mind, I can do it too. Lin Fan instantly felt he couldn't take it anymore. He never expected this guy to have such a heavy taste. He raised his foot and kicked him hard in the butt. Get as far away from me as possible? The sight of you makes me want to vomit? But these young men have skin as thick as a city wall. How could they give up clinging to a powerful figure just because of one kick? She jogged back to Lin Fan's side and whispered mysteriously in his ear. Uncle, if you're interested in any of these energetic young women, just let me know, and they'll be right in front of you within 5 minutes. Lin Fan glanced at the group of girls. They were all undeniably beautiful, with fair and delicate skin, but Lin Fan knew that the more spirited they were, the more dangerous they were. Okay, if I need it, I'll definitely tell you. On the other side, Su Xiao had also finished exchanging pleasantries with the group of girls. Lin Fan waved his hand, and a large group of people marched towards the pedestrian street. Although the pedestrian street is relatively new, it's incredibly crowded. Lin Fan felt like he was about to be squeezed flat. But, it's painful yet pleasurable, there's just too much beautiful woman on the pedestrian street. From trendy young women and socialites to yoga pants from the 5 outer counties, from old Indian turtle doves to ordinary office workers and respectable women, there's something for everyone, and the scenery is breathtaking. These energetic young women also started a shopping spree, but they didn't forget Xiao Ian's instructions. Boss, give me an order of takoyaki, 6 skewers, 1 for each of us. Boss, a cup of beat-up orange, 3 straws, please. Boss, 1 order of stinky tofu, and a bunch of skewers, please. Then Lin Fan witnessed a scene he would never forget. A group of energetic young women, each with a bamboo skewer in hand, 5 or 6 of them gathered around a snack, eating with great relish. Lin Fan admired the girl who sold the oranges with a stick the most. That small plastic bottle bore a burden that its age shouldn't have to bear. 3 root canals were inserted into the plastic bottle at the same time, and the 3 energetic young women rushed over to taste this hard-won delicacy together. Lin Fan was dumbfounded. I came here to have you shoot me, and this is the last thing you did. He turned to look at Su Xiao, hoping she could help persuade the group of girls. But as soon as he turned around, he saw the eager look in Su Xiao's eyes. The roasted chicken leg in her hand no longer seemed so appealing, and she looked at the group of girls with longing in her eyes. Uncle, can I? As he spoke, he pointed at Xiao Lan and the others. Lin Fan sighed softly and waved his hand weakly. Go ahead, go ahead. Yay, long live uncle. Seeing this out-of-control scene, Lin Fan was completely helpless. At this rate, he probably wouldn't be able to get the 100,000 yuan cash back from the system by dawn. Uncle, can I have a chicken leg? My stomach is growling. The earthworm stared longingly at Lin Fan, its eyes filled with desire for food. Get lost? If you want to eat, go rob those young girls. How much you can take is up to you. As for what you bought, sorry, I don't have the money. The system's cashback is only for the spirited young women, not the spirited young men. Lin Fan wouldn't spend a single penny on that. The earthworm instantly turned into a bitter face. It looked at Lin Fan, then at the group of energetic young women, sighed helplessly, and suddenly darted towards them. Have some mercy on me, leave me a bite. Wow, these takoyaki smell amazing. And this stinky tofu smells so good, it's stinky but also stinky. A group of people spent an hour wandering around the pedestrian street. I walked a lot, but didn't spend much money. I only spent about 100 yuan in half an hour. For the first time, Lin Fan felt the frustration of having money but not being able to spend it, and he couldn't help but feel anxious. Damn it, are these young women out of their minds? I practically offered myself up to be shot, and this is what they do. Lin Fan knew it was time for him to make a move, otherwise he might miss out on the 100,000 cashback from the system. He grabbed Xiao Lan and raised an eyebrow. Have you had enough fun? Time to go eat. Xiao Lan was taken aback, and Su Xiao also looked up, staring at Lin Fan with a puzzled expression. Uncle, are we not going to eat anymore? Are there going to be 2 more rounds? Xiao Lan felt her breathing become rapid. She never expected that Lin Fan, this old man, would be so resilient. She quickly covered Su Xiao's mouth. Uncle, we've had enough fun. Let's go eat. Where do you want to eat? We're leaving now. Lin Fan glanced at the system and found that his spending today was only 3,100 yuan, and most of that 3,100 yuan was spent on clothes that Su Xiao bought at Wanda Plaza. So, there's still a 6,900 credit limit left? Lin Fan was puzzled. Was spending 6,900 yuan on a meal a bit too extravagant for this group of energetic young women? Who cares? As long as I get the money back, everything will be fine. He took his phone out of his pocket, found a number, and dialed it. Hello, is this the Tianmeng Hotel? Please reserve a table for me, 12 people. The group of young women were instantly stunned. They had assumed Lin Fan would take them to eat barbecue, or at one of those roadside stalls. Despite all my careful planning, I never expected that the meal he mentioned would be at the Tianmeng Hotel, the most upscale hotel in the entire county. That's Tianmeng? Even if they just wanted to take a picture at the entrance, the security guards would kick them out. These energetic young women never imagined that they would actually be able to have a meal there in their lifetime. Xiao Lan opened her mouth wide, her eyes widened, and she looked utterly incredulous. Uncle, are you sure you want to take us to Tianmeng? Is it the Tianmeng I imagined? All the young women stood up and surrounded Lin Fan, looking at him expectantly. Lin Fan didn't keep him in suspense, nodding with a confident expression. If I remember correctly, there's only one Tianmeng clinic in our county. Upon receiving Lin Fan's affirmative answer, all the young female fans erupted in cheers like a tidal wave. I can actually go to Tianmeng. Tell me, this isn't a dream, it's real. I'm going to make a phone call. I'm going to tell my mom that her daughter has made something of herself and can afford to eat at Tianmeng restaurant now. Unlike the other energetic young women, Su Xiao was far less excited. She nervously tugged at Lin Fan's sleeve. Uncle, Tianmeng must be very expensive, at least several hundred yuan. Lin Fan nodded seriously. Pretty much. It's normal for a dish to cost several hundred yuan, but those green vegetables should be cheaper, only a few dozen yuan. Suzuxio's face turned pale instantly. She had originally planned to eat a meal that would cost several hundred yuan in a hurry, but she never expected that a single dish would cost several hundred yuan. Her body trembled slightly. Uncle, how about we go somewhere else? This hotel is too expensive for us. Lin Fan didn't care about anything else, he only cared about whether he could get the system's cash back. He smiled and waved his hand dismissively. Let's go, what's unworthy of us? Let's set off to Tianmeng. Amidst the cheers of the energetic young woman, Lin Fan pulled Su Xiaoxiao into his arms and strode towards his flashy green car. Even from a distance, Lin Fan noticed something was amiss. Several young men in white shirts were suspiciously circling their car. Brother Long, this is a Xiaomi U7. Are we really going to smash it? This car isn't cheap. Are the people who can afford to drive this kind of car really people we can afford to offend? The brother Long they were talking about, with a cigarette dangling from his lips, couldn't help but twitch. According to my girlfriend, she was a young, eccentric woman who, along with an old man, harassed her. I was looking for revenge, but it turned out to be a brand new Xiaomi U7. He glared fiercely at the woman in front of him who was acting cute and coquettish. This is the beat-up electric bike you were talking about. The woman still didn't see anything wrong and nodded firmly. This is this piece of junk. Honey, you better smash it for me right now and give me a good venting of my anger. She looked up and saw that Brother Long's face was alternating between white and black. Brother Long, you're not chickening out, are you? Sigh. I thought you were a man of guts, but I never expected. Brother Long was completely put on the spot by this green TBCH. He couldn't decide whether to smash it or not. Damn it. Brother Long cursed under his breath, and suddenly raised his hand. Smash it for me? Who did I think it was? It's Xiao Long? So you're the one who wanted to smash my car. Lin Fan appeared behind Brother Long without anyone noticing, a dangerous glint in his eyes as he stared intently at him. Brother Long suddenly turned around and saw Lin Fan's gloomy face. Brother Long was very familiar with Lin Fan's face. Lin Fan was a big customer of the gold locker, spending tens of thousands of dollars every time he went there, never holding back. His legs went weak, but he forced himself to hurry forward. Brother Fan, I really didn't know this was your car. If I had known, I wouldn't have dared to smash it even if you gave me 1,000 lives. Snort. Lin Fan snorted coldly, shoved him aside, glared at the flamboyantly dressed woman, and strode towards the flashy green car. After looking around and finding no damage, I breathed a sigh of relief. Little dragon. Seeing that Lin Fan was ignoring him, Brother Long still suppressed his dissatisfaction and jogged forward. Brother Fan, I was wrong. You can hit me or kill me, I will never resist. Lin Fan glanced at his spineless appearance, waved his hand, and shooed him away like a fly. Get out of here. Get out of my way. Brother Long thanked him repeatedly and turned to leave. The moment he turned around, Brother Long's eyes turned icy cold, and his face twisted completely. Damn it! You made me look bad in front of my girl. I'll kill you. Kill you. The woman's eyes flashed with a strange light. That's a real man. This kind of man shouldn't be allowed to fall into the hands of that sexy girl. He should be mine. Lin Fan knew nothing about any of this. He opened the car door and climbed inside. Su Xiaoxiao sensed Lin Fan's oppressive aura and didn't dare to say anything. She shrank back and timidly opened the passenger door. Earthworm had been wanting to ride in the Xiaomi U7 for a long time. Unable to contain his desire, he turned around and gave a few instructions to the group of energetic girls before eagerly climbing into the car with Little Blue. Soon, a shocking scene unfolded on the roads of the county town. A Xiaomi U7 led the way, surrounded by 8 9-bit electric scooters with colorful ambient lights and playing various DJ music. Lin Fan was also completely stunned by this scene, and looked back at Xiao Lan and the Earthworm with a puzzled expression. Was this arranged by you? The Earthworm's lips curled into a smile, its face beaming with excitement, and it nodded frantically as if seeking praise. How about it, uncle? That's impressive. That's an aura. Even national leaders don't get to enjoy that. Lin Fan shook his head helplessly. I'll give you 3 seconds to get them to the hell out of here. I don't want to be some kind of spirited young man. The Earthworm's smile froze, and it tilted its head, completely baffled. In his opinion, this was incredibly impressive, and he never expected Lin Fan to dislike it. Reluctantly, he rolled down the car window and shouted loudly at the young woman standing next to the car. Escort mode cancelled? You all go to the Tianmeng Hotel and wait. As soon as he finished speaking, the 8 9-bit electric vehicles accelerated instantly, overtaking Lin Fan's Xiaomi U7 in a flash. Holy crap. Lin Fan was stunned. Although his car wasn't going fast, it was still around 60 miles per hour. How could these electric bikes have so easily overtaken him? Earthworms, can your electric bikes go that fast? Hearing the disbelief in Lin Fan's voice, the Earthworm was thoroughly enjoying itself. Uncle, this is nothing. Our tanks can reach 100 kilometers per hour in their original condition, but these are all modified. They can easily exceed 200 km/h. 200. Lin Fan was completely dumbfounded. Even a regular gasoline car struggles to reach 200 miles per hour, yet this unassuming electric car can easily do so? Lin Fan snapped out of his daze and looked ahead again, but there was no sign of any electric bikes on the road, not even their tail lights. Lin Fan looked shocked, shook his head, and muttered to himself. Holy crap, this isn't an electric car anymore, it's practically a mobile graveyard. But Su Xiao, in the passenger seat, had a bright look in her eyes. Uncle, can I ride an electric scooter? Everyone else has one, and I'm the only one who doesn't. It's so uncool. Although this was a good opportunity to take advantage of the system, he didn't want Su Xiao to lose an arm or a leg. Xiao, you can buy an electric scooter, I don't care how high the price is. But you absolutely can't buy one that goes this fast. But, Uncle, the number 9 electric scooter is our little sister's battle chariot, the others are too. Lin Fan shook his head firmly. No way, you can buy any other electric scooter you want, but this 9 thing? Don't even think about it. Su Xiao pouted, looking unhappy. Okay, alright. A dozen minutes later, the bright green Xiaomi U7 was parked in the parking lot of Tianmeng Hotel. Before Xiaolan and the earthworm even entered the hotel lobby, their jaws dropped in astonishment. Holy crap, is this a hotel? Isn't this a garden? Earthworm, are you blind? Is your garden this big? This is clearly a park. It's not that they were inexperienced, it's just that the Tianmeng Hotel was incredibly luxurious. The hotel is located outside the city limits, situated beside a large lake in a sparsely populated area. The green space in front of the hotel alone covers dozens of acres, and it also features an artificial lake and recreational areas. Su Xiao and Xiaolan hopped around on the grass tirelessly, like 2 free little swallows, without any restraint. The earthworm followed Lin Fan closely, never leaving his side, looking at him with admiration. Uncle Fan, you're absolutely amazing. You scared brother Long away with just 1 sentence, and you even brought us to Tianmeng. You're my idol. Earthworm, where did your tough guy attitude go? Can you stop being so subservient? I still prefer your rebellious self. The earthworm chuckled, showing no sign of restraint. In fact, its fawning expression became even more pronounced. Uncle Fan, what are you saying? Compared to you, I'm nothing but an earthworm. Lin Fan didn't bother arguing with him. He called Su Xiao and Xiaolan back, and led the group towards the hotel lobby. Even from some distance from the entrance of the hall, Lin Fan could hear bursts of arguing. You stinky security guard. We're here to eat, why can't we take pictures? That damn security guard. He's so condescending. Who says we young ladies aren't allowed to eat here? The security guard, who was in his 30s, held his head high and seemed too lazy to even look at them. Anyone can brag. And you come here to eat? Do you know the prices? 1 dish here could cost you your lives. Get out of here, or I'll have to take action. Let these young women leave? No way. They stood with their hands on their hips, glaring at the security guard, refusing to budge an inch. You stinking security guard, you're so condescending? Just wait until my uncle and sister White Tiger arrive, then we'll see if you still dare to kick us out. Lin Fan heard the content of their argument clearly, and his pace quickened involuntarily. Lin Fan appeared at the entrance of the lobby, took out a cigarette, and handed it to the security guard. They're here for dinner, let them in. But the security guard didn't appreciate it at all and knocked the cigarette out of Lin Fan's hand. Who do you think you are? You think you can just come here to eat because you say so? I bet you're just putting on a show. Let me tell you, a meal here costs 4 figures. Think about your wallet before you speak. Lin Fan's temper flared instantly. He swung his arm and slapped the security guard hard across the face. Who the hell do you think you are, daring to talk to me like that? What's wrong with a cool girl? I like cool girls. As soon as he finished speaking, all the young women's eyes sparkled, their burning gazes suggesting they wanted to devour Lin Fan alive. Holy crap, that guy is so handsome, I'm totally blown away. When will I ever get to play like that? I'm so envious of White Tiger. The security guard was stunned by the slap. He grabbed the baton behind him and was about to attack. Lin Fan gave him a cold look and pointed to his own head. Come on, hit me hard here. If you dare to keep hitting me, I'll respect you as a real man. The security guard's hand, holding the baton, froze in midair. Seeing Lin Fan's calm demeanor, he was momentarily at a loss for what to do. Ha, coward. Lin Fan snorted coldly, took out his trifold phone from his pocket, found a number, and dialed it. Hey, I'm at your hotel entrance right now, but your security guards are being too thorough, they won't let me in. After finishing speaking, he hung up the phone without waiting for a reply. When Lin Fan was doing business, he would always entertain clients at the Tianmeng Hotel, so he was quite familiar with the hotel staff. Da-da-da. A few minutes later, the crisp sound of high heels clicking on the ground came from afar. Lin Fan, what are you doing? The speaker was a woman around 25 or 26 years old. She's very beautiful, and her figure is absolutely gorgeous. Wearing a suit dress, seductive black stockings, and stiletto heels, she completely outshone the group of girls in tight-fitting clothes. Lin Fan chuckled when he saw her gaze lingering on the young woman. It's nothing. I just got fired from the company, so I've been hanging out in the online community since I've got nothing else to do. The woman rolled her eyes and parted her red lips slightly. You rascal, hurry up and go inside, the peony hall has been reserved for you. After saying that, he gave the security guard a cold glance, his voice icy. Go to the finance department and get your salary settled this month. Go back to where you got it from. Lin Fan felt no sympathy whatsoever. Security guards are the face of a company, and these kinds of guards really can't be kept around. After leading the group of young women into the private room and ordering the food, Lin Fan noticed the woman standing at the door, staring intently at her. Lin Fan pursed his lips, but still stood up and walked out. Are you that free today? I'm just a young man here for lunch, and you've made manager Xia Ran personally stand guard here. Xia Ran reached out and pinched Lin Fan's arm hard. You're so irresponsible? Let's get down to business, you're really divorced. Lin Fan was taken aback. He had just gotten divorced today and hadn't told anyone. Where did she get the news from? How did you know? Seeing his reaction, Xia Ran was quite certain that he was divorced, and she couldn't help but feel a surge of joy. Lin Fan, now that you're divorced, can I pursue you? Lin Fan's pee tightened. He had long since realized that this woman had ill intentions. Every time she came, she would look at him with a lecherous gaze, and she would always come to talk to him for no reason. But it must be said that Xia Ran is truly exceptional. Her looks are even better than Suzaioxio's, and her figure is in no way inferior. Most importantly, her refined demeanor is a complete game-changer compared to Su Xiao. Lin Fan exclaimed in regret, saying that if Xia Ran were a spirited young woman, he would have taken her in without hesitation. But now that I'm bound to the system, I'm destined to be surrounded by all sorts of attractive young women. Looking for a wife now would just be creating more trouble for myself, wouldn't it? Xia Ran, look at me. My career's ruined, I'm divorced, and I'm hanging out with these energetic young girls every day. How come you've lost your taste at such a young age? How could you possibly like me? Xia Ran smiled slightly and gently shook her head. I don't care about all that, and I don't care what others think. I trust my intuition, you're definitely not someone to be underestimated. Lin Fan was taken aback. He hadn't expected this woman's intuition to be so accurate. Since he had already awakened a system, he was definitely the chosen one. Xia Ran, what do you like about me? Can I change it? Xia Ran pouted and stomped her foot hard. Lin Fan, what's wrong with me? In terms of looks, figure, and age, I'm better than your ex-wife who went out to sell herself. Go out and sell yourself. Lin Fan's eyes widened. Sure enough, Xia Ran definitely knew about Wang Ting's past. Xia Ran, you. Xia Ran realized she had said the wrong thing, covered her mouth, and turned to run away into the distance. Lin Fan, I've set my sights on you, and no one can change that. When Lin Fan returned to the private room, most of the dishes had already been served. Surprisingly, none of the young women touched their chopsticks. Instead, they were all drooling over the plates of delicious-looking dishes. Lin Fan sat back down, forcing a smile. Have you finished taking photos and recording videos? The group of girls stared at Lin Fan expectantly, nodding frantically. Let's get started. At Lin Fan's command, 11 pairs of chopsticks shot out like lightning, launching an attack on the king crab and the little green dragon. Lin Fan lost his appetite completely because of Xia Ran's words and started drinking by himself. An hour later, the food on the table was completely devoured. The young women, their bellies bulging, leaned back in their chairs, burping contentedly. All right, it's getting late, let's go. Lin Fan paid at the front desk, and even with his precise control, the meal still cost 100 yuan more than he should have. The moment the payment was successful, the mechanical voice in my mind rang precisely on time. Host detected to have been charged 7,000 yuan by crazy girl, qualified for a tenfold cashback. Reward, 69,000 yuan in cash. Congratulations, host. The amount of money you received from the spiritual young lady has reached the system's tenfold cashback limit. You can participate in a lottery once. Use it. Lin Fan was overjoyed. It's finally here. I'm eager to see what good stuff I can win in this lottery. Use the lottery. Ding. Successful lottery draw. Congratulations, host, you have won an Apple iPhone 17 Pro Max. Lin Fan was stunned. He hadn't expected that even the lowest level silver prize pool would have such amazing prizes. What would happen in the future? A group of people walked out of the hotel lobby. Lin Fan hadn't eaten much food today, but he had drunk quite a bit of alcohol. When the wind blew on him, he suddenly felt dizzy and almost fell over. Lin Fan took out the room key from his pocket and handed it to Su Xiao. Xiao, why don't you stay at the hotel tonight? I'm feeling a bit tired, so I won't go. Su Xiao snatched the room key, a glint of excitement in her eyes. Uncle, since you're not going, can I have Sister Lan come and keep me company? Xiao Lan was also looking forward to it. It was a high-end hotel that cost 300 yuan a night, and she wanted to give it a try. Okay, stay wherever you like. Yay, long live the uncle. After saying that, Su Xiao got on a number 9 electric scooter, and a group of energetic young women set off in a grand procession towards the city. Lin Fan struggled to move to the car, opened the passenger door, and got in. I can't sleep, I need to call a designated driver first. Fighting off sleepiness, I pulled out my trifold phone, swiped it haphazardly a few times, and without even checking if it had woken me up, I tossed the phone aside and drifted off to sleep. Boss, is this the designated driver you ordered? A crisp sound rang in my ears. Lin Fan felt like he had just closed his eyes when the designated driver arrived. He was so tired that he didn't even open his eyes, so he just gave a perfunctory reply. The car drove smoothly out of the hotel, and Lin Fan drifted off to sleep. The next day, Lin Fan slowly opened his eyes, not knowing what time it was. Lying naked on my big bed at home, my mind was completely blank. He has no recollection of how he got home last night, or how he entered the house. Phew, anyway, at least I'm home. Lin Fan forced himself to sit up slowly. Holy crap. Lin Fan gasped in surprise, his eyes widening as he stared intently at the women's underwear scattered on the ground. What the hell happened last night? Could it be Su Xiao Xiao? No, wait a minute, while she's certainly older, she doesn't seem that ridiculously big. Lin Fan frowned, staring at the clothes on the ground, completely baffled. You're awake? The hangover soup is ready for you. Wait a moment, I'll bring it to you. Lin Fan stared at the figure, instantly stunned. Xiaoran, nothing happened, right? Xiaoran leaned against the door frame, pointed to the men's shirt she was wearing, and then to the pile of clothes scattered on the ground. What do you think? Then he turned and walked towards the kitchen. Lin Fan's eyes widened when he saw her slightly strange gait. Holy crap, no way. Instantly, the headache and blurred vision disappeared, and I abruptly threw open the thin blanket. The bloodstains on the sheets were particularly glaring. Completion. Lin Fan felt dizzy and fell back onto the bed, taking a long time to recover. Xiaoran carried the hangover soup back to the bedroom, and when she saw the red stain on the bed sheet, a blush spread across her cheeks. Lin Fan, stop pretending to be dead. Drink the hangover soup. Lin Fan closed his eyes tightly, touched his thigh with his fingers, and twisted it hard. Wake up, it's all a dream. Xiaoran looked him over with great interest. Lin Fan, if you don't want to take responsibility, I won't cling to you. I'll just treat it like a mosquito bite and absolutely won't bother you. Lin Fan suddenly sat up. Who do you think you are? Since I did it, I'll definitely admit it. But Xiaoran, I have nothing now, I've lost my job. Wang Ting ran off with all my money? What are you after? Xiaoran stared into Lin Fan's eyes, her tone unusually serious. I'm after you for who you are? Maybe it's a woman's intuition, but from the first moment I saw you, I knew you were the man for me. As she spoke, she pointed to the bright red stain on the bedsheet. That's why I've remained chaste all this time. Otherwise, would you have gotten such a good deal? The men who want to date me could stretch from the east side of the city to the west. Lin Fan shook his head. Xiaoran was far superior to him in terms of looks, family background, and education. He really couldn't understand why she was doing this. He frowned, pondering for a long time. He felt he needed to clarify some things with Xiaoran to avoid any future problems. As for her choice, that's not Lin Fan's business. Thinking of this, he sat up in bed, took the hangover soup from Xiaoran's hand and drank it all in one gulp, then gently patted the edge of the bed. Sit down. There are some things I need to talk to you about. Xiaoran felt uneasy. Although she spoke lightly, she was still a conservative woman at heart, otherwise, she wouldn't have kept her virginity all this time. She pretended not to care and sat down casually. Speak, what is it? After Xiaoran's actions, Lin Fan was at a loss for words. Xiaoran, I'll probably have to deal with sexy girls in the future, and I doubt I'll have few women either. A bitter look flashed in Xiaoran's eyes, but she still nodded. She witnessed Lin Fan giving Su Xiao Xiao the room key yesterday, and after hesitating for a long time, she made her current decision. I know, I saw it all yesterday. You're hooking up with that girl without tattoos, aren't you? Lin Fan was taken aback, but still nodded. Yes, we slept together. Seeing that Lin Fan was so open and honest, without hiding anything, Xiaoran couldn't help but think more highly of him. I like your honesty. Although your life is quite chaotic, you never intended to lie to me? I like that. Lin Fan was completely bewildered by Xiaoran. Is this woman crazy? She's already told the truth, and she still likes it? Likes what? Xiaoran, are you out of your mind with anger? Didn't you understand what I said? I said my life is chaotic, and it will continue to be chaotic. I'll be dealing with all sorts of psychopathic girls, and maybe even sleeping with them. Xiaoran nodded. I heard you. I also have a condition. I want to be big. Holy crap. Lin Fan was completely bewildered by her. The big one? Xiaoran sighed, a bitter smile appearing on her lips. I must have some serious illness to have fallen for a scumbag like you. Just be careful in the future and don't bring your illness home. Lin Fan saw that she was serious and didn't seem to be joking. He sighed and pulled her into his arms. Why bother? A tear slowly rolled down Xiaoran's cheek, but a relaxed smile appeared on her lips. I don't know either. So many people are chasing after me, but I only like you, you scumbag. Just think I'm crazy. Lin Fan slowly lowered his head and kissed her red lips. After a long while, the two of them were panting heavily, and Xiaoran glared at him reproachfully. They kissed without brushing their teeth, and the whole thing reeked of alcohol. Now you're showing disgust? I was completely drunk last night. I don't even know how you managed to kiss me. Xiaoran blushed and gave him a charmingly disdainful look. Lin Fan chuckled, holding Xiaoran's hand tightly, showing no intention of letting go. Xiaoran, I must say your sixth sense is pretty accurate. Let it go, it'll bring you a good life. But let's make this clear, I won't be going to work anymore. Xiaoran froze, turning her head with a puzzled look on her face. Lin Fan, you're not asking me to support you, are you? Actually, it's not impossible. Lin Fan slapped Xiaoran on the butt. What are you thinking? Do you think I'm a gigolo? I can't tell you this, but don't worry, you definitely won't go hungry. As Lin Fan spoke, he opened his mobile banking app and waved his balance of 100,000 yuan and a few hundred yuan in front of Xiaoran. A hint of surprise flashed in Xiaoran's eyes. Hey, Lin Fan, you actually had some hidden money? I thought that poisonous woman Wang Ting had embezzled all your salary. That doesn't make sense either. Your new Xiaomi U7 must have cost at least 20,000 to 30,000 yuan. How could you possibly have saved up that much money on the side? Lin Fan was completely exasperated and rubbed her little head. Dream on. Wang Ting swindled away 2 years' worth of my salary. This is what I've earned recently. As soon as she finished speaking, Xiaoran suddenly stood up, stretched out her hand, and pointed at the tip of his nose. Lin Fan, even if you're poor, I won't look down on you. Just don't do anything illegal. I don't want to become a widow at such a young age. After saying that, she pulled out her iPhone 12, which she had used for several years, and started fiddling with it. Look, I have money. I can support you, but please don't do anything foolish. Lin Fan was utterly shocked when he saw the bank balance in her hand. 300,000. Xiaoran, you've only been working for a few years, how come you've saved so much money? Xiaoran raised her chin, her face full of pride. Aren't you shocked? I'm a little rich girl. I don't spend much money. I buy all my clothes on Pinduoduo. I only have 1 bottle of Dabao cosmetics, and my lipstick cost 10 yuan at a street stall. I only spend about 10 yuan a day on food, so I save all my salary. Lin Fan, if we combine our money and live frugally, it'll be more than enough for us. Please don't do anything illegal. Lin Fan pulled her back into his arms, his face full of heartache. Don't worry, I'm a law-abiding young man. I would never do anything illegal or disorderly. Hearing this, Xiaoran finally breathed a sigh of relief. That's good. By the way, Lin Fan, how about we renovate the house? The current style is too outdated. Don't worry, I'll pay for it. Lin Fan shook his head. No need, this building is too old, and there's no elevator on the 5th floor. Give me some time, and I'll definitely buy you a new apartment. The decorating style is up to you. Xiaoran looked up in surprise, her eyes sparkling. Really? We can own our own new house. Lin Fan nodded, said nothing more, turned around, and took out the brand new Apple 17 Pro Max from his pants pocket. I see your phone is pretty old, why don't you get this one? Xiaoran took the phone, her eyes filled with surprise, but she quickly shook her head. Lin Fan, can we still return this phone? It's worth over 10,000 yuan. That's enough to keep us busy for a long time. Knowing her frugal nature, Lin Fan snatched her old iPhone 12, quickly removed the SIM card, and switched to an iPhone 17 Pro Max. You can't return it now, so just use it without worry. Xiaoran pouted and gave Lin Fan a reproachful look, but the joy in her eyes was undeniable. Thank you, Lin Fan. Lin Fan felt a soft sensation on his lips. Hee, the early bird catches the worm, shouldn't we get down to business? After saying that, Lin Fan turned the tables and took the initiative. No, I still. But Lin Fan didn't care about any of that. He had no memory of what happened last night, and he was going to have to relive it properly this morning. Time flies. Lin Fan pulled Xiaoran into his arms and gave her a light, quick kiss. Now you're saying no, but I'm afraid in a few days you'll be saying no. Stop. Xiaoran's cheeks flushed even redder. She reached out and pinched the soft flesh around his waist, giving it a hard spin. You big pervert, I'm ignoring you. She struggled to her feet, but her legs gave way and she fell back onto the bed. Lin Fan, look what you've done. Lin Fan chuckled, quickly got out of bed, and swept her up in his arms. It's all right, I'm here. Xiaoran wrapped her arms around his neck, her eyes filled with tenderness as she gazed at the man before her, a smile unconsciously playing on her lips. 2 hours later, after Lin Fan's repeated pleas, the two finally walked out of the room hand in hand. Lin Fan, am I dressed too? What's there to be afraid of? I'm wearing underwear, briefs, and safety shorts. Besides, I look great in my shirt. Lin Fan drove his car into the Wanda parking lot with practiced ease. He held Xiaoran's little hand tightly, afraid that she might back out. Today, your mission is to shop. Clothes, shoes, bags, cosmetics, skincare products. Buy them all. Lin Fan, I really don't need it. Pinduoduo is fine. The clothes here are too expensive. Lin Fan didn't care what she said. He only had one thought, his woman should wear the best and use the best. Even without the system's cashback, Lin Fan spent the money willingly. Lin Fan, this dress is too expensive, it costs 1,500. I'll take this one. Beautiful lady, please wrap it up for me. Lin Fan, are you crazy? These stockings cost 2,500? What's the difference between these and the ones I bought for 10 yuan? Put them back. The money's been paid, and it can't be refunded. After shopping with Lin Fan for a while, seeing the increasing number of shopping bags in his hands, Xiaoran felt like the sky was about to fall. Stockings costing over 2,000 yuan a pair, clothes costing several thousand yuan a set, cosmetics and bags costing over 10,000 yuan each. I spent 56,000 yuan in just a short while? Lin Fan, you spendthrift? I scrimped and saved, and all the money I painstakingly saved is gone. Lin Fan shook the trifold book in his hand. Hey, I paid for all of this? I didn't touch a single penny of your dowry. What's yours is mine too. Lin Fan, you old scoundrel, give me my money back. Xiaoran charged at him menacingly, but couldn't bring herself to hit him. She simply gently took his arm. Lin Fan, have you bought enough this time? 4 outfits, 1 for work and 1 for casual wear? We also bought a bag, stockings, and all the cosmetics and skincare products. Should we head back now? Xiaoran was frightened by Lin Fan's spending habits. She clung tightly to his arm, looking at him with pitiful eyes. Lin Fan opened his mobile banking app and saw a balance of 45,000. A smile crept onto his lips. You have enough clothes, but you're missing 2 pairs of high heels. Your shoes look old, they must be years old. Xiaoran nodded, glanced at the shopping bag in Lin Fan's hand, and also felt that her 28.8 high heels from Pinduoduo were indeed not good enough for these clothes. Most importantly, she noticed that the high heels in those stores seemed to cost only a few hundred yuan. She gritted her teeth and figured she could barely afford them. Then it's settled, we'll just buy 1 pair of shoes and leave. Upon hearing this, Lin Fan's lips curled into a mischievous smile. He grabbed her hand and led her into a shop. Afraid that Xiaoran would change her mind, he pressed her down on the sofa and put 2 pairs of shoes of the right size on her feet. Great, these are the 2 pairs I want, beautiful lady, wrap them up, check, please. By the time Xiaoran realized what was happening, Lin Fan had already paid the bill. Sir, your bill is 31,800. We wish you a pleasant life and welcome you to visit us again. Lin Fan, I'm going to kill you. I told you to just buy any pair, and you actually took me to buy Saint Laurent? You BD, give me my money back. Lin Fan moved with lightning speed, suddenly announcing the store's opening. At Xiaoran's pleading and under her angry gaze, he smirked and tore the receipt in his hand to shreds. Oh no, the receipt is gone. Oh no, I can't get a refund this time. Xiaoran watched helplessly as the fragments of the receipt were blown away by the wind, a look of despair on her face, her heart seemingly bleeding madly. Lin Fan, I will never go shopping with you again in my life. The money I painstakingly saved up for a year isn't enough for you to spend in 2 hours. Lin Fan pulled her into his arms and lifted her chin. Woman, the money I earn is for you to spend, not for me to spend on someone else. Xiaoran shook her head violently. That won't do. As he spoke, he shook his brand new Apple 17 Pro Max. If you have too much money to spend, you can transfer it to me. Don't underestimate this small phone, it can hold a few small sums of money. Lin Fan shook his head helplessly at her greedy appearance, but having a thrifty and hard-working woman did save him some trouble. Xiaoran, I see you're all bare-chested. How about I take you to buy some small accessories? Xiaoran was immediately unhappy when she heard that Lin Fan wanted to spend more money. She snatched his phone and carefully held it to her chest. You scoundrel, don't even think about it. Get out of here and go home. Xiaoran grabbed Lin Fan's arm and dragged him towards the underground parking garage. She didn't dare stay there any longer. This wasn't just a shopping mall, it was a den of iniquity. Lin Fan shook his head with a wry smile, but he had already bought most of what he needed to buy, so he didn't continue to provoke Xiaoran and let her pull him towards the garage. Xiaoran's heart finally settled down after Lin Fan started the car. She looked back at the pile of shopping bags on the back seat, her eyes filled with emotion. She wrapped her arms around Lin Fan's arm and rested her head on his broad shoulder. Lin Fan, thank you. Lin Fan smiled, saying nothing more, enjoying the warmth of the moment. Lin Fan, turn right at the next intersection. I'm going back to get some clean clothes. When you're free, we'll move all our things to your place, then I won't have to pay rent. How about that? Seeing the expectant look in her eyes, how could Lin Fan bear to refuse? Good. Xiaoran's parents run a small business in the city and rarely return to the county town, so Xiaoran has to rent a house in the county town to live in. Following Xiaoran's directions, Lin Fan drove the car, making several turns, into the urban village. Lin Fan stared in astonishment at the garbage-strewn, dilapidated houses in the urban village. Little Ranner, you're staying here. Yes. Xiaoran nodded, without a trace of embarrassment in her eyes. A house just needs to shelter you from the wind and rain, what's the difference between this and an apartment building? Lin Fan frowned. He never expected that Xiaoran, a high-level white-collar worker, would live in a garbage-strewn urban village. After getting off the bus, Xiaoran walked through several alleys and stopped in front of a small wooden door. This is it, Mr. Linear, welcome to my former home. Lin Fan bent over and passed through the wooden door. The courtyard wasn't large, but it was spotless, without a single piece of trash, a stark contrast to the alleyway outside. The room, though small, was decorated very warmly. Lin Fan sat on the small sofa and waited for a short while before Xiaoran came out of the bedroom carrying a small suitcase. Let's go, take these first. We can pack the rest when you have time. Lin Fan nodded. It was indeed getting late, and it was impossible to finish cleaning up before dark. Lin Fan took the suitcase, and Xiaoran naturally linked her arm with Lin Fan's as they left the small room where she had lived for 3 years. As soon as they returned to Lin Fan's old house, Xiaoran snatched the shopping bag from Lin Fan's hand, a smile playing on her lips, and excitedly ran into the bedroom. Without keeping Lin Fan waiting long, Xiaoran appeared before him wearing Balenciaga stockings, YSL high heels, and a pencil skirt. Gurgle dash. Lin Fan's eyes widened, and he swallowed hard. Honey, do I look good in this? Lin Fan grinned like a lecherous man, nodding frantically. Great. Great. As he spoke, he rushed towards Xiaoran. Stop, stop, stop. Control yourself, let me change my clothes, then take another look. 1 minute later. The stockings were still the same stockings, and the shoes were still the same shoes, only the pencil skirt had been replaced with a blazer. Lin Fan could no longer control himself. Ignoring Xiaoran's objections, he suddenly picked her up by the waist. You spendthrift old man, stop tearing it. It's over 2,000 yuan. I'll do it myself. The sky outside had completely darkened. Lin Fan stood up and shook his head helplessly. Women, indeed, are so fickle. Xiaoran smiled, completely unconcerned about what Lin Fan was saying. Seeing Lin Fan getting dressed, seemingly about to go out, Xiaoran couldn't help but speak up. Lin Fan, it's so late, are you still planning to go out? Why? Lin Fan nodded. What can I do? I finally got to relax for a day as a single person, and then my wife just showed up at my door. How can I not try? He dressed neatly and gently kissed Xiaoran. You've had a tough day. I'll order you some takeout later, eat something first, don't wait for me. Xiaoran suddenly raised her head and looked at Lin Fan seriously. You're exhausted today, your magazine's empty. Don't go out fooling around, come back early after you're done, I'll be waiting for you. Before she divorced Wang Ting, she would wish she didn't come back for a year so that she could make room for her other man. Hearing Xiaoran's words, Lin Fan felt a surge of warmth in his heart, truly experiencing the comfort of home. I'll be back tonight, but don't wait for me, I'll be back quite late. Xiaoran didn't say much, she straightened the wrinkles in his clothes, and Lin Fan turned and walked out the door. Hey, sir, we're at the billiards hall in the urban village. When are you coming? Lin Fan was taken aback. Another urban village? Wait for me, I'll be right there. Lin Fan stepped on the gas and drove the car smoothly towards the urban village. The streets on both sides of the urban village are much more lively at night than during the day. The roadside stalls were crowded with energetic young men and women, and even many small shops that were not open during the day were now brightly lit. A few scattered pink cottages, though without even a sign, are exceptionally eye-catching. Although Lin Fan didn't understand what kind of business this was, just by looking at the ambiguous lighting, he could guess that there were definitely good things inside. Soon, the billiard hall that Su Xiao had mentioned came into view, its huge sign standing out prominently on this street in the urban village. Uncle, you're finally here. Uncle, you've gotten even more handsome in just one day. Before Lin Fan's car had even stopped, the girl who had been squatting on the curb suddenly stood up and started shouting wildly around the bright green car. Sigh, when you're handsome, you attract attention everywhere you go. It's so frustrating. As soon as Lin Fan got out of the car, 5 energetic young women surrounded him. Uncle, what's the plan for today? Uncle, are you sleepy this late? I know a super cheap hotel nearby, and the bed is super soft. Lin Fan smiled. How could he not know what these young, spirited girls meant? Don't rush, we'll talk about it later. Don't worry, I've got enough money for you guys to throw your weight around. The group of spirited young women chuckled and quickly made way for them. Boss, please come in. One gentleman, please have your hair washed. Lin Fan shook his head helplessly. These girls were simply. As soon as he entered the billiard hall, the group of energetic young women immediately turned their attention to Lin Fan. Su Xiao smiled and jogged over to Lin Fan's side. Uncle, you've finally arrived. I've been waiting for you all day. Lin Fan gently patted her head. What, you missed me after just one day? Su Xiao nodded frantically. Yes, I've missed you so much. I haven't eaten all day. Xiao Lan immediately chimed in. Yes, uncle, we're starving? Aren't you going to offer us something? Lin Fan smiled. This was a resounding success right from the start. Without any hesitation, he took out his phone and transferred 200 yuan to Su Xiao. Go ahead, buy some food to tide you over. Holy crap, uncle, you're being way too generous. 200 yuan could buy you a Western meal. She said that, but her feet moved quickly, and she grabbed Xiao Lan and dashed to the billiards hall. Half an hour later, Su Xiao and Xiao Lan, rubbing their round little bellies, returned to the billiard hall. Uncle, what are your plans for tonight? Lin Fan shook his head, a slight smile playing on his lips. So you're not going to watch me anymore? Shouldn't you show me your energetic young lady's nightlife? Upon hearing this, the earthworm instantly perked up. Uncle Fan, how about we go to a bar? You have no idea, there are so many pretty girls in those bars in the urban village. Lin Fan glared at the earthworm and kicked it in the butt. Are you the appendix? You love to talk so much. Xiao, Xiaolan, you two tell me, where should we go tonight? Xiaolan glanced at Lin Fan, then at the earthworm beside her. Uncle, going to a bar isn't bad, it's just that. Lin Fan was delighted when he heard this. He had already wholeheartedly agreed when Qiu Yin suggested going to a bar. There's no other reason than that bars are so expensive. 10,000 yuan can be gone in no time. Unfortunately, the earthworm isn't a cute young woman. Even if I agreed, there was no cash back. But Xiao Yan's opening remarks were a different story. This was a genuine, energetic young woman. How could Lin Fan hesitate for a second when she spoke? But what? I'll do as you say, we're going to the bar today. Hearing Lin Fan agree, Su Xiao was extremely excited, but a hint of unease appeared on her face. She'd never been to a bar before and wanted to check it out, but Xiao Lan had told her that a bottle of water at a bar cost over 10 yuan, which made her hesitant. Uncle, I heard bars are really expensive? Even with so many of us going, and just one bottle of water per person, it'll cost several hundred yuan. Xiao Lan nodded hurriedly. Yeah, sir, do you have enough money? Don't try to impress us with money beyond your means. We don't want to be washing dishes to pay the bill when we get there. Lin Fan patted Su Xiao's bottom hard, eliciting a soft moan. What are you afraid of? If you want to go, I'll make sure you get there, even if it's a bar, or even if you want to fly to the heavens. Suzuyoxio's eyes still showed trepidation. She opened her mouth, but before she could make a sound, the earthworm covered her mouth. Thank you, Uncle Fan. Uncle, it's getting dark now, how about we? The earthworm's eyes were filled with longing for the bar, and its tone became more urgent. Lin Fan readily agreed. He couldn't wait to spend all 10,000 yuan right now and then hurry home. After all, things are different now. He still has that alluring Xiaoran waiting for him at home, and he doesn't want to waste his time on these young, frivolous girls. He wouldn't have come tonight if it weren't for the 100,000 yuan cashback from the system. As for Su Xiao, well, she's pretty good, but compared to Xiaoran, she seems. A dozen minutes later, led by an earthworm, a group of people wandered through the urban village, eventually stopping in front of an ordinary-looking storefront. Looking at the somewhat dilapidated storefront, Lin Fan felt utterly disappointed. Earthworm, you son of a BCH, this is the bar you were talking about. The earthworm nodded vigorously. Yes, uncle, this is a treasure trove in our urban village, most people don't even know about it. Seeing the earthworm's smug look, Lin Fan couldn't help but want to give it a good beating. Seeing how excited they were, Lin Fan thought it was some high-end bar. Turns out, it's just a small storefront. How long will it take them to spend 10,000 yuan? You want to go to a bar? I should have taken you to the Oscars, it would have been much better than this. As soon as he finished speaking, the earthworm and the group of energetic young women began to shake their heads frantically. Uncle Fan, compared to this place, the Oscars are utter trash. Don't let its unassuming exterior fool you, it's a hidden gem inside. Oh, hearing them say that, Lin Fan also became interested. Then let's go in quickly, I want to see what's different there. Stepping through the unremarkable entrance, there was none of the hustle and bustle of a bar that I had imagined. The store wasn't large, but it was luxuriously decorated, with several genuine leather sofas and a solid wood coffee table laden with all sorts of fruits and snacks. Several young women were sitting on the sofa, constantly taking pictures with their phones. When they sensed someone entering, they jerked their heads up and, upon seeing Lin Fan, stood up abruptly, like ravenous wolves that hadn't eaten for 3 days, their eyes seeming to want to devour him alive. Just as he was about to approach, he saw Su Xiao and Xiaolan standing on either side of Lin Fan. The young women's eyes instantly dimmed. They cursed their bad luck under their breath, then plopped back down on the sofa without even lifting their eyelids. Lin Fan looked at the group with great interest, then leaned down to the earthworm's ear. Hey earthworm, is this a bar or a fried chicken restaurant? Something feels off. The earthworm was used to all of this and waved its hand dismissively. Uncle Fan, they're not for sale, but it's close enough. They're waiting here for Beng Lei Deng. This bar in the urban village attracts countless young women every day, but they're broke and can't really have a good time, so they just wait here. Hopefully, they'll run into a decent old man who can take them out for a good time. After hearing the earthworm's explanation, Lin Fan understood. It turned out that this was worse than selling it. It was a loss-making venture. Lin Fan instantly lost interest in this group of energetic young women and raised an eyebrow at the earthworm. A bar? Are we just going to stand here like this? You see me? The earthworm patted its head, looking annoyed. Uncle, this way please. Lin Fan looked in the direction he was pointing and indeed found a heavy iron gate. Damn, this bar is really well hidden. Just looking at the door, you'd think it was a bank vault. The earthworm chuckled without replying, trotted forward, laboriously opened the door, and gestured for the door to open. Lin Fan smiled and shook his head, then put his arm around Suzuyoxio's slender waist and led the group of energetic young women through the large iron gate. As we walked through a long, narrow passage, the clamorous music grew louder and louder. After turning a corner, a vast space appeared before Lin Fan. Holy crap! Lin Fan was completely stunned by the scene before him, and he finally understood why even Oscar and the others weren't going. Compared to this, the Oscars are utterly worthless. The huge dance floor was filled with long, white legs, and the young girls were dressed in exceptionally refreshing outfits, making Lin Fan's mouth go dry. These are not the key points. What puzzled Lin Fan the most was, where were the men? There were practically no men in this bar. In a typical bar, there are far more wolves than wolves, but here there are plenty of young, tender guys, and you can't even see a wolf in sight. The few men were all seated in booths, surrounded by young women, who were busy groping and making advances. The electronic music made his heart skip a beat, and Lin Fan grabbed the earthworm. Earthworms, why are there so many women here? There are only a few men, and they're all old men. The earthworm wore an expression that said, that's only natural. Uncle, it's not easy for a man to get in here. You need a recommendation from a young, attractive woman, and your pockets have to be bulging. Oh, Lin Fan raised an eyebrow. What does a full wallet mean? Does it mean men have to spend a minimum amount to enter? The earthworm nodded, then shook its head. It's pretty much the same, except here the rule is that, except for young men, all men must use a booth, and the minimum spend for a booth isn't low. Uncle Fan, coming here depends on how much your wallet is bulging. If you can't afford a booth, I can't help you. Lin Fan chuckled lightly, not taking it seriously at all. It was just a booth, even without the system cashback, it was only the cost of a meal. Just as Lin Fan was about to ask something else, a woman wearing a red bodycon dress, black leggings, and sky-high heels swayed as she walked towards him. Holy crap, the earthworm exclaimed, immediately lowering its head and bowing slightly, respectfully greeting, hello, Sister Fire. Those young women, like mice before a cat, all lowered their heads, not daring to breathe. Sister Huo smiled, observing Lin Fan with great interest. Hey sir, you look unfamiliar. Is this your first time here? Faced with her powerful aura, Lin Fan remained calm and nodded without flinching. Yes, I never expected there to be such a treasure trove in an urban village. To Sister Huo's surprise, the man in front of her remained completely calm, and the playful smile on his lips deepened. If you like it, come often. Our bar loves handsome young men like you. Look at this dance floor, all these young ladies and handsome guys, aren't they envious? Lin Fan followed her gaze, a slight smile playing on his lips as he shook his head. What's the point of a bunch of greenhorns? I still prefer Sister Huo. Before the words were even finished, the earthworm was completely dumbfounded. He never expected Lin Fan to be so bold as to dare to flirt with Sister Huo. As for who this Sister Fire is, anyone who frequents bars knows. She is the owner of this bar, and also the underground queen of this urban village. Despite her seemingly kind demeanor, everyone knows how ruthless this woman is. Sister Huo was taken aback, then curled the corners of her lips with interest. You have good taste, buddy. But want to be my man? Heh. Lin Fan chuckled softly, and his hand instinctively rose. Want to be my woman? It's not that simple. Sister Huo wasn't going to waste her breath arguing with him and went straight to the point. Since you're already here, do you even know the rules of this bar? This is my first time here, I don't know anything. Lin Fan's words almost twisted Huo Ji's waist, and her gaze shifted to the earthworm. Little earthworm, is this the person you brought? They don't even know the rules, yet they dare to come in? Do you know the consequences if anything happens? Earthworm's legs went weak, and she almost knelt down before her. She suddenly turned around and grabbed Lin Fan's arm. Uncle Fan, you should have brought enough money? I don't want to be chopped into mincemeat and fed to the dogs. Lin Fan slowly raised his head and carefully examined Sister Huo. I never expected the woman in front of me to be so beautiful, and yet so intimidating to these young men. Just say what the rules are? Why scare the child? Upon hearing Lin Fan speak, the fierce look on Sister Huo's face was instantly replaced by a smile. This change of expression was even faster than the face-changing act in Sichuan opera. Handsome, that's not how it works. I was ignorant, bringing just any Tom, DK, or Harry here. How am I supposed to do business like that? Lin Fan's eyes instantly turned icy cold. Sister Huo, right? We're just here to have some fun. Saying things like that is a bit hurtful. Anything that can be solved with money isn't a problem for me. Come on, tell me, let me see what your fire sister's pattern is. Seeing that Lin Fan wasn't intimidated at all and was directly confronting her head-on, Sister Huo's lips twitched slightly. She didn't know Lin Fan's background, so naturally she didn't dare to offend him easily. Young man, what are you saying? I was just disciplining the younger one, I wouldn't dare challenge you. Actually, the business model of my little shop is very simple, it's just about making money. You can have whatever you want with the booths. Ha, Lin Fan sneered. Just tell me the minimum order amount. Sister Huo didn't know if Lin Fan was just putting on a show or if he really had the ability, but since she was open to do business, she patiently began to explain. Well then, a slightly farther location, a smaller space, but of course, the price will be the cheapest, minimum spend 2,000. When Sister Huo spoke, Lin Fan was completely stunned. Even the most remote and pitifully small border post costs 2,000 yuan. At this price, unless there's a special event, you could book VIP seats at the Oscars? Damn it, no wonder there are so few people. Even though there are plenty of girls, 2,000 yuan is enough for an entire night. What idiot would come here to try their luck? What if they can't take her away? They'd be losing big time. Although she was shocked inside, she maintained a calm expression on her face and gestured for Sister Huo to continue. A hint of apprehension flashed in Sister Huo's eyes. When young people hear this price, they usually just slam the door and leave. The more ambitious ones might choose the 2,000 yuan option and empty their wallets for the lowest end booth. Moreover, most customers who come to the store choose this price range. Higher prices are rare, and certainly not today. Just as Lin Fan thought, who would spend so much money on a young, attractive woman and those tattered yoga pants? Sister Hong paused for a moment, then continued. That area is our VIP seating. The space and location are much better than the side booths, and the price isn't expensive at 5,000. As for going up a notch, that would be our boss card, which is priced a little higher, one bottle of Ace of Spades. Lin Fan snapped his fingers, interrupting Sister Huo. All right, that's it. And another can of Budweiser. Hurry up, I'm getting thirsty after talking to you for so long. Sister Huo's mouth gaped open slightly, her face filled with disbelief. Does the guy mean to order this boss card? Lin Fan nodded. That's it, spacious and comfortable. Sister Huo was surprised that this group of young, energetic girls had actually managed to hook up with such a wealthy young man, and couldn't help but look at Lin Fan with newfound respect. Our shop is small, so we need you to pay first? See. Lin Fan didn't see anything wrong with it and raised an eyebrow. Let's go. Just as Lin Fan was about to lift his leg, he saw Sister Huo take out her phone, open the payment code, and shake it at Lin Fan. No need for that, just scan this. I won't go into the details for you, just give me 10,000 yuan, consider it my apology. Lin Fan's lips curled into a smile. 10,000 was just what he wanted. He could perfectly cash out the system's cashback. Without further ado, he immediately took out his phone, scanned the QR code, and paid 10,000 yuan, which was deposited directly into his account. The moment the payment was received via QR code, the mechanical voice in Lin Fan's mind immediately rang out. Host detected to have been charged 10,000 yuan by crazy girl, qualified for a tenfold cashback. Reward, 100,000 yuan in cash. Congratulations, host. The amount of money you received from the spiritual young lady has reached the system's tenfold cashback limit. You can draw a prize once. Use it now. Lin Fan's smile was like an AK, impossible to suppress, and he couldn't help but sigh inwardly. This bar is a great place. $10,000 gone in just a few minutes, damn fast. The group of young women behind Lin Fan were completely stunned. They always thought Lin Fan was a rich old man who treated them to milk tea and tianmeng, a type of huxia dessert. Seeing this today, it's clear that Lin Fan is far more than he seems. He's the kind of man who wouldn't even blink an eye if it cost him 10,000 yuan. When Sister Huo saw the 10,000 yuan arrive in her account, her smile became even brighter. He beckoned to a scantily clad young woman, whispered a few simple words to her, and then slowly turned around. Excuse me, sir. I have other matters to attend to, so I'll have to leave now. This is Xiao, our store's top salesperson. She'll be at your service tonight. Whatever you need, she can do to meet your needs. After saying that, she winked at Lin Fan, giving him a knowing look. Lin Fan understood what she meant perfectly well. They just want to win you over because they have a few cents in their pockets, hoping you'll spend more money? Lin Fan knew exactly what was going on, but he didn't refuse. After all, he certainly wouldn't let go of a place where money flowed like water. He nodded to Sister Huo, didn't say much, grabbed Su Xiao Xiao, and walked towards the boss seat. Once they reached their designated spot, without Sister Huo's restraint, the group of spirited young women completely let loose. Holy crap, this is the legendary boss booth. It's so spacious, even more comfortable than my bed. Is this still a clubbing trip? This is practically a trip to enjoy life. That's not all. The uncle also ordered the ace of spades and a Budweiser can. That's outrageously extravagant. The young women were practically drooling over Lin Fan, and their bodies were subtly drawing them closer to him. Some of the bolder girls have even started groping each other. Lin Fan was stunned, something seemed off about the plot. At other booths, it's all old dang groping, but why is it all different here? Why am I the innocent little rabbit? Su Xiao Xiao desperately shielded Lin Fan behind her, glaring menacingly at the group of young women. What are you doing? Where are you touching? This is my man. If you want another man, go find one yourself. Hey, still touching me? Can't you be a little more reserved? After all, Su Xiao Xiao was alone, and she couldn't withstand the attack of these 8 or 9 young women. Her defenses were quickly and completely overwhelmed. Looking at the 8 or 9 delicate pink hands on his body, Lin Fan completely gave up resisting. Hey, damn it, don't touch me like that. That's my little brother. You'll be responsible if you damage him. Milk Candy flashed her little tiger teeth and winked with a smile. Uncle, you've got quite the figure. How about I take you to get your hair washed? Lin Fan, seeing her lecherous look, knew exactly what she meant. Get lost? You wish? I have no interest in rune mages like you. Milk Candy wouldn't give up so easily. She stuck out her little tongue, which had a tongue piercing, and licked her lips. Uncle, do you think this tongue piercing is pretty? Don't you want to try it on? Lin Fan was completely bewildered by this group of energetic young women. Other people come to bars to pick up girls, but to him, it looked like he was being picked up by girls. Just as the young woman was launching her attack on Lin Fan, several attractive young women dressed in revealing outfits stopped in front of the booth, carrying drinks and fruit platters. The group of young women's eyes were instantly drawn to the bottle of Ace of Spades. At this moment, they couldn't care less about pestering Lin Fan. They were all staring longingly at the dazzling wine bottle. Holy crap, this is the legendary Ace of Spades? I never thought I'd live to see such a divine drink. I heard this bottle costs 88,800. I wonder if drinking a sip will grant immortality, otherwise it's really not worth the price. Xiao, holding the bottle of Ace of Spades, winked at Lin Fan. Sir, would you like the wine opened for you? That's obvious, what's the point of serving the wine if it's not opened? Open them all. With Lin Fan's command, the bartenders moved with exceptional speed, quickly opening all the Ace of Spades and cans of Budweiser and neatly arranging them on the table. Xiao sent the other girls away, then plopped down next to Lin Fan. Boss, she's your woman tonight. She'll do whatever you say, anyone who comes her way. How could Lin Fan not understand what she meant? Looking at her face, figure, and the barely concealed fullness, he couldn't help but swallow hard. Damn, these sexy girls, these club girls, they're so tempting. If you tried to chat them up on the street, they definitely wouldn't pay any attention to you. Lin Fan took a deep breath, suppressing the restlessness in his heart. These bar girls are nothing like those socially awkward girls. Once they latch onto you, they won't stop until they've drained you dry and squeezed out every last penny of your money. Before Lin Fan could even speak, the group of energetic young women suddenly raised their heads and stared at him expectantly. Uncle, can we take a picture of the Ace of Spades and post it on social media? Xiao Lan looked at Lin Fan timidly, her face full of pleading. Take a picture. With Lin Fan's permission, the group of energetic young women no longer held back, quickly pulling out their phones and snapping away at the bottle of Ace of Spades. Lin Fan finally escaped the clutches of these energetic young women, but before he could even breathe a sigh of relief, a pair of soft, boneless little hands crawled onto his chest. Lin Fan glared at Xiao. He spoiled those young, spirited girls because he wanted to make money off them. Who did Xiao think she was? Put your claws away, or I won't hesitate to ruthlessly destroy this flower. Xiao trembled at Lin Fan's cold gaze and instinctively moved her hand away. But how could she give up? Bar girls and psychopathic girls have one thing in common. The young woman hopes to meet a rich old man, so she'll never have to worry about food and drink again. The bar girls, on the other hand, hope that if they get involved with a wealthy boss, they can have another child so that they can live a life of luxury for the rest of their lives. Boss, don't be so fierce. You're here to have fun, right? How about I have a drink with you? As he spoke, he picked up an aluminum can and brought it to his lips. Damn it, I paid for this, and you're still willingly stuffing food into your mouth? Do I owe you something? Lin Fan was immediately displeased. He snatched the beer away and slammed it onto the table. I'm saying it one last time, get the hell out of here. Although Xiao's eyes revealed a hint of resentment, she dared not provoke this misfortune. She gave Lin Fan a resentful glance, then reluctantly left the booth, heading towards the dance floor with several glances back at each step. Although the electronic music still made his heart tremble, Lin Fan was able to have a rare moment of peace without the women around him making unwanted advances. Lin Fan lowered his eyes. To be honest, he didn't like the noisy and chaotic environment of bars, but he had to put up with it in order to make money. Suddenly remembering that he hadn't used the lottery chance he had just won, Lin Fan couldn't help but smile. Tear, I pulled out an iPhone yesterday. I wonder what treasure I'll find today. System, draw a prize. Ding, successful lottery draw. Congratulations, host. You have won Bai Sha and Tiangxia Yaishao. Do you wish to claim them immediately? Lin Fan shook his head in disappointment. He had thought the system's prize pool was full of treasures, but he had only won a pack of cigarettes. Well, something's better than nothing. Just take it out. A cigarette suddenly appeared out of thin air beside Lin Fan. Luckily, the group of young women were all focused on the alcohol. If they had seen this, they would have thought Lin Fan was a god. The group of energetic young women had finished taking photos, and they stood in a straight line, bowing respectfully to Lin Fan. Thank you, uncle. Thank you, boss. Lin Fan was taken aback. What was going on? Were they up to something again? Sure enough, what I feared most came to pass. The earthworm took a step forward, brushed the red hair from its forehead, and wore a confident smile. Uncle Fan, this is my first time sitting on the boss card, and also my first time seeing the Ace of Spades in person. I have no way to repay you, so I can only perform a piece for you. Don't. Lin Fan panicked instantly. He didn't want to die again. Hey earthworms, don't be shy. Ladies, don't be reserved either. Come sit down. Drink if you want, dance if you want, don't hold back. The earthworm shook its head violently. Uncle Fan, no, absolutely not. We can't accept something for nothing. If we drink your wine for free, earthworm, will lose face big time. Come on, girls, let's get this party started. The bar's atmosphere, combined with the upbeat music, is perfect for them to create some excitement. Led by the earthworm, a group of young women were practically flying with their hair flying, and they were all like they had motors installed, their bodies twisting wildly. Lin Fan's old face turned bright red. He covered his forehead, not daring to look up or look, afraid that he would have nightmares that night. Seeing Lin Fan's expression, the earthworm jumped even more energetically. Come on, everyone, show off your talents. Don't hold back, make Uncle Fan happy, and Uncle Fan will treat you to Ace of Spades. Let me try, I'm a talent show host. Before the earthworm could finish speaking, a rune mage whom Lin Fan barely recognized took 2 steps forward, wiggling his hips. Uncle Fan, I've got a real treat for you, the kind you've never seen before. Regardless of whether Lin Fan agreed or not, as soon as she finished speaking, she twisted her waist and jumped up on her own. Lin Fan was instantly stunned. This wasn't some kind of social dance, it was a provocative dance that made Lin Fan's scalp tingle. Holy crap! This young lady is a real hidden gem. If this were a live stream, you wouldn't see her without at least 2 fans. Lin Fan sat back down on the booth sofa. The energetic young woman who had just been dancing gave Su Xiao a resentful look. Lin Fan didn't even bother to glance at the bottles of liquor on the table. He had absolutely no interest in those brandies, whiskeys, champagnes, and other random foreign spirits. If it weren't for the system's cashback offer, he would rather have a bottle of Beijing Urquato, a type of Huxia liquor, than drink any Ace of Spades. He took a sip of mineral water and looked down at the chaotic dancing on the dance floor. Inside the dance floor, the young girls were swaying with incredible energy. The sheer force of their movements made Lin Fan's mouth go dry. Damn, the view from this bar is absolutely amazing. Every single one of them would be a top-tier beauty. Seeing them all piled together is a real treat. Oh, I thought it was some big boss who opened a boss card. Turns out it's that country bumpkin from Beihubang. The strange, grating voice pierced through the noisy electronic music and reached everyone's ears. Lin Fan turned his head sharply, his pupils dilated in shock, and his fists clenched tightly. Su Xiao and Xiao Lan quickly turned around and found Butterfly was hugging a middle-aged man in a suit who was as fat as a ball, acting cute and affectionate. Holy crap! Butterfly, is this the old man you've been ramming? Can your little body handle it? Xiaolan couldn't help but burst out laughing when she saw the man's exaggerated physique. The smile on Butterfly's face gradually disappeared, and her gaze towards the fat man, though filled with disgust, still carried a hint of obvious ingratiation. Godfather, don't take them seriously. They're just a bunch of bumpkins. Of course they don't understand how good you are, and they don't know what it means to feel safe. The fat man smirked, revealing 2 rows of large, yellow teeth, and seemingly oblivious to the crowd around him, he slapped Butterfly's buttocks hard. Whether from pain or from excessive pleasure, the Butterfly's face instantly scrunched up. Godfather, let's go to the hotel later and have some fun, okay? Didn't you come here to vent my anger? Upon hearing this, the fat man reluctantly withdrew his chubby hand and pointed at Lin Fan. Oh, who do we have here? Isn't this the stray dog Lin Fan? What? You found a new master after being fired. Surprisingly, Lin Fan wasn't angry. Instead, a mischievous smile curled at the corner of his lips. Hey, Manager Lu, I didn't expect to run into you here. Looks like you're doing pretty well. Manager Lu sensed the sarcasm in Lin Fan's tone, but instead of getting angry, he laughed. It's all thanks to you. If it weren't for such a perfect scapegoat as you, even if I hadn't been fired, I wouldn't have fared well. But right now, I'm still the head of the business department at Yuan Group, and that position remains unchanged. Lin Fan had worked under him for so many years, so he naturally knew some of his secrets. This fatty Lu is the son-in-law of the boss of Yuan Group. Although he's a complete incompetent, he can still act arrogantly in the company. Seeing that Lin Fan didn't speak for a long time, Manager Lu assumed he had chickened out, and his mouth stretched from ear to ear. My dear daughter told me, was it you who arranged for someone to beat her up? How about this, since we've met, I won't make things difficult for you. Give me this booth, and you can keep these girls. We'll be even, you see. Lin Fan's cold smile deepened as he plopped back down on the sofa, his fingers lightly tapping the table. After a long while, he slowly raised his head, and his fingers, which had been tapping the table, stopped. You, surnamed Lu, you think you're so great? Who the hell do you think you are? You don't deserve to be called one. The group of spirited young women behind Lin Fan, seeing how assertive he was, instantly snapped out of their daze. The older gentleman himself is taking the stage, now it's our chance to shine. Yeah, you fat pig, you're trying to act all high and mighty. Sorry, you're not worthy of my respect. Exactly, with that kind of fat body, what are you pretending for? Manager Lu was actually verbally abused by a group of young, energetic women. When has he ever suffered such humiliation? Lin Fan, are you sure you want to fight me to the bitter end? Do you even deserve to be in Mengchang? SB. Lin Fan cursed under his breath, grabbed the Budweiser can next to him, and smashed it down on the man's head. You keep babbling on and on, like a woman. You're a son-in-law who married into the family. Who do you think you are once you're out of Xingyuan's gates? Lin Fan, you FG dare to hit me? I'll teach you. I'll teach you. You big idiot. What, are you going to fire me? Or beat me up? I'm right here, come on. Lin Fan stood with his feet on the table, a beer bottle in his hand, glaring at him fiercely. Damn it, you're a piece of trash, trying to act tough like everyone else? Do you even deserve it? Manager Lu covered his forehead, his anger surging but with nowhere to vent it. He's no match for Lin Fan in a one-on-one fight. A group fight? Lin Fan was surrounded by 8 or 9 young women, while he only had Butterfly with him. He had no chance of fighting them. The noise successfully alerted the girls on the dance floor. The boss booth was surrounded by layers of girls, who kept pointing and whispering about Lin Fan and Manager Lu. Damn, someone's sitting in the boss seat today? I should have come and made myself known. This boss is so young and handsome, he's totally smitten. Look at that fat pig over there, so fat and pathetic, and he dares to cause trouble? If this were a novel, he wouldn't even survive a single chapter. Manager Liu's face turned as black as the bottom of a pot. Hearing the pointing and whispering of the crowd around him, he was caught in a dilemma, unsure whether to leave or stay. Get out of here, everyone! What are you doing? Causing trouble in my place. Sister Huo's icy voice pierced through the music and clearly reached everyone's ears. The group of girls on the perimeter quickly made way for Sister Huo to enter. Sister Huo glared at Lin Fan with a hint of anger in her eyes. Hey buddy, tell me what happened? You've caused me trouble on your first visit. Lin Fan shrugged, looking relaxed and happy. Sister Huo, I didn't do anything. I was just having a drink and enjoying the scenery. I just don't know whose dog wasn't leashed and ran out to bite people. Seeing that Sister Fire was frowning, the earthworm quickly went closer. Sister Huo. Oh. Sister Huo raised an eyebrow, then suddenly turned her head to look at Manager Lu. So, you're the one who started this trouble. Manager Lu was completely overwhelmed by Sister Huo's powerful aura and hurriedly waved his hand. No, I just. Sister Huo waved to the 2 men in suits behind her. Throw him out? If he ever dares to let him in again, you'll break his legs. Yes, Sister Huo. The 2 men responded, each grabbing one of Manager Liu's arms and dragging him out like a dead pig. UFG Lin Fan, you just wait. Lin Fan shook his head speechlessly at Manager Liu's incompetent roar. He casually picked up a bottle of beer and handed it to Sister Huo. This is our second time meeting. Looks like we're destined to meet. Want a drink? Sister Huo grinned, didn't refuse, took the beer, and brought it to her lips. Tun tun tun. He downed a bottle of beer in one gulp, tossed the bottle aside, and walked away without a word. Lin Fan maintained his mischievous smile, watching Huo Ji's departing figure. Wow, a cool, aloof beauty, interesting. Lu Peng's outburst not only got him kicked out, but also completely exposed Lin Fan. The group of girls on the dance floor, whether they were energetic girls, yoga pants girls, or Indian old doves. At this point, he didn't even have time to shake his head. Holding his phone in one hand and a wine glass in the other, he surrounded Boss Card completely. Boss, is this your first time here? You don't know how interesting the second floor of this bar is? Shall I show you? Hey buddy, going up to the second floor is too tiring. Shall I take you to the restroom to wash your hair? Lin Fan was completely defeated by this group of women. Sure enough, when women get all lustful, men really have nothing on them. Judging from their expressions, it seemed that as long as Lin Fan nodded in agreement, they wouldn't mind broadcasting it live. Lin Fan waved his hands like he was shooing away flies, but it had no effect whatsoever. He was no match for the barrage of attacks from these women. I took out my phone and glanced at the time. 11:55. Lin Fan breathed a sigh of relief. It was almost midnight. The reason I've been staying here is to finish using up tomorrow's quota after midnight so I can take a day off and have a good rest. In the last 5 minutes, Lin Fan's mood improved considerably, and he was no longer so resistant to the girls around him. Hey sir, wanna add me as a friend? I'm great in bed and not clingy. Lin Fan glanced at the woman who had spoken, and his eyes lit up. Not bad, not bad. Look at this outfit, definitely a stylish young lady. This one's a must-have, my personal assistant +1. Sure, let's add each other as friends. I'll try out your skills sometime. The cheerful young woman was practically grinning from ear to ear, and hurriedly opened the QR code for Lin Fan to scan. Once the first one succeeded, the rest simply couldn't be contained. Hey handsome, look at me, I'm 36F. Can I add you on WeChat? Damn, those yoga pants are ripped. No way. Handsome, what about me? I'm versatile, and open to development. Even putty can't cover the wrinkles on my face. No need for that, you old Indian turtle dove. Handsome, what about me? A perfectly respectable housewife, 2-month-old baby, plenty to eat. Damn it, I'm not that cheap. Get lost. Although these women were indeed good-looking and had great figures, they were still far inferior to Xiaoran. Besides, they're not some kind of frivolous young women. They can't bring Li Fan any value. Why bother with them? Ding 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 dash. Lin Fan's phone began to vibrate violently. His alarm for midnight had finally gone off. Lin Fan glanced at the empty wine bottles on the table, then grabbed Xiaolan and pulled her over. Little Blue, the wine's gone. Xiaolan was taken aback at first, then a smile immediately appeared on her lips. She thought to herself, damn, this old dang actually went looking for trouble. Uncle, this ace of spades is so delicious. I've never tasted anything so good before. Could I have another bottle? Lin Fan was overjoyed. It had to be Xiaolan. She was definitely the #1 contributor on his road to wealth. He looked at Xiaolan and raised an eyebrow again. Is one bottle of ace of spades enough? What? Xiaolan was completely dumbfounded. What does this mean? You think I didn't shoot enough? He took a deep breath, his voice trembling slightly. How about 2 bottles? Lin Fan shook his head and glared at her fiercely. Why 2 bottles? I don't have the money. As he spoke, he casually picked up a beer bottle from the table and started playing with it. Oh. Little Blue finally understood what Lin Fan meant. Drinking only ace of spades is really boring. Uncle, how about we order some more beer? Lin Fan nodded with satisfaction and snapped his fingers. Come here, you jerk who's serving the drinks, come here. The young man in the snow-white shirt paused, then pointed to himself. Handsome, are you calling me? Lin Fan nodded. Yes, you. And another bottle of ace of spades, and whatever beer you want, make it a total of 10,000 yuan. Not a penny more, not a penny less. Holy crap. The delivery guy was shocked. He was just passing by, and suddenly a huge order came his way. Even if he were called an idiot, let alone a diaomao, a derogatory term for someone who is shameful or ignorant, he would still feel incredibly sorry for himself. Okay, boss, please wait a moment, I'll go get the wine right away. Damn it, what are you talking about? Get the money first, I'm in a hurry to leave. Okay, sure. Everyone was shocked by Lin Fan's extravagance. They were not unfamiliar with super rich people who could spend tens of thousands of yuan in one night, they had seen it many times. But this was the first time they had ever seen someone like Lin Fan, rushing to pay as if afraid of missing out even a second. The 10,000 yuan was easily spent, and the mechanical voice in my mind sounded precisely on time. Host detected to have been charged 10,000 yuan by crazy girl, qualified for a tenfold cashback. Reward, 100,000 yuan in cash. Congratulations, host. The amount of money you received from the spiritual young lady has reached the system's tenfold cashback limit. You can draw a prize once. Use it now. Let's try it. I'll see what amazing treasures I can get this time. Ding! Successful lottery draw. Congratulations, host. You have won a basic cherry QQ ice cream new energy vehicle. Lin Fan was taken aback, but quickly came to his senses. Won another car? But this little QQ is so small, has such a short range, and the basic model only costs a little over 30,000 yuan. It's really embarrassing to drive it around like this. But something is better than nothing. Lin Fan's lips curled into a smile as he took out his phone and saw the series of messages. A beautiful figure appeared in his mind. It's getting late. Time to go home, my little darling is getting impatient. He opened the package containing the white sand and the sky, took out 2 packets and stuffed them into his pocket, then threw the rest directly to the earthworms. The cigarettes and alcohol are yours? You guys have fun, I'm going home. Holy crap. The earthworm and the group of young women stared wide-eyed at Lin Fan in disbelief. Holy crap, Uncle Fan, these cigarettes and the drinks we just ordered are all ours. Lin Fan nodded, a slight smile playing on his lips. What? Not enough. Enough? Uncle, why don't you pick a young lady to take home? Otherwise, I won't feel at ease. Seeing his smug expression, Lin Fan barely suppressed the urge to beat him to death. I appreciate your kind offer, but I'm a bit tired tonight. Let's do it another time. Just as Lin Fan was about to turn around and leave, he saw Su Xiaoxiu's pitiful look. He stopped and gently lifted her chin. What's wrong? Still not enough. Su Xiaoxiu was taken aback, then shook her head. Uncle, Xiaolan kicked me out? Now that you're gone, I'll be sleeping on the streets. Huh? Why? Little Blue took the earthworms home, and they're howling every night, complaining that I'm interfering with their performance. Lin Fan understood when he heard this, it was indeed a bit awkward for the two of them to do something intimate with a third wheel around. Lin Fan took out his phone and transferred 200 yuan to Su Xiaoxiu. Find a hotel for tonight, and when I have time, I'll take you to rent a place. Thank you, uncle. You're the best. From now on, my door will only be open for you. Su Xiaoxiu's pretty face instantly brightened, and she suddenly stood up, hugging Lin Fan and kissing him passionately. After Lin Fan left, the group of women who had been watching started gossiping. Damn, is this guy burning money? He spent 20,000 yuan but didn't take a woman with him. I think it's not that he doesn't want to bring it, it's that he's not capable. Otherwise, how could he resist my temptation? Hearing the women around her gossiping, Su Xiaoxiu instantly became displeased, slammed her hand on the table, and stood up abruptly. Don't talk nonsense. My uncle's a real expert. He can drill for half an hour straight without stopping. He's been drilling wells professionally for 30 years. I think you're just sour grapes. Lin Fan walked out of the bar and immediately spotted QQ ice cream parked not far away. This thing, though small, is quite good looking. Not bad, not bad. The system is really efficient. It not only gave me a car, but also registered it, which saved me a lot of trouble. He took out his keys and jumped into the car. Damn, this space is really too small, not my cup of tea. Although Lin Fan, who is over 180 centimeters tall, felt a bit cramped inside, he still endured the discomfort and started the car. Who cares? Let's drive home first. The moment the car started, a pair of eyes gleaming coldly appeared at the bar entrance. Damn it, Lin Fan, you didn't give me any face. You've fallen into my hands this time, haven't you? He took out his phone and skillfully dialed a number. Hello, is this the traffic police? I'm reporting someone for drunk driving in a Cherry QQ electric car. The license plate number is. He hung up the phone, a cold smile playing on his lips. 5 years of driving under the influence, and you might even end up in jail. Let's see how you'll act all high and mighty in your beat-up Xiaomi car then. Lin Fan was completely unaware of all this, humming a little tune as he drove towards the dilapidated neighborhood. The small county town was unusually quiet in the early morning. There wasn't a single car in sight on the road. Sizzle dash. The sound of tires screeching against the pavement filled the air as a police car with flashing lights forced Lin Fan's QQ to a stop. Lin Fan slammed on the brakes, barely managing to stop the car, his face filled with lingering fear. Holy crap, what did I do? I didn't do anything? The police officer's attitude is a little scary. 2 middle-aged men in police uniforms opened the car door, strode to the front of the car, and pounded on the window forcefully. Hello, we have received a report from the public that you are suspected of drunk driving. Please turn off the engine and get out of the car immediately to assist us with the investigation. A cold glint flashed in Lin Fan's eyes. A tip-off from the public. Drunk driving? Is someone setting me up? Who could it be? Lin Fan quickly went through the events of the past few days, but he was still completely clueless. Damn it, it can't be Fatty Lou, can it? That fat pig. I was going to spare your life, but you've provoked me time and time again. Don't blame me for what happens next. At that moment, inside a hotel, Fatty Lou suddenly sneezed. Butterfly gave him a disdainful look, secretly thinking, you fat pig, another half-minute, wasting my feelings. Lin Fan didn't dare to hesitate for a moment, quickly turned off the power, opened the car door, and got out. Uncles, my wife told me not to do anything illegal. I didn't drink a drop of alcohol, so someone must have made a false police report. The two uncles snorted and raised the breathalyzers in their hands. No one will admit to being a bad person. Let's finish this first. As for whether someone made a false report, we'll investigate that thoroughly. Lin Fan wasn't nervous at all. Although he had spent the night in the bar and drunk 3 bottles of mineral water, he hadn't touched a single drop of alcohol. Bring the breathalyzer close, take a deep breath, and blow out with all your might. Seeing the breathalyzer display a reading of 0, Lin Fan couldn't help but smile. Uncles, see? I wasn't lying. Someone definitely made a false police report, disturbing your rest. We can't let him get away with this. The older man glanced at the breathalyzer with a puzzled look, then turned and leaned closer to Lin Fan, sniffing hard. You smelled entirely of perfume, not a trace of alcohol. You really didn't drink. After all, the breathalyzer readings were there, so they had no doubts. Someone actually made a false police report. I'll definitely find him when I get back. She muttered to herself, then looked up at Lin Fan. Comrade, thank you for your cooperation. After investigation, it has been confirmed that you have not been drinking. You can go now. Please be careful on your journey. As the police car drove away with its lights flashing, Lin Fan's eyes turned completely cold. This incident served as a wake-up call for him. These past few days, Lin Fan, who had suddenly become rich from being poor, has inevitably become somewhat arrogant after suddenly acquiring a system. Looks like things will be a bit safer for a while. It's not theft I'm worried about, it's being targeted. Being targeted is never a good thing. It's like being watched by a venomous snake in the shadows, not knowing when it will suddenly bite you. That feeling is really uncomfortable. Lin Fan shook his head, banishing these chaotic thoughts from his mind, composed himself, and continued on his way. Half an hour later, Lin Fan, carrying the skewers he had just grilled at the roadside stall, climbed to the 5th floor with a smile on his face. I had just taken out my key, and before I could even insert it into the lock, the door opened from the inside. Xiaoran showed no signs of fatigue, only excitement. She pounced on Lin Fan like a koala, clinging to him. Finally back? Did you mess around tonight? Lin Fan's expression changed slightly, and for a moment he didn't know how to answer. Xiaoran understood instantly when she saw his expression. Confess honestly, how many times? Lin Fan slowly extended one finger. Are you going to keep doing it or just this once? Tell me clearly. Lin Fan looked like a child who had done something wrong, his eyes lowered. I've drained you dry, I don't have any strength left, just once. Xiaoran crossed her arms and looked Lin Fan up and down. Lin Fan, tell me the truth, are you working as a male prostitute outside? If it's true, tell me. I won't look down on you, and we won't do it again. I've worked in hotels for years and have some connections. I can introduce you to new jobs. If you don't want to work, I can support you. Lin Fan shook his head vigorously, waving his hands forcefully. What are you thinking? Do I need to sell myself? Don't worry, I absolutely haven't done anything illegal. Xiaoran looked at him with disbelief, scrutinizing him sharply for a long time. Since you're not being a gigolo, that means I haven't drained you dry. Come on. Let's continue. He grabbed Lin Fan and pulled him inside, dragging him towards the bedroom. Holy crap! This woman isn't addicted too, is she? Lin Fan's legs went weak, and he waved his hands in terror. Xiaoran, can we eat something first? I haven't eaten all day, and my stomach is growling. Xiaoran turned around, looked at Lin Fan, and then saw the bag of kebabs in his hand. Then let's eat first, and then pay our taxes. I don't care what you do outside, but you need to water the flowers at home on time. Don't let the wildflowers drown and the garden flowers die of drought. Lin Fan nodded hurriedly. Don't worry, don't stop. Xiaoran smiled, without the slightest hesitation, and nodded generously. Humph, good that you know. Let's eat. Get a plate and arrange the skewers. I'll get the porridge I cooked for you. Watching Xiaoran run into the kitchen, Lin Fan could no longer suppress the smile on his lips. This is what home feels like, Xiaoran. Thank you, it's so good to have you. What are you staring at? Come and eat. Give me the skewers. You should finish your porridge first. Handing the skewers to Xiaoran, Lin Fan felt an unprecedented sense of peace. Sitting down at the table, I picked up the steaming bowl of porridge, my heart filled with gratitude. I didn't even feel the heat and drank it down in big gulps. That man didn't want to come home tired after a long day and have a bowl of hot porridge to drink. Lin Fan finally experienced it today. He glanced at Xiaoran, who was busy running around, and his eyes turned into little hearts. Lin Fan, why did you buy so much? There's no way the two of us can eat it all. Next time you want some, just let me know in advance. I can grill skewers too. Lin Fan grabbed her and pulled her onto his lap, holding her slender waist tightly with both hands. Xiaoran, you don't need to work so hard anymore. Earning money is for enjoying life. Look, you've lost weight from all this. Xiaoran puffed out her chest and looked at Lin Fan with a smug expression. Honey, are your eyes not working properly? I haven't lost weight at all, it's just that those two absorbed all the nutrients. Lin Fan was speechless. He had witnessed the power of these two behemoths firsthand. It's better if they're a little chubby, then their babies won't go hungry. Hey, kids aren't necessarily your own, but your wife is, okay? You have to think about me? It's exhausting taking care of them every day. Lin Fan chuckled and placed his hand naturally where it should be. It's not entirely for the kids, it's mainly because I like it too. Xiaoran glanced at him, ignoring his lecherous look, stood up, and sat down opposite Lin Fan. Stop joking around, hurry up and eat, we have important business to attend to after you finish. Well, another woman who's both incompetent and loves to play around, and has fallen from grace. Lin Fan took out a bottle of Maotai liquor that he had treasured for several years from the liquor cabinet and poured out 2 small glasses. I'm in a good mood today, want to have a drink with me? Lin Fan and Xiaoran had known each other for several years, so he naturally knew that she could drink a little alcohol. Xiaoran wasn't going to spoil the fun. She picked up her small wine glass and glared at him. Drinking Maotai only during holidays and festivals? Lin Fan, are you getting arrogant? Lin Fan smiled and waved his hand. I've already said, the purpose of making money is to enjoy life, otherwise, what's the point of having so much money? Xiaoran pursed her lips as she listened to his explanation. You spendthrift old man, you've spent all your money shopping today? Let's see what you're going to do now. Lin Fan smiled without saying a word, picked up his wine glass, lightly clinked it with Xiaoran's, and drank it all in one gulp. Why? Xiaoran sighed, shook her head, picked up her small wine glass, and took a small sip. By the way, Xiaoran, are you still riding that second-hand electric scooter you have to commute to and from get off work? It's noisy everywhere except for the horn. How can you talk like that? That's my little green dog, it's been so reliable, 3 years and not a single major problem. You're not even seriously injured, but I've abandoned you on the street countless times. Lin Fan pursed his lips and muttered something under his breath. Aren't you planning to get a new car? Electric cars are cheap now, you can buy one for 30,000 or 40,000. Xiaoran grabbed her phone from the table and looked at Lin Fan warily. You spendthrift man, are you trying to steal my savings? My little green bike is perfectly fine, why would I want to buy a different one? Besides, didn't you just buy that light green Xiaomi U7? We only need one car. Lin Fan poured himself another glass of wine, drank it all in one gulp, and then magically pulled a car key out of his pocket and placed it in front of Xiaoran. Give your little green car a break, it's time to retire it. This will be your new ride from now on. Xiaoran didn't notice the keys on the table, instead, she looked up and stared at Lin Fan with great interest. Are you bribing me? You let me drive the car, what are you going to drive? Man, what are you up to? Tell me the truth. Lin Fan was completely exasperated and flicked her forehead. What are you thinking? I can't let you turn on my Xiaomi phone. I have a much better use for it. Xiaoran then realized something was wrong and grabbed her car keys. Lin Fan, you're wasting money again. When did you buy this bike? Return it right now. My little green bike is just right for me. Lin Fan smiled and gently patted her head. It's only 30,000 yuan, not even as expensive as your 2 pairs of high heels. Just relax and keep driving. Hearing that it was only 30,000 yuan, Xiaoran breathed a sigh of relief, glared at Lin Fan, and then played with the car keys like they were precious treasures. Lin Fan, where's the car? Show it to me quickly, I'm a car owner now, ha ha ha. Lin Fan was stunned by Xiaoran's rapid change of expression. 1 second she said she didn't want it and was about to cancel. Now she's as happy as a little girl. Lin Fan didn't keep her in suspense any longer. He grabbed Xiaoran's small hand and led her out of the room. A mint green QQ appeared before Xiaoran's eyes. Wow, this little car is quite cute. It's small and lightweight, perfect for commuting, but, as she spoke, her small hand silently crept up to the soft flesh of Lin Fan's waist. Lin Fan, it's one thing for your Xiaomi U7 to be green, but if you buy me a car, make it green too. Tell me the truth, are you implying something? Lin Fan cried out that he was wronged, and in his heart he had already cursed the system's ancestors for 18 generations. Damn it, what kind of system is this? Of all the colors it likes, why does it have to be green? How am I supposed to explain this? Seeing that Lin Fan was stammering and couldn't give a coherent explanation, Xiaoran was too lazy to try to understand him. He opened the car door, jumped into the driver's seat with a bang, and touched and explored everything, just like a child who had received a new toy. Lin Fan, this little car is really great. Don't let its small size fool you, it's surprisingly spacious, and it doesn't even need gas. Hehe, that's awesome. Seeing how easily satisfied Xiaoran was, Lin Fan couldn't help but smile. Alright, stop analyzing it. You've been drinking today, you can't drive. Tomorrow you can drive her to work, we can analyze it later. It's all your fault for making me drink. Otherwise, I would definitely have taken my new little green car for a spin. Although he spoke fiercely, there was no sign of anger on his face. He got out of the car, locked it, and did it all in one smooth motion. Then, clinging to Lin Fan's arm, he transformed into a koala once again. Lin Fan, how can you be so kind? You even thought to buy me a car. Lin Fan, you still care about me the most. Come on, give me a kiss. Watch where you're going. Can't even sit still going up the stairs. We'll talk when we get home. Lin Fan, even though you're mean to me, I still think you're the best in the world. Lin Fan was completely driven to the brink of collapse by her. A simple climb of 5 floors felt like climbing Mount Tai. 10 minutes later, Lin Fan, panting heavily, slumped in his dining chair, looked at Xiaoran who had become like a mere ornament, and sighed helplessly. Grandma, we're home now, it's time to let go. Xiaoran shook her head, and tightened her grip on his neck. No, I won't let go even if you beat me. She blinked her big eyes, looking at Lin Fan with anticipation. Honey, are you full? I think I'm a little hungry. Lin Fan understood what she meant. He glanced at the table full of grilled skewers and shook his head helplessly. Fairy, since you're hungry, then He scooped her up in his arms, kicked open the bedroom door, and the two of them crashed heavily onto the soft bed. The two people looked at each other in the darkness, and the room temperature rose rapidly. Tonight is destined to be another sleepless night? No, Ranner, let's go to sleep, I'm so sleepy. Xiaoran looked like she hadn't had enough, smacking her lips and drawing circles on Lin Fan's chest with her little hands. It's almost dawn outside, stop sleeping? Just half an hour more, I have to get up for work. Lin Fan stared at Xiaoran with his mouth agape, looking as if he'd seen a ghost. Are you crazy? You have to go to work in a bit? Aren't you sleepy? Not sleepy at all, I'm getting more and more energetic. Hurry up, you're a grown man, can't you just be straightforward? Lin Fan shook his head helplessly. This woman had truly taken being both terrible at games and avid at having fun to the extreme. In every battle, Xiaoran was the first to surrender, yet she seemed to enjoy it immensely, showing none of the novice driver's skills. 700. Xiaoran took out the cosmetics she had bought yesterday and, unusually, put on a full face of makeup. Wearing the new suit dress I bought yesterday, Balenciaga leggings, and YSL shoes, I exuded irresistible charm. He opened the bedroom door, glanced at Lin Fan who looked like a lump of mud, and a smile involuntarily crept onto his lips. You filthy man, I'll drain you dry, see if you dare go out behind my back and find some young prostitutes again. Lin Fan felt completely drained. He opened his eyes weakly and saw the wicked smile on Xiaoran's lips, which startled him. You little devil, you're dreaming? Get to work now, or you'll be late. Xiaoran looked at his terrified face and chuckled softly, covering her mouth. Man, I'll let you off the hook this morning. I'll come back to collect the grain tonight. Ha ha ha. Only when the laughter disappeared from the room did Lin Fan finally feel relieved. Damn, there's no such thing as land that's been overplowed, only oxen that have died from exhaustion. This woman? She's insane? But, tisk tisk tisk. In the days that followed, Lin Fan was trapped in a miserable cycle. During the day, he would take a tiny bit of time, dragging his tired body, to go on a shopping spree with that group of young, energetic girls, and he would also have to find time to comfort Xiaoxiao's fragile heart. As for the nights, they fought fiercely, day and night, relentlessly battling the enemy. Lin Fan experienced both pain and pleasure. After more than 10 days of hard work, Lin Fan's mobile banking balance has finally broken through the 7-figure mark. After seeing Xiaoran, that vixen, out the door, Lin Fan yawned and walked into the bedroom. He had just crawled into bed to catch up on some sleep when his phone rang. Seeing the 3 large characters Xiao on his phone screen, Lin Fan gasped. Damn, I just got rid of one, and another one comes along. Does that mean my kidneys are made of iron? But the person on the other end was, after all, his benefactor? After hesitating for a long time, he finally decided to answer the phone. Hey, Uncle, Earthworm and Little Blue have been arrested and taken to the police station. Come quick. What? Hearing Xiaoxiao's hurried voice on the other end of the phone, Lin Fan sat up abruptly, his eyes filled with worry. Don't rush, tell me what happened slowly. Xiaoxiao's voice was choked with sobs and filled with helplessness. Uncle, we stayed up all night at the internet cafe last night. This morning, just as dawn was breaking, suddenly a few men started harassing me, trying to drag me into a private room. Then Earthworm and Sister Blue fought with them to protect me, but Earthworm went too far and knocked them unconscious. And then, Lin Fan understood that Xiaolan and the Earthworm were arrested for helping Xiao. Helping Xiao is the same as helping Lin Fan, so he absolutely cannot sit idly by. Where are you right now? Tell me your location, I'll be there right away. Lin Fan hung up the phone, his eyes icy cold. Damn it, they're bullying me. 10 minutes later, Lin Fan appeared at the entrance of the police station. Xiao and a few other young women were anxiously pacing around. When they saw Lin Fan, they finally felt reassured and swarmed around him. Uncle, you're finally here? I hope Little Blue and the Earthworm are all right. Xiao looked flustered and held Lin Dan's hand tightly. Lin Fan knew the little girl must be quite frightened, so he gently rubbed her head and softened his voice considerably. Don't worry, with me here, they'll be fine. What's the situation now? Are the injured people in the hospital, or? Xiao quickly shook her head. That person fainted at the time, but quickly regained consciousness and is now full of energy and causing a ruckus inside. And, Lin Fan frowned as he watched Xiao hesitate. And what? They're demanding 50,000 yuan in compensation, claiming it's for medical examination fees and emotional distress. Lin Fan frowned slightly and snorted coldly. That's outrageous. These guys who flirted with me want my money? Do they even deserve it? You all stay here and wait patiently, I'll go check on the situation. Lin Fan was afraid that Xiao and her group of young women would cause any more trouble, so after giving them some instructions, he entered the courtyard. As soon as I entered the lobby, I saw several young men surrounding a middle-aged policeman, chattering away. Officer, you have to stand up for us. I was just passing by when I was punched and knocked down. Now I'm dizzy, nauseous, and can't stand up. You have to pay me 50,000 yuan so I can get a full checkup. The middle-aged policeman was clearly annoyed by them. When he saw Lin Fan enter, he looked at him like he was a savior, hurriedly pushed aside the young man in front of him, and walked over quickly. Comrade, is there anything I can help you with? Lin Fan looked around but couldn't find Xiaolan or the Earthworm, so he frowned slightly. I'm here to deal with their fight. I don't know where my younger brother and sister are. The middle-aged policeman breathed a sigh of relief upon hearing this. Finally, someone stepped in to handle the situation, otherwise, with these two stubborn young men on both sides, he really wouldn't know what to do. The assailants are your younger brother and sister, right? They're fine, they're giving their statements now. Lin Fan was relieved to hear that the Earthworm and Xiaolan were all right. Officer, my younger brother and sister weren't the ones who attacked anyone, they were just protecting their friend. The middle-aged policeman didn't say much to him, just waved his hand and pointed to the row of benches next to him. Let's sit down for a bit. They should be out soon. Those energetic young men, upon seeing Lin Fan, were like ravenous wolves that hadn't eaten for 3 days, their eyes gleaming with greed. You're that BD's brother. He beat me up, and I won't rest until I get 50,000 yuan. Humph, if he ends up in jail for 3 or 5 years, don't blame me. Lin Fan glanced at him with disdain, his eyes unusually cold. Watch your mouth, or I'll have someone rip your tongue out the moment you step out this door. The group of energetic young men felt their hair stand on end and couldn't help but shiver when Lin Fan swept his gaze over them. Who are you threatening? This is the police station, you. Heh, you can give it a try. The group of energetic young men looked at each other, and for a moment, none of them dared to utter a sound. By the way, who among you harassed Su Xiao Xiao? Don't talk nonsense, we didn't harass anyone. We were just passing by. Lin Fan crossed his arms, a cold smile playing on his lips, and sized up the group with interest. You're stubborn as a mule. As they were talking, the door to the interrogation room opened. The earthworm emerged from the hut, saw Lin Fan, and a smile crept onto its lips. Uncle Fan, you're here? Those bastards messed with the white tiger, and I taught them a lesson. How about it? Wasn't I reliable? Lin Fan was so angry he laughed, and shook his head helplessly. How are you? Are you all right? The earthworm shrugged. It's all right, don't worry, Uncle Fan. All right, the situation hasn't been fully investigated yet, so we're not allowed to communicate too much for now. Family members, please wait here for a while. The young police officer waved his hand and led the earthworm into the room next door. Those energetic young men became instantly smug upon seeing this. Hey, did you see that? Hurry up and get the money ready. He won't get out without our understanding. Lin Fan looked at this group of people who were ignorant of the law and shook his head helplessly. Such minor cases are at most classified as fighting and detained for a few days, as for spending the rest of one's life in jail, that's impossible. Seeing the young police officer come out quickly, Lin Fan hurriedly went to greet him. Officer, I'd like to ask about the specifics of the situation. Is there anything we can do? The young police officer waved his hand. We are currently investigating the specific circumstances. Whether it will ultimately be classified as fighting or disorderly conduct requires further investigation. Officer, have we looked at the surveillance video? The video is very clear, isn't it? Upon hearing the surveillance footage, the young policeman shook his head helplessly. If there were security cameras, we wouldn't be in this mess. But the internet cafe staff and those young men are on good terms, and they insist the cameras are broken and refuse to provide them. We also. Upon hearing this, Lin Fan instantly understood. Thank you, officer. I know what to do. After thanking him, Lin Fan turned and walked outside. There's no point in just standing here, the most urgent thing is to find a way to get hold of the surveillance footage. As for the claim that the surveillance cameras were broken, isn't that just a lie? When Su Xiao Xiao and the others saw Lin Fan come out, they quickly went to greet him. Uncle, are Sister Lan and the earthworm all right? Lin Fan shook his head. Don't worry, it's not a big problem. Su Xiao Xiao clenched her small pink fists tightly, her face filled with anger. Damn it, those scumbags! They were the ones harassing me, and now they're trying to shift the blame. I'll make sure they don't get away with this. At this moment, Su Xiao Xiao exuded a powerful aura, completely shedding her former delicate appearance. After venting her anger, she raised her head and looked at Lin Fan with a pleading expression. Uncle, could you lend me 40,000 yuan? He had barely finished speaking when he realized Lin Fan might misunderstand, so he quickly added, Uncle, I'm not trying to offend you, I'm just borrowing. I'll do anything for you from now on, I'll definitely pay you back. Lin Fan was surprised that Su Xiao Xiao was so loyal. They seemed to want 50,000 yuan. You borrowed 40,000, but what about the rest? A hint of reluctance appeared in Su Xiaoxiao's eyes. Uncle, you won't be angry if I sell the phone, will you? What? Lin Fan was stunned. He knew how much Su Xiao Xiao treasured that phone. He never expected she would be willing to sell it to save the earthworm and Xiao Lan. Even if you sell your phone, you still won't have enough to raise 10,000. Neitang, who had been standing next to Su Xiao Xiao, raised her little hand. Uncle, don't forget me. I just asked, and my tank can still sell for 4,000. Add that to the 6,000 from the white tiger selling his phone, and we'll have 10,000. Are you really willing to sell your phones and cars to save them? Su Xiao Xiao and Neitang patted their little chests at the same time. We're the spirited young women? We'd go to great lengths for our friends. How could we possibly stand by and watch someone die? Su Xiao Xiao stared intently at Lin Fan, her urgency growing even stronger. Uncle, just tell me if you're going to lend it or not. We know each other perfectly well, you think I won't pay it back? Hearing Su Xiaoxiao's lewd words, Lin Fan was so embarrassed he wanted to disappear into the ground. You two stop causing trouble. Just keep your phones and electric scooter, I'll handle this. Su Xiao Xiao and Neitang's eyes lit up instantly upon hearing this. Uncle, you mean you'll pay the 50,000 yuan? Then my phone and Milk Candy's chariot can be saved. I guarantee that Earthworm and Little Blue will emerge unharmed. As for the 50,000 yuan, who will give it to whom is still uncertain. Lin Fan didn't explain much to them, just gave them some instructions, and then drove away. 20 minutes later, Lin Fan walked into the 0-hour internet cafe. The internet cafe manager only glanced at him once before going back to playing on his phone, not even lifting his eyelids. Go online or find someone? If you're going online, hurry up and pay up. If you're looking for someone, go find them yourself. Lin Fan never expected that a mere network administrator could be so arrogant. He snorted coldly, said nothing, and walked inside. After all, now was not the time to cause him trouble. Arriving at machine number 24, which Su Xiao Xiao had mentioned, I looked up and glanced at the camera's location. The camera is pointing right here, and it's flashing a small red dot. Unsurprisingly, the camera was on, and in a very good position with no obstructions. Lin Fan instantly understood that the internet cafe manager must have some connection with those young men, otherwise he wouldn't have used the excuse that the camera was broken. Lin Fan is now afraid that the video will be deleted, but after thinking about it carefully, he realizes that he is just a small network administrator and he probably wouldn't dare to do it without his boss's permission. Lin Fan circled around and returned to the bar, gently tapping the tabletop. The internet cafe manager looked up blankly, and when he saw it was Lin Fan again, a hint of contempt crept into his eyes. What are you doing? Spit it out. Lin Fan suppressed his temper, took out 2 He-Tiangxia cigarettes from his pocket, and handed them over. Don't be so hot-tempered at such a young age. Here, have a cigarette. The internet cafe manager glanced at the game He-Tiangxia in Lin Fan's hand, and his attitude instantly did a 360-degree turn. Brother, you're too kind. Tell me, what's the matter? The internet cafe manager accepted the cigarette with both hands, his face full of obsequiousness, a stark contrast to his earlier haughty demeanor. Lin Fan calmly took out his lighter, lit a cigarette, and took a deep drag. It's nothing serious, I just wanted to see your security footage. Upon hearing about checking the surveillance footage, the network administrator's smile instantly froze. What surveillance? Dude, it's not that I don't want to help you, but all the surveillance cameras in the internet cafe are broken and haven't been fixed. We can't watch anything. Lin Fan looked him over with great interest. Name your price, how much? Brother, forget about money. Even if you gave me 100,000 or 1 million, if the camera is broken, there's nothing I can do. Seeing that he wouldn't listen to reason, Lin Fan's temper flared up instantly. With a cigarette dangling from his mouth, he grabbed his collar and pulled him up. Are you FG blind? Can't I tell the camera's broken? You're asking for trouble, aren't you, you cheapskate? As he spoke, he picked up the crystal ashtray on the bar and raised his hand to smash it down. The internet cafe manager never expected Lin Fan to be so brave, daring to take action right in front of so many people in the cafe. Damn it, we've met a tough opponent. At this point, he no longer dared to pretend to be cool, he covered his head with his hands and immediately admitted defeat. Big brother, don't hit it. The camera isn't broken. It's not broken. Humph. Lin Fan snorted coldly and slammed the ashtray onto the ground. Bang. The crystal ashtray crashed to the ground, but surprisingly remained intact. The internet cafe employee watched for a while, then felt a chill run down his spine. What if that blow had hit him on the head? Lin Fan loosened his grip on the internet cafe manager's collar, exhaled a smoke ring, leaned against the bar, and observed the young man opposite him with great interest. Not providing video footage to the police is a crime of harboring a criminal. If they investigate further, you might. Hearing Lin Fan say that, the young man involuntarily shivered. Brother, it was my fault. The video is right here, I'll back it up for you right away. Lin Fan took out the USB drive he had prepared beforehand, placed it on the bar, and nodded at the internet cafe manager. The network administrator looked bitter as he reluctantly turned on the computer next to him. Brother, you've really messed me up. Starting today, I'm afraid I'll lose my job. Oh. Lin Fan tapped his fingers lightly on the table, a hint of curiosity piqued. What do you mean? Do those young men have some powerful connections? Why? The young network administrator sighed. Big brother, you have no idea, that blonde guy leading the group is actually our boss's younger brother, his own brother. I come here every night to freeload. Whenever there are pretty girls staying overnight, a few guys inevitably fall prey to them. Brother, if you lay a hand on him, given our boss's fiercely protective nature, I'm afraid. Upon hearing this, Lin Fan realized that the man was a repeat offender, and a plan instantly formed in his mind. Brother, it's finished downloading. Here's your USB drive back. You'd better hurry up and leave, our boss should be here soon. Lin Fan shook his head, took out a wad of cash from his pocket, counted out 20 bills, and handed them to the young man. I've caused you to lose your job, consider this money as compensation. The internet cafe manager's mouth gaped slightly, his face filled with disbelief. Big brother, is this really for me? Lin Fan nodded. Here you go, but I need your help with a small favor. Brother, you said it, I'd do anything, even go through fire and water. Lin Fan watched him intently, his eyes glued to the money, and shook his head with a smile. It's not that serious. Just give me a copy of the videos of those young thugs harassing other people. Okay, brother, I'll take care of this little thing. I've been on the night shift these past few days, so I know exactly when he harassed that young lady. Within minutes, the network administrator had backed up the video and handed it to Lin Fan. Brother, that's all I know. It should be more than enough, and it will definitely keep your little brother safe. Lin Fan patted the young man on the shoulder with satisfaction and nodded with a smile. The internet cafe manager looked at the banknotes in his hand, and a smile as bright as a chrysanthemum bloomed on his face. Brother, you'd better get out of here. I need to run away too. I can't stand this lousy internet cafe for another minute. Lin Fan looked at his impatient appearance and shrugged helplessly. Having achieved my goal, there's no point in lingering any longer. As for the internet cafe owner's retaliation mentioned by the internet cafe manager, he didn't take it seriously. He figured, what's the worst that can happen? Lin Fan got into the car, glanced at the USB drive in his hand, and smiled. With this, the earthworm and little blue should be fine. The bright green Xiaomi U7 had just left when the screeching sound of tires rubbing against the ground rang out right at the entrance of the internet cafe. A burly, bald man with a large, tattooed arm got out of the driver's seat of a Mercedes-Benz G-Class and went straight into the bar. Not long after, an angry roar came from inside the internet cafe. Damn it, what are you good for? You can't even keep an eye on the security cameras. Damn it, whoever dared to lay a hand on my brother, I'll make sure they pay. Lin Fan was completely unaware of all this and was currently driving his vehicle, reappearing at the entrance of the police station. Uncle, how is it? Is there any hope for Earthworm and Little Blue? Lin Fan nodded and waved the USB drive in his hand. Don't worry, I'll go get them right away. When I reappeared in the police station lobby, I didn't see those energetic young men. Lin Fan smirked, glanced around, walked to an office door, knocked lightly, waited briefly, and then pushed the door open and left. Seeing Lin Fan return, the young police officer shook his head. This matter concerning your brother is difficult to handle. The four men on the other end insist that they were just passing by and were inexplicably beaten by your brother. Moreover, the victim is dizzy and nauseous, and a concussion cannot be ruled out. Without other strong evidence, it will likely be classified as picking quarrels and provoking trouble. You'd better be prepared to settle this privately. If the other party doesn't pursue the matter, we will also. Lin Fan chuckled and shook his head, handing over the USB drive he was holding. Officer, this is the internet cafe's surveillance footage. With it, there might still be a chance for things to turn around. The young police officer sat up straight instantly and slammed his hand on the table. This internet cafe is really audacious? They have security cameras but refuse to provide them, claiming they're broken. Don't they know this is illegal? Lin Fan couldn't worry about anything else at the moment. His priority was to get the earthworms and Little Blue out of the water. Officer, let's check the surveillance footage first. As for the rest, the young policeman nodded, took the USB drive, and plugged it into the computer. It was also the first time Lin Fan had seen the surveillance footage. When he saw the four energetic young men, their eyes lit up when they saw Su Xiao Xiao, and they swarmed around her in a flash. While Su Xiao Xiao was looking at her, without any warning, she was grabbed by the arms and dragged into the private room by several people. When the earthworm and Little Blue noticed something was wrong, they didn't hesitate for a moment. They raised their fists and rushed forward. They took one person down by surprise and then wrestled with the rest of them. Seeing this, Lin Fan couldn't suppress his anger. He clenched his fists tightly, and his body trembled slightly uncontrollably. If it weren't for the earthworm and Little Blue stepping in, Su Xiao Xiao would probably have been in deep trouble with these people. The young policeman's face was as cold as ice. He almost dropped the mouse in his hand. Scum of society? Is this what they call being beaten up for no reason? Now that the evidence is conclusive, let's see what they have to say. The young officer's fury also drew the attention of the other officers in the office. Upon seeing the video, they were all furious. They never expected these young men to be so audacious. This is a crime. If she hadn't had an accomplice, the girl in the video would likely be in grave danger. This man and woman acted entirely in self-defense. They did nothing wrong. The young policeman suddenly stood up, his face cold, and was about to walk out. These people dare to turn the tables? Not only did they not squander a single penny, they even concealed the truth. Today Lin Fan grabbed him and gently shook his head. Officer, there's more to come. Don't worry. Please continue reading. He paused, looking at Lin Fan with a puzzled expression. The matter is now clear. There's no need to look any further. Your younger siblings were only protecting their companion. It's perfectly legitimate self-defense. They can leave in a bit. My job now is to deal with these rapists. Lin Fan still held his wrist. Officer, if you interrogate them now, you won't find any evidence. Continuing to observe might help you with the case. The young policeman patiently sat back down in his chair, gently clicked the mouse, and the surveillance footage started playing again. The other police officers in the office were also staring intently at the computer screen with serious expressions. The scene on the screen shifted, and the girl in the video changed from Su Xiao Xiao to a strange, energetic young woman. Almost exactly like Su Xiaoxiao's experience, the girl, who was engrossed in playing the game, was already being targeted by those four beasts. Using the same tactic, the four men swarmed forward, grabbed the girl, and dragged her into a private room. But she wasn't as lucky as Su Xiao Xiao. Her male companion, who had just started to get up, was scared back down by the sharp eyes of four energetic young men, and sat there blankly, letting his girlfriend be dragged away. The girl's cries for help and the loud laughter of four energetic young men emanated from the speakers and echoed continuously throughout the office. The girl's pitiful cries ceased completely once she was dragged into a private room. Everyone in the office had red eyes and looked on in disbelief. How dare they? Do they even respect the law? Those beasts? Find a way to contact the victim, but keep it a secret. If she's willing to testify, they can be brought to justice. The video then shifts to 4 a.m., and 2 hours after being pulled into a private room, the girl reappears in the video. His clothes were disheveled, his expression was flustered, and he looked terrified. Everyone present, who had initially held onto a sliver of hope, now had it completely shattered. The video is still being filmed, and within the surveillance footage alone, at least 3 girls have been victimized. The office was completely silent, save for heavy, angry breathing. Everyone stared intently at the computer screen, their faces filled with disbelief. Bang! A muffled thud brought everyone back to reality. The young police officer slammed the mouse in his hand to the ground, his body trembling slightly with extreme anger. These beasts! He yelled angrily, kicked the chair aside, and stormed out the door. Xiao-sun, be careful with your approach, you absolutely must not. Before the middle-aged policeman could finish speaking, the policeman surnamed Sun disappeared outside the door. Lin Fan sensed the oppressive atmosphere in the room and awkwardly scratched the back of his head. Officer, look at my younger brother and sister. The surveillance video clearly shows that your younger brother and sister were completely innocent. If it weren't for their help, that girl would probably... Come on. I'll take you to get them out. The middle-aged policeman sighed and turned to walk towards the door. Holy crap, I'm finally out? This little iron shack was FG suffocating. Before anyone was even seen, the earthworm's squeak could be heard first. The door to another small room opened, and Earthworm and Little Blue appeared before Lin Fan at the same time. Uncle, are we all right? Uncle Fan, did you give them money? They're coming back soon? Damn it, I'd rather stay in jail than let them get away with this. Exactly, they were the ones plotting against Beihe, yet they dared to frame us. Seeing that the two were unharmed, Lin Fan finally felt relieved. I didn't give them any money. I retrieved the surveillance video, which proves your innocence. Upon hearing that they hadn't been given any money, Earthworm and Little Blue breathed a sigh of relief. That's good, that's good. Lin Fan thanked the middle-aged police officer and walked out of the police station with Chu Yin and Xiao Lan. At the entrance of the police station, Natang rubbed her eyes and poked Sunuanuan in disbelief. White Tiger, I think I'm seeing things. Look, isn't that Uncle and Sister Lan? Upon hearing Natang's words, Su Xiao Xiao turned around abruptly. After recognizing the 3 people, she instantly stood up and rushed towards them. Sister Lan, Earthworms. Are you alright? White Tiger, with Uncle here, we'll definitely be fine. Exactly? My Uncle Fan is a god descended to Earth, completely reversing the tide of fate. Not only are we unharmed, but those 4, A group of energetic young women excitedly surrounded Xiao Lan and the earthworm, chattering away. Seeing this, Lin Fan smiled slightly. Sizzle dash. The silence was shattered by the sharp sound of rubber tires screeching against the ground. A huge bald head leaned out of the window of the Mercedes-Benz G-Class. You little brat, you dare touch my brother, Along? You're asking for trouble. Lin Fan recalled what the internet cafe manager had said. If he wasn't mistaken, this should be the owner of 0 Point Internet Cafe. Lin Fan naturally wouldn't give a kind look to the thugs who condoned his younger brother's wrongdoings. Dare to lay a finger on my woman? Don't even mention your brother, even your father? I'll send him to jail. You. Brother Long was surprised that Lin Fan was so audacious, daring to make such boastful remarks right in front of him. Have I been too kind to you? Go ask around. Everyone in the underworld knows Brother Zero, who dares to disrespect me. Lin Fan snorted coldly, staring at him with sharp eyes. A small internet cafe owner, who gave you the audacity? If I'm not mistaken, your little internet cafe probably won't be far from closing down. After saying that, Lin Fan didn't even bother to look at him, and turned to walk towards his Xiaomi U7. That's how small towns are, shallow waters teem with turtles, and big shots are everywhere. Brother Long was stunned and didn't recover for a long time. He was originally just a petty hoodlum, but luckily his house was demolished and the government gave him some compensation, which he used to successfully open 0 Point Internet Cafe. Although it has only been open for a little over a year, it quickly established itself and made a name for itself in the small county town because of its new equipment and good environment. I haven't even made my money back yet, and my installment plan for my used Mercedes-Benz G-Class has only just begun. If the internet cafe gets shut down, then... Brother Long panicked completely. He didn't want to go back to being a penniless hoodlum. A look of terror crossed his face. He shoved open the car door and shouted at Lin Fan's retreating figure. Damn it, if my internet cafe gets shut down, I'll make sure your family is ruined and you die without a proper burial. Lin Fan slowly turned his head, a smile on his face, and pointed behind Brother Long. Brother Long's expression froze, and he turned around mechanically. The bright 5-star red flag fluttered in the wind, the solemn police emblem gleamed golden in the sunlight. Because the family's demolition compensation was all spent on internet cafes by Brother Long, leaving not a single penny for his younger brother, he spoiled him without any limits. He knew perfectly well what his brother had done, and now that the surveillance footage had been sent to the police station, he knew that he and his brother were definitely finished. The earthworm raised the corners of its mouth and gently poked Lin Fan's elbow. Uncle Fan, is 0 Point Internet Cafe really going to be shut down? Lin Fan frowned slightly and shook his head. It depends on the police station's investigation. If there are victims providing evidence, what are these two brothers afraid of? The earthworm sighed and shook its head. What a pity. 0 Point was the most upscale internet cafe in our county. Now we won't have anywhere to play games anymore. Lin Fan hadn't been to an internet cafe for years, and he'd long since abandoned those games. He was taken aback when he heard what Yin said. There must be at least 10 internet cafes in our county? There's nowhere to play games? It's ridiculous. The earthworm continued to shake its head. Uncle Fan, you don't understand. Those other old, run-down apartments, whether it's the environment, the computers, or the internet speed, are much worse than 0 points. Besides, 0 Point is a legitimate internet cafe. The environment is great, and there are lots of young girls who come to use it. That's the key. Lin Fan suddenly realized. With the current economic downturn, all industries are struggling. To gain a foothold in any industry, one must excel in a particular area. Lin Fan shook his head. He didn't like going online, so even if all the internet cafes in the county closed down, it had nothing to do with him. But for Yuan, this internet-addicted teenager, being shut down at midnight seemed like a huge loss. What a pity, what a pity. Even such a profitable internet cafe like Lingdian has closed down. What are we internet-addicted teenagers going to do? Lin Fan looked at him as if he were an idiot. Is your brain filled with shit? Even if it hadn't been shut down at midnight, you beat up the boss's brother, would you still dare to go online? Aren't you afraid of getting smuggled out? Reminded by Lin Fan, the earthworm realized what was happening and immediately wilted as if all its strength had been drained. Sigh, I hope some big boss can lend a hand and set up a large internet cafe. I've already picked out the location for him, and I'll definitely go and support him when it happens. Lin Fan was amused by the earthworm's innocent appearance and turned to look at him with a smile. Wow, I never knew earthworms had the mind of a boss. Where did you choose this location? Tell me about it. The earthworm tilted its head back, looking on with longing. The location? It's on the street in front of the urban village. There's a huge storefront there, and it's been sitting there empty for ages. Such a good location. I don't know if the owner is an idiot. He doesn't rent it out or operate the business, just leaves it there. It's such a waste. As a native of Mengchang, Lin Fan naturally knew that street. Although it's not the most bustling street in Montreal, it's very close to the urban village and has a wide variety of businesses nearby, making it a popular spot for young people, both young men and women. It would be a perfect place to open an internet cafe or other entertainment business. Lin Fan was surprised that an earthworm could be so clever, and nodded with satisfaction. Not bad, earthworm. You're quite clever. But with such a big store, the owner must have plenty of money, so let's not worry about it too much. Why? The earthworm sighed. Uncle Fan was right. He was just a nobody who barely had enough to eat, yet he was worrying about such a big boss. Uncle Fan, I just think it's a pity. I heard that the storefront is 400 square meters on a single floor, and 800 square meters on both floors. Leaving it empty is such a waste. Lin Fan suddenly stopped in his tracks. An absurd thought took root in his mind and he couldn't shake it off no matter what he did. Earthworm, how big do you think that store is? The earthworm looked at Lin Fan with a puzzled expression, unable to understand his meaning for a long time. Uncle Fan, 400 per floor, 800 in total, what's wrong? Do you also think that owner is stupid? Such a big house, it's enough to open a bar. Holy crap, no way, it can't be such a coincidence. Lin Fan muttered to himself frantically. These days, he's been immersed in the pleasures of being with women and enjoying the system's cashback, and he keeps feeling like he's forgotten something important. I just remembered that when the system was upgraded, I was given a 2-story, 800 square meter store. System? System bro? Wake up, get up and get to work. Ding, system startup in progress. What are your requests, host? Brother Tongzi, where is that 800 square meter storefront you gave me located? The store location has been sent to your phone. Please check your inbox. As the mechanical voice finished speaking in his mind, Lin Fan didn't hesitate for a moment and immediately pulled out his trifold phone from his pocket. Holy crap, so I was the idiot. When Lin Fan saw the store's location, he felt like the sky had fallen. Just as expected, the store that had been restricted all along was none other than myself, the big idiot. Damn, is my brain filled with water? How could I forget something so important? This store must be worth at least several million. I can't believe I forgot about this egg-laying rooster. Now I just want to find a block of tofu and smash my head against it. I never imagined I'd go from being a beast of burden to a boss. Lin Fan was in a great mood. After all, he had gotten an 800 square meter storefront for free. Who wouldn't be happy? But as soon as the excitement subsided, Lin Fan's headache returned. An 800 square meter store, no matter what kind of business you're in, would probably cost an astronomical sum just for renovations and equipment. I thought that with 7 figures in savings, I would be well off, but now, after running around like this, I'm afraid that money won't even be enough to open a shop. No, we still need to make money. The pace of making money can't stop. Lin Fan smiled and turned to look at Xiao Lan. Xiao Lan, thanks to you today, otherwise Xiao Xiao would have really been defiled by those beasts. Before Lin Fan could finish speaking, Xiao Lan hurriedly waved her hand. Uncle, Beihu is also one of our spiritual girls. This has nothing to do with you. We would have helped even without you. Also, we stayed up all night last night, and then went in for a cup of tea today. We're both sleepy and tired, so we won't bother you today. Lin Fan was stunned. He had practically delivered himself to the doorstep, and yet this god of wealth just vanished without a trace. How could this be allowed? Xiao Lan, that's not how it works. If you don't mess with me, how can I possibly be okay with it? Or you could. A group of young women, yawning, looked at Lin Fan with strange eyes. This was the first time they had ever seen old Deng actively seeking to collapse, and who was so eager to collapse that he had no choice but to. Xiao Yan's eyes were slightly narrowed, as if she had fallen asleep. It took her a long time to come back to her senses. Uncle, you're putting on too much of a show. Since you've said that, if I don't give you a good beating, it would be disrespectful to you and Beihu. So I'll just give you a symbolic, slight beating. Seeing that Xiao Lan had changed her mind, Lin Fan's lips curled up involuntarily. Yes, 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 keep pushing. Consider it my way of thanking everyone. Su Xiaoxio's eyes were filled with joy, and she suddenly hugged Lin Fan's arm, her heart overflowing with emotion. My uncle is so good to me. Little Blue and the Earthworm saved me, and to thank them, he even offered to go broke. So, should I also offer to ride on their coattails from now on? Seeing that Lin Fan wasn't joking, Xiao Lan stopped hiding her true intentions and went straight into breakup mode. Uncle, I'm a little hungry. How about we grab some breakfast first? We didn't sleep a wink last night because we were rescuing the white tiger, so our little room really isn't suitable for catching up on sleep during the day. How about you, uncle, book us a small hotel room? Before Xiao Lan could finish speaking, Lin Fan immediately agreed. Although breakfast won't cost too much, these 7 or 8 energetic young women, getting a room, hee. Lin Fan hurriedly took out his phone and called Xiao Ran. Hey, Xiao Ran, how many Lakeview suites are currently available at Tianmeng? Honey, I'm at an event today. Let me ask for you. Lin Fan didn't say much, hung up the phone, and waited for Xiao Ran's reply. Less than 2 minutes later, my phone beeped with a text message notification. Honey, there are still 5 rooms available. If you want to check in, I'll approve it specially for you. You don't need to wait until after midnight, you can check in right now. Xiao Ran was completely impressed by Lin Fan's earning power. Although she still lived frugally on her own food, drink, and clothing, she never restricted Lin Fan's spending. After all, in her heart, her man was a big business tycoon. Having received Xiao Ran's accurate reply, Lin Fan did not hesitate at all and immediately booked all 5 suites, and then also booked 3 double rooms. As always, the prices at Tianmeng Hotel did not disappoint Lin Fan. The Lakeview suite was 1,399, and the king room was 599. Just booking a room cost 8,792. After transferring the money to Xiao Ran, Lin Fan turned back to look at Xiao Lan with a relaxed expression. The hotel issue is resolved, let's go. However, all the young women stood there with their mouths agape, motionless for a long time. After an unknown amount of time, Xiao Lan finally came to her senses and stared at Lin Fan in disbelief. Uncle, are you out of your mind? Why are you making us, a bunch of young ladies, live in Tianmeng? Lin Fan shrugged, his expression still relaxed, as if he had spent less than 8,000 yuan and more like 8 yuan. What's wrong? You saved Xiao Xiao, and I'm offering you accommodation in Tianmeng. Is there anything else? Alright, stop worrying about it. Let's just go. I've already told them what to do, and the food is ready. You can eat and get some rest. A group of energetic young women cheered once again. I've never even seen a hotel room that costs 1,399, let alone stayed in one. Now that they have this opportunity, how could they possibly let it slip by? All the younger girls looked at Su Xiaoxiao at the same time, their envious gazes impossible to hide. Su Xiaoxiao was also thoroughly enjoying herself. This feeling of being the center of attention was simply amazing. Although Su Xiaoxiao had just heard Xiao Ran call him husband on the phone, she felt no emotion whatsoever. Lin Fan had already told her about Xiao Ran's situation, but she had always considered herself as someone less important. Now that the wives don't care, why should I, as a concubine, care so much? The energetic young women, cheering and excited, rode their number 9 electric bikes in a large group straight towards the Tianmeng Hotel. Lin Fan then called the front desk of Tianmeng Hotel to order breakfast for them. Looking at the 100,000 yuan returned by the system, Lin Fan smiled and stretched. Phew, it's all sorted out, the cashback has arrived, I can finally go home and catch up on some sleep. At midday in summer, the sun is like a giant brazier, so bright that it makes one feel utterly listless. When Lin Fan got home, he couldn't eat. He drank 2 glasses of cold water and buried himself in bed. Exhausted from a night's work, coupled with the anxiety and worry I felt today, my mind began to drift away the moment my head hit the pillow. Smells so good. Lin Fan's eyelids felt like they were glued shut. He couldn't open them no matter how hard he tried. But a series of delicious aromas wafted over, tempting Lin Fan's stomach. Gurgle gurgle dash. After all, I hadn't eaten all day, and my stomach was growling in protest. Ugh, time to get up. I dawdled out of bed, hastily slipped on some shorts, and groggily headed towards the living room. Oh, you're back. Lin Fan's face lit up with surprise when he saw Xiao Ran busy at work. He thought the enticing aroma was a dream, but now, seeing the table laden with delicious food, he couldn't help but swallow hard. Xiao Ran gently smiled, moved closer to Lin Fan, and softly took his arm. I went to an event today, and after it ended, I didn't go back to the hotel but went straight home. Lin Fan nodded, his eyes still fixed on the fragrant food on the table, unable to move an inch. Xiao Ran chuckled softly, then reached out her small hand and gently wiped the corner of Lin Fan's mouth. Your mouth is watering. Eat first if you're hungry. If other people see this, they'll think I'm abusing you at home. Lin Fan didn't stand on ceremony. He was really starving, and if he didn't eat soon, he was afraid he would faint on the spot. Wow, Xiao Ran, your cooking is absolutely amazing. You're even better than the top chefs at Tianmeng. This braised pork is so delicious. It's so tender and fragrant, I feel like I could eat 3 bowls of rice with it. Seeing Lin Fan wolfing down his food, Xiao Ran's smile deepened. Eat slowly, no one's going to take it from you. She slapped her forehead as soon as she finished speaking. Oh no, my soup. A few minutes later, Xiao Ran gently placed a bowl of pork rib soup in front of Lin Fan. Let me have a sip of soup to soothe my throat. I've been simmering this pork rib soup for 2 hours. Lin Fan picked up the soup spoon and took a small sip. The rich, savory flavor burst in his mouth. Wow, it smells so good. Lin Fan's eyes lit up again, and he couldn't stop using his chopsticks and spoon. 20 minutes later, Lin Fan lay half reclined on the sofa, rubbing his stomach and letting out a satisfied burp. Xiao Ran, like a kitten, lay down next to Lin Fan, her fingers unconsciously drawing circles on Lin Fan's chest. Honey, are you full? It's still early, how about we go for a walk? Lin Fan felt full and energized after his meal. How could he possibly refuse his woman's request to go out? No problem. How about we go to Wanda Plaza and browse around? I can get you a few more outfits. Upon hearing that they were going to Wanda Plaza, Lin Fan's extravagant spending spree seemed as vivid as if it had just happened. No way, I'd rather die than go shopping with you. Lin Fan watched as she held her phone, staring at him with a guarded look. Don't worry, this time you say which one to buy, we'll buy that one. I definitely won't buy anything blindly, okay? No way, you old scoundrel. You can mess with my people, but you can't mess with my money. Seeing her miserly appearance, Lin Fan shook his head helplessly. It seemed he wouldn't be able to go shopping today. Since we're not going shopping, where should we go? Xiao Ran lowered her eyes slightly. How about we go to the night market? No, I just finished eating. I can't eat those snacks. How about we go for a stroll in the park? No, the sun is still blazing high. It's not a good time to go to the park. Xiao Ran rested her head on Lin Fan's lap, counting on her fingers and talking to herself. After hesitating for a while, Xiao Ran finally raised her head and looked at Lin Fan. Honey, where should we go? I want to go out for a walk, but I don't know where to go. What should I do? Lin Fan took out his phone and checked the time. Holy crap, it's only 3 o'clock. The sun hung high in the sky, radiating a terrifying heat. The leaves were scorched a vibrant green, and the annoying cicadas chirped incessantly. Lin Fan looked at the bright sun and also began to feel troubled. It's so hot, it's really not suitable for any outdoor activities, and Xiao Ran doesn't want to go shopping with me. Oh, women. Lin Fan pondered for a moment, then suddenly slapped his forehead. Got it. Xiao Ran suddenly raised her head and looked at Lin Fan with surprise. Honey, tell me quickly, where are you taking me? Lin Fan smiled slightly and shook his head. Heavenly secrets cannot be revealed, but you will know when you arrive. Seeing Xiao Ran's excited expression, Lin Fan felt uneasy and muttered to himself. Whether this will be a surprise or a shock for Xiao Ran is still unknown. What if? Lin Fan was startled and quickly looked down at Xiao Ran. Little Ran, don't get so excited, it might be a fright for you. Xiao Ran's smile vanished, and her face instantly hardened. Lin Fan, you're not going to take me to find those energetic girls, are you? Going isn't out of the question, but you have to tell them, I'm the boss. Lin Fan knew Xiao Ran had misunderstood, so he rubbed her little head and shook his head helplessly. Without much explanation, he mysteriously took the key from the drawer, grabbed Xiao Ran, and headed for the door. Lin Fan, what are you trying to do? Why are you carrying a key? You're not taking me to your and that little devil's house, are you? Let me tell you, I don't care if you mess around outside, but you can't drag me into it. Hearing Xiao Ran's lewd words, Lin Fan stumbled and almost fell to the ground. Turning around, he looked at Xiao Ran with a shocked expression, his lips twitching involuntarily. Little Ranner, I've discovered you're the real spirited little sister. No, even spirited little sister can't compare to you. Xiao Ran tossed her long hair, a mischievous smile playing on her lips. I'm not some energetic girl, I'm a legitimate non-mainstream person. Besides, even if you haven't eaten pork, you've still seen pigs run, right? Wait, no, now we're eating pork. She stuck out her little tongue and licked her lips. You know what, it actually tastes pretty good. Lin Fan was completely defeated. Before, he was the one who flirted with Xiao Ran, but now the tables have turned. He was teased by Xiao Ran every day, but dared not speak out for fear of saying the wrong thing and being forced to confront her directly, which his old back couldn't take. Lin Fan kept his lips tightly shut, not daring to say a word. He quickened his pace as he went downstairs, afraid that Xiao Ran would drag him home to work overtime again. Lin Fan drove the car towards the urban village. Xiao Ran was full of questions, tilting her head in confusion, her eyes filled with doubt. Honey, haven't we already moved? Why would we go back to an urban village now? Suddenly, her eyes lit up and a smile appeared on her lips. I know, you definitely want something exciting. Why didn't you say so sooner? If I had known, I would definitely have brought something fun and interesting. Lin Fan was utterly exasperated. A pure and innocent girl had turned into a filthy little vixen. He took a deep breath and tried to reassure himself. It's not her fault, it's not her fault. It's all my fault that Xiao Ranner has become like this. Lin Fan kept his eyes straight ahead, gripping the steering wheel intently, not daring to utter a sound. As soon as they turned a corner at a traffic light, Xiaoran quickly reminded them. Honey, you've gone the wrong way. You need to turn right at the next intersection. You turned too early. But it's okay, just turn left at the next intersection. Lin Fan had no intention of going to her tiny rented apartment. Almost everything had been moved out, and the two of them weren't going to roll around on the floor. Lin Fan parked the car steadily on the side of the road and gently squeezed Xiaoran's small hand. Let's go, get off the bus. Xiaoran couldn't help but purse her lips when she saw the empty stores on the roadside. Yeah, why are we coming here instead of going to the rental apartment? There's nothing here except an empty storefront. Lin Fan grabbed her hand and strode towards the empty store's main entrance. Yes, that's why I brought you here, because it's an empty storefront. As soon as he finished speaking, to Xiaoran's astonishment, he pulled out the key. Snap. The chain lock opened with a click. Xiaoran was stunned, looking at the empty store and then at Lin Fan. Honey, don't tell me you rented this place. Such a big store, what are you planning to do? The rent must be expensive, and the renovations alone must cost tens of thousands. Lin Fan suppressed a laugh and gently shook his head. I didn't rent this. Why would I rent it if I had nothing better to do? Before Xiaoran could even catch her breath, Lin Fan's next words stunned her completely. This will be our family property from now on. I brought you here today to study it and see what we can do with it. You. Xiaoran's eyes widened, her mouth slightly agape, her face filled with disbelief. Honey, did you really buy this? You're not lying to me. Lin Fan could only nod. If I don't say I bought it myself, can I say it was a gift from the system? I'm afraid Xiaoran might just send me to a mental hospital. When Xiaoran saw Lin Fan nod, she instantly slumped down, pacing around the gate and muttering to herself. I didn't even get a house, but I got a huge storefront first. How much does a storefront like that cost? Even if I didn't eat or drink, the loan would be enough to pay off for a lifetime. Xiaoran pouted, looking dejected. Seeing her like this, Lin Fan stopped teasing her. Forget about loans, we'll just buy this storefront outright. From now on, you can relax and be the boss's wife. Xiaoran paused, mechanically turned her head, and stared blankly at Lin Fan. What did you say? This storefront was paid for in full. Seeing Lin Fan nod again, Xiaoran's face hardened, and she charged at him, waving her little fists. Lin Fan, you spendthrift old man, the money you spent on this storefront could buy me several villas. Give me back my villa. Lin Fan gently sidestepped her little fist, pulled her into his arms, and gently lifted her chin. Woman, why bother with a villa? Isn't a storefront better? From now on, when you go out, you'll be the boss's wife, way more powerful than a hotel manager. Why? Xiaoran sighed. The house was already in her possession, and there was no way she could back out. She could only reluctantly accept this small 800 square meter storefront. She raised her head, her eyes gleaming. Lin Fan, this storefront must be worth at least several million. Tell me honestly, where did you get so much money? Lin Fan chuckled, slightly raising his chin. Just think of me as a rich kid. I can have as much money as I want. Looking at it from another perspective, Lin Fan's words are indeed correct. After all, the system is still a father figure. But all of this took on a different meaning when Xiaoran spoke of it. Her little face was full of worry, and tears were welling up in her eyes. Lin Fan, I don't ask you to be rich and powerful. I just want us to live a peaceful life. Please don't do anything illegal or criminal. Lin Fan understood her concerns. After all, the divorce had only taken 10 or 20 days. From being penniless to now owning an 800 square meter store and driving a grass green U7, he has become a successful person. It seems like there's really no other explanation besides HDD. Lin Fan felt bitter because he was clearly the chosen one, but in Xiaoran's eyes, he was a social outcast. Slapdash. Lin Fan slapped Xiaoran's shapely buttocks hard. What are you thinking? Do you think I need to do those things? Xiaoran winced in pain, but seemed to have gotten used to the feeling, her expression remaining quite calm. As long as it's not illegal or criminal, Lin Fan, if you have a mistress outside, don't worry about me getting angry, just tell me. I'll definitely bring a gift and go to her door to thank her properly. If you have children in the future, I can be your stepmother and take care of your children for free. Next time you go to see my older sister, you can take me with you? If you ever get tired, I can give you a push from behind, so she won't look down on you. I don't want to go back to eating coarse food after just starting to enjoy a good life. Xiaoran's words became increasingly outrageous, and Lin Fan's face turned as black as the bottom of a pot. Xiaoran, do I look like a gigolo to you? Xiaoran stared intently at Lin Fan, nodding repeatedly. That handsome face, that height, that physique, and especially that formidable fighting ability, you'd be more than qualified to be a gigolo. If I were a rich woman, I'd definitely go for you. Lin Fan slowly raised his head, looked up at the sky at a 45-degree angle, and struggled to hold back his tears. Xiaoran, stop with the nonsense. I brought you here today to discuss what kind of shop would be suitable to open here. Xiaoran was completely absorbed in her acting at this point, unable to break character at all. Brother-in-law, does my sister know? Just discuss this with her, I'm fine with anything. Lin Fan swung his arm and slapped her pert buttocks hard. If you keep acting like a drama queen, believe me, I'll divorce you right now. Xiaoran pouted, looking at Lin Fan with a reproachful expression, as if she were complaining that he was clueless about romance. You stinky Lin Fan, you really hit me hard? My butt's definitely red, you have to take responsibility. Lin Fan smiled and pinched her little nose. Getting beaten up every day, getting embarrassed every day, so what? You think you can blame others just because you're dressed? Xiaoran blushed and glanced at him shyly. Okay, I was just kidding. I'll go check out the store first. Lin Fan nodded, lit a cigarette, and quietly watched Xiaoran. He still believed in Xiaoran. She graduated from a prestigious university and went straight into a hotel as a manager after graduation. Over the years, she had met many bosses and participated in many events. Regardless of the circumstances, her business acumen far surpasses Lin Fan's. Xiaoran looked from the first floor to the second floor, then walked out of the store and strolled around to check out the nearby businesses. I don't know how capable they are, but their professional demeanor is in no way inferior to the site selection consultants of those chain brands. After walking around for a while, Xiaoran returned to the store, frowning as she pondered deeply. Lin Fan, as you know, the economy is sluggish right now, and consumer spending has dropped significantly. Besides, our store is so big, for ordinary businesses, I'm afraid. Xiaoran shook her head, her face full of worry. Lin Fan naturally knew this. He had considered this issue on his way here, but hadn't found a suitable direction yet. It's best to avoid industries like catering, supermarkets, hotels, and clothing. The market is already saturated, and making money there isn't that easy. I've lived here for several years, and I know exactly what kind of people live in this area. My suggestion is entertainment and leisure. Lin Fan gave Xiaoran a thumbs up and nodded vigorously. Xiaoran, you're absolutely amazing. Being a hotel manager is such a waste of your talent. How about we put this place in your hands? Xiaoran was taken aback, then quickly shook her head. I'm fine with helping out in my spare time, but you want me to be stuck running the shop while you just sit back and do nothing? No way. Lin Fan showed no embarrassment at the fact that Xiaoran had exposed his little scheme. Hehe, I was just worried you'd get tired. Running your own shop makes things a little easier, right? An interview. Xiaoran seemed completely unmoved, so Lin Fan had no choice but to suppress his thoughts for the time being. Xiaoran, you see, there's quite a bit of entertainment and leisure space available. What specific activities should we do? Xiaoran tilted her head back and smiled. Billiards hall, internet cafe, card room, or bar. But for a bar, this building is a bit old. We can only combine the 2 floors to make a quiet bar. A flicker of excitement crossed Lin Fan's face. As expected of a couple who sleep in the same bed, their thoughts are completely in sync. Xiaoran, what do you think of building a complex that combines an internet cafe, billiards room, and card room? Xiaoran nodded excitedly. You're teachable? That's what I thought too. However, that's secondary. The most important thing about doing this is providing entertainment. Play with me. Lin Fan was taken aback and muttered to himself. He knows about accompanying people for drinks and S**x, but this is the first time he's heard of accompanying people for entertainment. But you can't blame him for that. After all, he hasn't been to billiard halls or internet cafes for years, so it's normal that he doesn't know about them. Xiaoran rolled her eyes at Lin Fan. However, this is very simple for you. Those energetic girls you know can be trained and put to work immediately. Seeing that Lin Fan still looked completely bewildered, Xiaoran didn't bother to explain. All right, with your old-fashioned thinking, we'd be bankrupt if we relied on you. I'll explain these things to you slowly later. Xiaoran ignored Lin Fan and turned her head to carefully examine the store. Just as the two were engrossed in studying the store, loud electronic music suddenly came from the store entrance. A few energetic young women peeked into the store. Uncle Fan, it really is you? I saw your car parked here, but I thought I'd already seen it. The earthworm's loud voice startled Lin Fan and Xiaoran. Lin Fan turned his head away with a reproachful look on his face. Earthworm, you FG idiot? You scared the hell out of me. Xiaoran also turned her head and looked at the group of energetic young women, and couldn't help but look them over with curiosity. Honey, these must be your little sisters. Forward. Lin Fan was taken aback, but still nodded frankly. That's right, this is my special forces team. Let me introduce them to you. Before Lin Fan could even begin to introduce them, the group of spirited young women, led by Chu Yin, stood in a neat row, gave a perfect 90-degree bow, and shouted in unison. Hello, sister-in-law. Xiaoran was taken aback, but the smile on her face betrayed her true thoughts. Suddenly, a beautiful figure rushed out of the crowd and walked quickly towards Xiaoran. Hello, sister, I'm Su Xiao, the one with the number 3. With a single sentence, Lin Fan was completely under her control, staring at her as if she were a ghost. Xiaoran was also taken aback. She never expected that her younger sister would be so bold, not only showing no embarrassment in front of her, the legal wife, but also taking the initiative to admit it. Xiaoran carefully looked Su Xiao up and down, then nodded. Lin Fan, you have good taste. Such a beautiful woman, and you actually managed to snag her. Lin Fan chuckled, scratching the back of his head without saying a word. This kind of awkwardness is something only those who have experienced it truly understand. It's practically like being roasted over a fire. Su Xiao showed no embarrassment whatsoever, displaying the air of a spirited young woman. You flatter me, sister. I'm nowhere near as good as you. Your skin, your figure, your looks, you're miles ahead of me. If we were walking down the street, I'd think you were only 18. Xiaoran was also overwhelmed by this shower of compliments. Instead of being angry, she smiled and grabbed Suzuyoxio's hand. Little sister, you're so good with words. Your figure, especially your legs, they're so straight. I'm so envious. Suzuyoxio's gaze lingered on Xiaoran's chest, and she swallowed hard. Sister Ran, your two balloons are huge. How did they grow so big? I'm not small anymore, but compared to you, I'm practically from a different dimension. The two women acted like old friends who had known each other for many years, without the slightest awkwardness. The conversation shifted from mutual praise to everyday chatter, and eventually even touched on Lin Fan's technical moves. Lin Fan covered Xiaoran's mouth and glared at Su Xiao. What are you doing? Saying everything? There are so many people here, can't you be a little more reserved? Xiaoran also realized that she had been so engrossed in the chat that she had completely forgotten about these young women. Her cheeks flushed, and she gave an awkward laugh. Please don't be offended, everyone, The group of young women acted as if they hadn't heard anything, and seeing that Xiaoran was so easy to talk to, they swarmed around her. Hello, sister-in-law, I'm Xiaolan. Sister-in-law, my name is Milk Tea. A group of energetic young women surrounded Xiaoran, introducing themselves all at once. Xiaoran seemed quite comfortable in the atmosphere, a smile playing on her lips as she chatted with the group of energetic young women. The earthworm poked Lin Fan's elbow, looking surprised. Uncle Fan, you didn't really rent this store, did you? Are you going to open an internet cafe? Lin Fan raised an eyebrow. Rent my? This shop has always been mine, I just forgot about it. The earthworm was stunned, its mouth agape, its voice filled with disbelief. Uncle Fan, you mean, that idiot boss is you? Lin Fan raised his hand and slapped the earthworm's head. Who are you calling an idiot? How can you talk about your uncle like that? The earthworm shrank its neck, chuckled, and muttered to itself. It's obvious, you did something stupid but you don't want people to say it. After muttering to himself, he wore a fawning smile, his eyes gleaming. Uncle Fan, now that this shop is yours, I think it would be better to open an internet cafe, really. If you open an internet cafe, I'll definitely come every day. Lin Fan knew exactly what he was up to, and a smirk appeared on his lips. Of course I'd come every day, and I wouldn't have to pay, right? The earthworm scratched the back of its head awkwardly. Uncle Fan, although I have some personal reasons, it's still better to come to an internet cafe. Actually, the billiards hall is pretty good too. Lin Fan patted him on the shoulder. Alright, once I've decided, whatever it is, you can use it for free, how about that? Uncle Fan is so magnanimous? Uncle Fan is so awesome. Honey, go book a hotel. I'm taking these girls out for dinner today, we're drinking until we drop. Xiaoran's voice reached Lin Fan's ears. Lin Fan froze instantly, turning around in disbelief. He knew Xiaoran was thrifty and hardworking, she would cook at home if possible, and would never eat out. She would stretch every penny in half. Now she's actually taking the initiative to book a restaurant, and she's even inviting this group of trendy young women, and more importantly, Su Xiao is in there too. Lin Fan walked over quickly and reached out to touch Xiaoran's forehead. You don't have a fever, so why isn't your brain working properly? Xiaoran rolled her eyes at him and slapped his hand away in an annoyance. What are you standing there for? Hurry up and go. These girls are beautiful and have lovely voices. What's wrong with me treating them to a meal? Lin Fan couldn't help but think more highly of this group of energetic young women. That's impressive. Not only could he beat up old Dang, but even his own wife couldn't escape the fate of being beaten up. Lin Fan glanced at Su Xiao, who was clinging to Xiaoran's arm intimately, and then at Xiaolan, who was grinning and agreeing with him. He couldn't help but shake his head. Oh no, this world is crazy? Even mice are serving as bridesmaids for cats. But Lin Fan had already spent all of his 10,000 yuan credit limit for the day, and he was now facing a dilemma. He was used to taking advantage of the system, so he was actually a little reluctant to pay for these young women out of his own pocket. He turned to look at the earthworm and put his arm around its shoulder. Hey earthworm, these past few days, your uncle has been treating you to the best food and drinks, going to bars, and sleeping in yunmen. Pretty good, right? Although the earthworm didn't understand Lin Fan's meaning, its quality of life had indeed improved significantly since it met him. He nodded, looking puzzled. Uncle Fan treats me better than my parents. If Uncle Fan asks me to do anything, I'll do it even if it means going through fire and water. Lin Fan had been waiting to hear those words. She gently patted his shoulder and spoke earnestly. Earthworms, look how I take you all out every day, and your Aunt Fan fully supports it without a single complaint. This is the first time we've met her, we can't let her down, shouldn't you two say something? Reminded by Lin Fan, the earthworm showed a look of sudden realization. Uncle Fan is right. Uncle Fan, what should we do? Should we buy some gifts? I'm afraid my sister-in-law won't like them. Lin Fan chuckled, a cunning expression on his face. Look, your sister-in-law wants to treat everyone to dinner. Can you let her do it? You. Before Lin Fan could finish speaking, the earthworm suddenly slapped its thigh. Uncle Fan, this is our first time meeting your wife, so it's only right that we treat her to this meal. Lin Fan nodded with satisfaction. Not bad, not bad, this earthworm still has some conscience. The earthworm hurriedly pulled out its old, worn-out phone, opened its mobile banking app, and when it saw the balance of 99, it instantly deflated. Uncle, look at this money, what can you buy with that? Lin Fan pursed his lips, but he was still unwilling to give up. His eyes darted around, and an idea instantly came to him. Sigh, this money really is, never mind, even if I gave you a chance you wouldn't be able to handle it, I'll do it. The earthworm's eyes widened, and it shook its head violently. Uncle Fan, how can this be? We eat and drink your food every day. Today, sister-in-law has finally shown up, so we must pay for this meal. Before Lin Fan could speak, the earthworm waved its hand and roared at the group of energetic young women. Smurfs, Candy, come here. Hearing the earthworm's cries, Xiaolan and Nitang looked up at Xiaoran, but still reluctantly crawled out of the crowd. Hey earthworm, what are you yelling about? My sister-in-law is teaching us how to dress and how to rock the streets. If you cause any of this useful information to get in the way, I'll bite your head off tonight. Seeing Xiao Ian's fierce expression, the earthworm couldn't help but shiver and hurriedly waved its hand. I have important business to attend to, otherwise why would I have called you? Xiaolan raised an eyebrow, clearly disbelieving. You have something important to do. Haha, if you had something important to do, pigs could fly. Seeing that Xiaolan didn't believe him, the earthworm hurriedly repeated Lin Fan's words verbatim. After saying that, he raised an eyebrow and looked at Xiaolan with a serious expression. So, is this serious business? Xiaolan tilted her head, feeling that something was amiss. They overheard Xiaoran asking Lin Fan to book a hotel, so how did it suddenly become that they were the ones inviting Xiaoran? Seeing the confusion on Little Blue's face, the earthworm felt even more smug. You don't understand. This is the first time my sister-in-law has met us. We've spent so much money on Uncle Fan these past few days, it's only fair that we treat her to a nice meal. Xiaolan glanced at Lin Fan, then turned to look at Xiaoran, and nodded. In their eyes, Lin Fan was someone who didn't lack money. He spent 10,000 yuan just to book a hotel for them today. No matter what they think or guess, they will never believe that Lin Fan sought them out because he didn't want to pay. Earthworm, you did a great job this time. Now that you mention it, it's only fair that we treat you to this meal. But now that you've made your decision, why did you call me? Just pay after you finish eating. A bitter look appeared on the earthworm's face. It took out its phone and waved it in front of Xiaolan. You think I wanted to call you guys? I'm just short on cash. What can you buy with 99 yuan? Xiaolan rolled her eyes at him and snorted coldly. Look at this old man, and then look at you. We're both men, how can there be such a huge difference? You can't even afford to treat me to a meal. I, Smurf, was blind to have chosen you. Despite their words and complaints, Xiaolan and Nitang still took out their phones and opened their mobile banking apps. You won't believe it until you see it, and what you find will shock you. The three people looked at each other's balances, then stared at each other, momentarily stunned. Damn, three people can't even raise 200 yuan, that's too much. Seeing the three's predicament, Lin Fan shook his head helplessly. He had overestimated this energetic young woman. Lin Fan has been paying for most of the expenses these past few days. He originally thought these girls would have some savings, but this is all? Lin Fan gently patted the earthworm on the shoulder. How about we just forget about it? I'll pay for this meal. Maybe next time you guys. Before Lin Fan could finish speaking, Chu Yin, Xiaolan, and Nitang all shook their heads vigorously. No way, we have to pay for this meal, otherwise, what will become of our spiritual family's reputation? The earthworm stood with its body in a 3/7 stance, leaning back as far as possible, and flaunting its red bangs. Xiaolan quickly stepped forward and grabbed Lin Fan's arm. Uncle, don't worry about it. Leave this meal to us. We'll take care of everything for you and your wife perfectly. Lin Fan was completely baffled. The three of them couldn't even scrape together 200 yuan, so he didn't know where they got the courage to say that. Are they going to sell cars and phones again? Lin Fan waved his hand as he spoke. No, it's not that serious. It's just a meal. You can treat me when you have the money. Xiaolan and Milk Tea exchanged a glance, their eyes filled with pride and self-satisfaction. Uncle, haven't you forgotten something important? We're spirited young ladies. Relax, this is none of your business. After giving instructions to Lin Fan, Xiaolan immediately turned around and beckoned the group of energetic young women over. Hearing Xiao Ian's call, the crowd surrounding Xiaoran scattered in a flash, rushing over to Xiaolan, like an earthworm. Xiaoran stood there, stunned, staring blankly at everyone, somewhat at a loss. Lin Fan, we were having a nice chat, why did they all run away? Did I say something wrong? Lin Fan affectionately ruffled her hair. How could that be? They wanted to invite you to dinner tonight, they probably just went over to discuss what to eat. Xiaoran pouted instantly, her little face puffed up like a little pufferfish. Didn't I tell you to book a hotel? How did it become them treating me? Lin Fan, did you do this? Lin Fan scratched the back of his head awkwardly. Sure enough, the person who understands him best is still his bedmate. How could that be? I can easily afford to treat them to a meal? They insisted on showing their appreciation since it was their first time meeting you, and I couldn't stop them. Xiaoran's mood instantly brightened, and a smile returned to her face. No wonder you like picking up pretty young women? They're beautiful and have such sweet voices. I think I'm starting to like them too. Lin Fan glanced at her irritably, a mischievous smile playing on his lips. Anyway, we're not short of money. Since you like sexy girls so much, why don't you quit your job and start your own business? Xiaoran gave a soft snort, clenched her little fists, and playfully punched Lin Fan's chest. On the other side, Looking at the group of energetic young women around her, Xiao Lan told them about her plan to treat Xia Ran to dinner that evening. Surprisingly, not a single one of these energetic young women objected, and the resolution was passed unanimously in a short time, without wasting a single word. Since everyone agrees, earthworm, milk tea, and I have already pooled together 189 yuan, but that's far from enough for so many of us to eat. The rest. Sister Lan, I still have 39 yuan. Sister Lan, I have a little more, 51 yuan. These energetic young women all opened their phones and showed their bank balances to Xiao Lan. Looking at her balance, which ranged from a few yuan to tens of yuan, Xiao Lan nodded with satisfaction. Opened the calculator and carefully add up the balances. There were quite a few people, but the final amount of money was 478 yuan. Xiao Lan pouted. This amount of money looked like a lot, but it seemed like it wouldn't be enough to treat Xia Ran to a proper meal. Sisters, you all know perfectly well what kind of food and accommodations this guy treats us to every day, right? We really don't have enough money to show off. Do you know what to do next? Those old fogies on your phones, it's time to bleed a little. Received? No problem. These energetic young women, regardless of whether the ground was clean or dirty, simply sat cross-legged, took out their phones, and started editing their text. Lin Fan was stunned as he watched them holding their phones and typing away. What the heck is this? Weren't we supposed to be raising money? Why are you playing on your phone? But it didn't take long for Lin Fan to fully understand. As the young women put their phones down, Lin Fan's phone started ringing. Lin Fan took out his phone, and as he saw the messages, his mouth grew wider, and his expression became increasingly strange. Brother, I haven't eaten for 3 days, could you transfer 20 yuan to treat your little sister to a meal? Brother, I miss you. Could you transfer me 20 yuan for a taxi fare? I want to come see you. Brother, the drain's clogged. Transfer me 50 yuan, I'll book a hotel and wait for you. Looking at this group of energetic young women, with their various tricks and schemes, Lin Fan couldn't help but twitch his lips. Honey, what's wrong? You look like you're constipated. Xia Ran looked at Lin Fan and asked, puzzled. Lin Fan sighed and placed the phone in front of Xia Ran. See for yourself? Xia Ran took the phone, looked at the messages, her brows furrowed, and she looked puzzled. Honey, they're right here, why would they send you this kind of message? Xia Ran's voice wasn't loud or soft, but it still carried clearly to the ears of the group of energetic young women in the spacious store. Xiao Lan was the first to react and hurriedly waved to Lin Fan. Sorry, sir, it was a mass message. Just pretend you didn't see it. Milk Candy flashed 2 little tiger teeth, grinning foolishly at Lin Fan. Uncle, now that you've seen it, why don't you lend me a hand? Su Xiao Xiao hurriedly ran over, grabbed Lin Fan's arm, and shook it vigorously. Uncle, look, everyone else has an old man, but I don't. You're my only old man, shouldn't you show some appreciation? Lin Fan's face darkened. He had told them to shoot old Deng, but they ended up shooting themselves instead. The boomerang had finally landed on him. Xia Ran still couldn't understand, so she grabbed Su Xiao Xiao. Xiao Xiao, what do you mean by Benglea Deng? Teach me, I want to Benglea Deng too. Su Xiao Xiao couldn't help but smile slightly. She and her group of girlfriends had been listening to Xia Ran's lecture for a long time, and now it was finally her turn to perform. Cough cough. Su Xiao Xiao cleared her throat, trying to keep her tone steady. Sister Ran, learning to Benglea Deng is a must-learn course for us spirited young ladies. It's actually very simple. Just add a few older, financially stable women on your social media feeds. When you need them, just send them messages like they do, making up all sorts of excuses, hee. After Su Xiao Xiao explained it to her, Xia Ran finally understood, but she frowned and kept shaking her head. No, doing that would make her look like a gold digger. You are still young, you can absolutely rely on yourselves. Never think about getting something for nothing just for money. Su Xiao Xiao gently shook Xia Ran's hand. Don't worry, Sister Ran, using the Benglea Deng method is just one of our ways. Besides, it only costs a few dozen yuan each time. We have the utmost contempt for those yoga pants and old fogies, so you can rest assured. Lin Fan listened to their conversation and couldn't help but shake his head. Although they are only a few years apart in age, it's a clash between the non-mainstream and spirited young women styles, and their perceptions are indeed different. Before the two of them could finish their conversation, cheers erupted from the young woman over there, one after another. Yay! An old man transferred me 50 yuan and wants to grab some late-night snacks with me tonight. Only 50? An old man, spent 60 yuan to take you to see the sunrise. Sister Lan, I have 2 energetic young men here. They each transferred 10 yuan to me, making a total of 20 yuan. Please write it down. Although there are dozens of old people, perhaps not one of them will actually transfer the money. But the sheer volume is overwhelming. Each of these young women has hundreds of male contacts. Cast a wide net, then focus on key talents. Ultimately, there were a few old men whose hormones got the better of them. After all, who wouldn't want to try something big with a small investment? What if they thought their bicycle would turn into a motorcycle? It was getting darker and darker, and there wasn't a single light in the store. It was pitch black and you couldn't see your hand in front of your face. Lin Fan looked at the energetic young woman who was still working hard and shook his head helplessly. All right, stop waiting. I'll make up for any shortfall tonight. After all, I'm a veteran player, so just consider it a shot. Just as Little Blue and the earthworm were about to refuse, their stomachs growled loudly. Their cheeks flushed, but they didn't continue to refuse. Uncle Fan is awesome. Uncle Fan is so generous. I'll definitely perform a newly learned witty remark later to make you laugh. Lin Fan's smile vanished instantly, and he waved his hands vigorously. No need at all. You're treating tonight, how could I possibly ask you to perform? But to everyone's surprise, Xia Ran, who was standing next to him, was very interested in the amazing skill the earthworm was talking about. Her eyes sparkled as she rubbed against Lin Fan's arm. Honey, I want to see a special skill, can you let the earthworm perform for me? Upon hearing Xia Ran's words, the earthworm immediately flew up from the spot. Sister-in-law has excellent taste. I, the earthworm, have finally met my discerning eye. Sister-in-law, I can do so many things. I can do the social dance, hand gestures, and rap. I'll perform them all for you later. Okay. Xia Ran clapped her hands excitedly, eager to witness the earthworm's amazing skill right now. Upon seeing this situation, Lin Fan instantly lost his appetite and preferred to stay home and eat cornbread rather than join in the commotion. Xia Ran, I suddenly remembered I have something to do, or else. Xia Ran tilted her head. Honey, are you going to keep my older sister company? Upon hearing this, Lin Fan felt like he wanted to smash his head against a wall and die. The group of young women exchanged bewildered glances, like flies drawn to a fragrant aroma, staring intently at Lin Fan, trying to glean the answer from his face. I'm suddenly free again. Let's go, I'm starving, let's go eat. He pulled Xia Ran away. This was fate, and there was no escaping it. After exchanging instructions with Lin Fan, Chu Yin hopped on his scooter, twisted the throttle sharply, and the electric scooter took off instantly, disappearing from sight in the blink of an eye. Lin Fan reluctantly locked the store, and under Xia Ran's constant urging, he started the car and slowly drove towards the food street. Xia Ran also sensed that something was off, so she grabbed Lin Fan's arm and gently shook it. Honey, what's wrong? Why do you look so listless when we go out to eat? Lin Fan smiled and gently shook his head. It's nothing, it's just that the thought of earthworms having to perform a talent show is giving me a bit of a headache. Xia Ran looked up, puzzled. Isn't it great to have someone perform? There's food, drinks, and free entertainment, it's fantastic. Why? Looking at Xia Ran's excited face, Lin Fan sighed softly. Xia Ran is still too young. Is a show featuring energetic young men something the average person can watch? Lin Fan still felt it necessary to remind her, otherwise she might get into trouble on the spot, which wouldn't be pleasant. With both hands on the steering wheel and eyes lowered, he described to Xia Ran, embellishing the scene of his first encounter with earthworms. Unexpectedly, as Xia Ran listened to Lin Fan's description, her eyes grew brighter and brighter. She lightly covered her red lips and raised an eyebrow. Now I finally understand why they call you uncle. With your feudalistic thinking, it's a good thing they don't call you grandpa at all. Social dancing was so popular a few years ago. Here's a free live version, and you're still being picky. Lin Fan's expression was blank as he slowly turned his head, as if it were a mechanical process. Fairy, confess honestly, are you involved in the spiritual world? Xia Ran smiled, her eyes crinkling into crescent moons, and gently nuzzled Lin Fan's shoulder. Oh no, you found out, sir. How about I give you a little something too? Just imagine Xia Ran swaying her body, dancing the social dance with that group of energetic young women. The image is too beautiful to contemplate. Lin Fan shook his head so hard it was practically a rattle drum. Forget it, let's go home and choose one then. I prefer you dancing on the bed. Xia Ran's lips curled into a smile, her eyes darting around, clearly plotting something again. The county town was small to begin with, and since Lin Fan was still dawdling, the car finally stopped at the entrance of the food street a few minutes later. Who dash? Lin Fan let out a breath, mentally prepared himself, took Xia Ran's small hand, and strode inside. As soon as Lin Fan and Xia Ran appeared at the entrance of the barbecue restaurant, the energetic young women inside all stood up at once. It's here! It's here! God, please save me! Seeing this situation, Lin Fan knew exactly what was about to happen. The earthworm, with an arrogant and unrecognizable gait, swayed and staggered towards Lin Fan. Uncle Fan, sister-in-law, I'm sorry for making a fool of myself. Before Lin Fan could finish speaking and even utter his words of protest, the earthworm stretched out its tiny legs, trembled a few times, and then let out a loud shout, suddenly raising its right leg and snapping it up to its neck. The earthworm stood on one leg, its head tucked under its right leg, its face flushed red, but it didn't forget to raise its head and proudly raise its eyebrows. Sister-in-law, Uncle Fan, how are you? This childless girl seemed to be to Xia Ran's liking. She excitedly spun around, clapping her little hands vigorously, showing great enthusiasm. Wow, that's awesome! Earthworm, you're amazing! Hearing Xia Ran's praise, the smugness on the earthworm's face intensified. Despite his left leg trembling slightly, he gritted his teeth and persevered. Lin Fan saw that the earthworm's face was covered by a large red curtain, its left leg was trembling wildly, and the muscles on its face were also shaking violently. Lin Fan was afraid something might happen to this guy, so he didn't bother to keep his distance and hurriedly stepped forward, grabbed his armpit, and glared at him fiercely. All right, put your leg down. If you fall, I'm not responsible. The earthworm couldn't hold on any longer. With a chuckle, it struggled to lower its right leg with Lin Fan's help. Uncle, if you hadn't stopped me, I could have held out for an hour or two with that one move, no problem at all. Lin Fan smiled and glanced at him. So it seems I was meddling, huh? Should I take him back for you? The earthworm's smile froze for a moment, and it quickly waved its hand. Forget it, let's move on to the next thing. We have plenty of entertainment tonight, one more won't make a difference. Lin Fan's smile froze instantly, staring blankly at the earthworm. I thought his special skill had come to an end, but little did I know, the real show was just beginning. Lin Fan turned his head, glanced at the door, and slowly took a few steps back without showing any expression. Xiaoran didn't care about any of that. She grabbed Lin Fan's arm and pulled him inside. Lin Fan's heart turned ice cold instantly, like a puppet on strings, completely at Xiaoran's mercy. The moment his bottom touched the stool, familiar music reached Lin Fan's ears. Damn it, it's that again. Earthworm, Xiaolan, and Su Xiao Xiao stood in a row, while the other energetic young women stood behind them, striking what they thought were cool poses. Lin Fan put his right hand to his forehead, his eyes darting away, not daring to meet their gaze. Xiaoran's reaction was completely different. Her eyes gleamed, and she took out her phone and started snapping photos of them. Other customers at the barbecue restaurant also stopped what they were doing, holding their beer glasses, and looked at the group of energetic young women with great interest. Today, Xiaolan was wearing a black tank top, black denim shorts, and a silver chain around her waist that jingled as she moved. Her gaze swept over the 8 equally eye-catching young women behind her, her voice booming with an undeniable air of dominance. Sisters, it's our sister-in-law's first time visiting. Let's make a big splash and give her something special. Before she finished speaking, 8 spirited young women, centered around her, the earthworm, and Su Xiao Xiao, fanned out in order, their eyes filled with excitement and an eagerness to show off. The earthworm took a step forward, still with its signature 3-7 stance, its head held high, gazing at the sky at a 45-degree angle. Good. Xiaoran suddenly stood up, clapping her hands with all her might and cheering repeatedly. The earthworm curled its lips into a smile, cupped its hand around its mouth, and, in a slightly hoarse voice, roared out its homemade opening line at the top of its lungs. Just shake it, ladies, shake it with me. The most captivating dance moves of the night are dedicated to my Uncle Fan and sister-in-law Fan. Let's have a blast this night. A glass of wine, a cigarette, and I'm the god of the night. Social dance, get dancing, and all your troubles will scatter. Draw a dragon on the left, and a rainbow on the right. As the earthworm chanted, its body involuntarily began to move. His arms, as if freed from the constraints of his joints, suddenly rose up from his sides. With a nimble flick and shake of the wrist, the 10 fingers intertwined rapidly, as if sketching an ancient and intricate pattern in the air. Shake your hands with the flower-like gestures. Not only her arms moved, but the earthworm's slender waist and legs also swayed slightly, her eyes showing a hint of disdain, her expression both aloof and cool. Xiaolan hurriedly followed, her movements becoming larger and more energetic. Her hand gestures were so powerful they created a whooshing sound, and the large iron chain around her waist jingled incessantly in rhythm. The 8 energetic young women behind them also sprang into action in unison, their dozen or so colorful arms fluttering in the dim light. Hee, look at my fancy hand gestures, they're faster than your heartbeat. The flower above their heads waved and took flight, while the earthworm's mouth was also busy. With the sudden change in rhythm, the earthworm let out an even more excited roar. They're here? Everyone, assemble. Social dance? Get dancing. A deafening electronic melody suddenly erupted, and the fan-shaped formation abruptly regrouped. 8 energetic young women stood in a neat row behind the 3, their figures ramrod straight and their expressions serious. The earthworm also retracted his signature 3-7 stance, his body tense, his eyes filled with determination. As he landed his imposing opening move, his body swayed violently up and down and left and right to the rhythm of the music, his movements fast, fragmented, and full of explosive power. Not to be outdone, Xiaolan twisted her snow-white, slender waist, swaying violently to the music. The large iron chain around her waist swung wildly, reflecting light so brightly that Lin Fan couldn't open his eyes. Compared to the 2, Su Xiao Xiao was noticeably shorter, but her stunning figure gave her a unique charm. The 8 energetic young women behind him were like the 8 immortals crossing the sea, each displaying their unique talents. Crouching kick, hip twist, head shake. Although their movements weren't synchronized, their dedication to showcasing their unique skills was undeniable. This completely excited Xiaoran. Taking advantage of Lin Fan's momentary inattention, she tried to run upstairs, wanting to show off her own skills. But Lin Fan reacted very quickly, grabbing her wrist and pulling her back into his arms. What are you doing? You want to join in the fun? Xiaoran nodded vigorously, her eyes shining with excitement. Yeah, honey, don't you think they dance really well? I think they dance even better than that general. Let go, I want to do the social dance too. Lin Fan's face darkened. He held her slender waist tightly, determined not to let go. The earthworms seemed tireless, seeing Xiaoran's reaction, they wriggled even more energetically. The customers at several nearby tables were also drawn in by this spectacle. They all put down their skewers, looking bewildered yet with amusement at the spectacle, and turned their gazes toward the group of energetic young women. A middle-aged man stood with his mouth slightly open, gripping his beer mug tightly, his eyes fixed on the rows of white thighs, watching with great interest. The young woman beside him had sharp eyes. She glared at him fiercely, then her fingers climbed up his waist and twisted it hard. At another table, a young man saw this scene and spat out a mouthful of beer, coughing violently. While coughing, he picked up his phone, turned on the video recording function, and started filming the group of young women with great enthusiasm. The earthworm took in all of this, gaining the audience's approval and becoming even more excited. Uncle Fan and sister-in-law, don't just stand there, get into the rhythm and get hyped. Barbecue and alcohol go hand in hand, the more you drink, the better. Social dancing keeps you young forever. Friends on the left, friends on the right. Let me see your hands. Don't be silent, just have a good laugh. Lin Fan stared wide-eyed at the earthworm in the center of the barbecue restaurant in disbelief. Wow, I have to say, this guy's rapping is pretty catchy, the atmosphere. I'm speechless. Seeing Lin Fan distracted, Xiaoran shook off his hold and ran to Suzaioxio's side. Following the rhythm of Suzaioxio's movements, she awkwardly invited her to join in. A towering building rises from the ground, its glory depends on me, Uncle Fan. The spider spins its silk in my heart, my sister-in-law's kindness will be forever remembered. Shake? Just shake it? Go for it. Led by the earthworm and this group of energetic young women, the atmosphere at the barbecue restaurant reached unprecedented heights. Many young customers put down their phones, stood up, and, regardless of whether they wanted to or not, started dancing wildly to the beat. The older diners were also caught up in the atmosphere, waving their hands and interacting with the earthworms. More and more people gathered in front of the barbecue restaurant. The mocking expressions on their faces gradually disappeared, and their bodies swayed gently to the rhythm. Lin Fan picked up his beer, took a small sip, and muttered to himself. Damn, could it be that I've spent too much time with them and been assimilated? I actually have this urge to rock the streets. After an unknown amount of time, the music finally stopped. The earthworms were panting heavily, but they couldn't hide the excitement on their faces. Xiaoran finally experienced the joy of being a spirited young woman. With a slight blush on her cheeks, she pulled Su Xiao Xiao and sat down next to Lin Fan. Honey, how was it? Did I shake it well? Lin Fan looked into her gleaming eyes, unsure whether to hit her or scold her, and shook his head helplessly. You're rocking well. You're absolutely qualified to join the Spiritual Girls Club. With more practice, you might just become the lead dancer. Xiaoran was so engrossed in her excitement that she completely missed the awkwardness in Lin Fan's tone. The earthworm also quickly ran to Lin Fan, still standing in the standard 3-7 stance, looking at Lin Fan as if seeking praise. Uncle Fan, how did the job go? Lin Fan originally wanted to kick him a couple of times, but the atmosphere was really lively this time, so he reluctantly gave him a thumbs up. Wow, that's awesome. I didn't know you had that trick up your sleeve. You've really set the mood. The earthworm suddenly raised its head, its eyes filled with excitement and pride. Did you hear that? Uncle Fan said our special skill was amazing. Now, continue your performance. Holy crap, there's more. Lin Fan froze, his mind screaming in protest. He grabbed the earthworm's wrist, shaking his head violently. Earthworms, everyone's tired from shaking. Let's take a break, have some grilled skewers to tide us over, and then we'll watch the rest of the show while we eat. The earthworm glanced at the fragrant grilled skewers on the table, then looked back at the energetic young woman behind it, unsure of what to do. Xiaolan and her group of energetic girls were indeed exhausted from dancing, their stomachs were empty, and they frantically swallowed their saliva as they looked at the tempting skewers. Seeing their reaction, Lin Fan felt much relieved. He smiled and waved to them. What are you standing there for? Sit down, or your skewers will get cold. Upon hearing that the skewers would be cold, the young women forgot all about their performance and rushed to the table, grabbing the skewers and stuffing them into their mouths regardless of how hot they were. Seeing how ravenously they were eating, Lin Fan finally felt relieved. Phew, I've finally escaped unscathed. Eat up, eat up. As long as you don't cause any trouble, I can feed you as much as you want. Lin Fan picked up his mug of draft beer and leisurely took a big gulp. The earthworm, clutching a large handful of kebabs, approached Lin Fan mysteriously. Uncle Fan, 0 Point Internet Cafe has really messed up this time. Oh. Lin Fan raised an eyebrow and looked at the earthworm with great interest. They were just arrested today, and we've already heard news. The earthworm patted its chest twice, its eyes full of excitement. Uncle Fan, I'm a spirited young man. Gathering a little intelligence is a piece of cake for me. Upon hearing this, Lin Fan couldn't help but look at this group of energetic young men with newfound respect. What news did you get? Tell me. The earthworm chuckled, glanced around furtively, and only spoke softly when it realized no one was paying attention. Uncle Fan, one of those girls who were assaulted is a spiritual girl from the west side of the city. When the police came to her door, she didn't hesitate to testify. Now we have both witnesses and physical evidence. Even if the owner of 0 Point Internet Cafe has powerful connections, he can't escape the charge of R. Lin Fan originally thought that even with surveillance video, it wouldn't be easy to bring them to justice. After all, the young girl cared about her reputation. If word got out that she had been RD, it would be a serious matter. To everyone's surprise, one of the victims was a young woman with a mental illness. What does reputation matter to these young women? It's just an extra injection, they've seen it all. Why would they care? Lin Fan snorted coldly. He felt absolutely no sympathy for the two brothers who owned the 0 Point Internet Cafe. These rapists should be imprisoned and spend a few years in jail. He wasn't interested in the owner, but he was interested in 0 Point Internet Cafe, specifically the computers there. If I really opened a complex combining an internet cafe, a billiards hall, and a card and chess room, just considering the renovations, buying computers, pool tables, and all sorts of other miscellaneous things, he might not actually have enough money on hand. The computers at 0 Point Internet Cafe are only a year old. If we buy them at a low price and put them in the lobby, it will definitely be much cheaper than buying new computers. Lin Fan's eyes grew brighter with each thought, and he suddenly patted the earthworm on the shoulder. Not bad, earthworm. I didn't know you had this trick up your sleeve. I need your help with something. Upon hearing that Lin Fan needed his help, the earthworm's eyes lit up. Uncle Fan, don't worry about helping or anything. Just tell me what you need, and I'll do anything for you, even if it means going through fire and water. Lin Fan nodded and explained his plan to the earthworm. Uncle Fan, do you want the computer for midnight? Lin Fan made no attempt to hide anything and simply nodded. Yes, 0 Point has only been open for a year, right? Their machines should be pretty good. The earthworm nodded frantically, a hint of fanaticism on its face. Uncle Fan, you have such a great eye. Those machines at 0 Point aren't just good, they're absolutely fantastic. Especially the computers in the private rooms, Zawi 600 Hz monitors, 5090 graphics cards, and all the other equipment like mice, keyboards, and mechanical keyboards are top brands. Uncle Fan, a knowledgeable friend of mine told me that this machine costs 45,000 yuan. If we can get it, hehe. Lin Fan was stunned. A computer cost 45,000 yuan? With his limited savings, he probably wouldn't even have enough to buy a computer. Hey, are all internet cafes this windy these days? 45,000 yuan for one computer? This internet cafe is such a huge investment, maybe we should. Seeing that Lin Fan was actually backing out, how could the earthworm be willing? He still wanted to use the internet for free. Uncle Fan, there's no need for all of them to be high-end computers. Just get a few for the private rooms as the centerpieces, and the rest can be computers that cost around 3,000 or 4,000 yuan each. Lin Fan picked up his wine glass and drank it by himself, his brain starting to work furiously. If you want to go the high-end route, then you have to compete on features, decor, and service. If you were to get a computer that costs 3 or 4,000 yuan, that would indeed be somewhat incongruous. But if you want to go for the high-end market, your wallet won't allow it. Lin Fan was suddenly faced with a dilemma. Sigh, the most urgent thing is still to make money? When will the system get another upgrade? 10,000 yuan a day isn't enough. The system seemed to sense Lin Fan's request, and a familiar mechanical voice sounded in his mind. The system has detected a host upgrade request and is rapidly searching for the fastest way to upgrade. Lin Fan was overjoyed. It was like a pillow being delivered to someone who was just about to fall asleep. This system was simply amazing. Based on system calculations, the optimal upgrade path has been identified. Option 1. Successfully win over 4 charming young women. This will increase your LV to 4 and raise your daily limit to 300,000. Successfully seducing 10 charming young women will upgrade you to LV 5, increasing your daily spending limit to 600,000. Option 2. If the host successfully gives birth to a child, the mother's spiritual younger sister is not restricted and can be directly upgraded to LV 5, with the daily quota increased to 600,000. The mechanical voice in my mind dissipated, and I fell into calm. Lin Fan lowered his eyes, but his heart remained unsettled for a long time. Having a child is indeed not difficult. Although Xiaoran and I haven't registered our marriage yet, she certainly won't refuse. Furthermore, Lin Fan himself loves children very much and has always wanted to have a baby of his own. But even if you get pregnant now, it will be 10 months before the baby is born, and by then it will probably be too late. This guy, Tongzi, knows I'm eager to level up, yet he still pretends to come up with 2 plans. Frankly, isn't he just forcing me to be a jerk? Lin Fan's gaze swept over the group of energetic young women without leaving a trace. Su Xiao had already won over the 10 spirited young women in front of her. Little Blue and Earthworm are dating, so naturally, I can't make a move. As for the remaining 8 girls, if Lin Fan were willing, he could easily have them lining up to enjoy his favor with just a wave of his hand. This isn't Lin Fan being narcissistic. The 8 girls looked at Lin Fan with eyes that gleamed like hungry wolves that hadn't eaten for 3 days, their eyes sparkling as if they had spotted food. Even if Lin Fan didn't wave, they would all want to grab him and tear him apart. Lin Fan looked at the rune mages one by one, hesitated for a long time, but still couldn't muster the courage to make a move. Damn system, these young ladies are incredibly naive, and incredibly toxic. Each lock should have at least dozens of keys, so anyone, whether human or ghost, can be locked in. Lin Fan suppressed his urge to upgrade. Lin Fan doesn't object to pursuing girls, in fact, he enjoys it immensely. But when it comes to winning over these spirited young women, he'll have to think twice. There are plenty of young, attractive women out there, but it's rare to find someone like Su Xiao who's just started out and hasn't been fully explored yet. I picked up my glass again and downed a full glass of beer in one gulp, temporarily relieving my inner gloom. On the other side of the table, Xiaoran was chatting and laughing with the group of energetic young women, perfectly integrating into the small group. At this moment, she was holding Su Xiaoxio's hand with one hand and another energetic young woman's hand with the other, chatting enthusiastically. Xiao Xiao, do you mean that besides you, Lin Fan hasn't had any relationships with other sexy girls? Xiao Xiao nodded vigorously. Yes, uncle, I've never played games with the other sisters before, and I don't know why. Xiaoran looked at Lin Fan with suspicion. She had initially thought that Lin Fan had already taken advantage of this group of young women, but the outcome was unexpected. Oh, I understand. Xiaoran slapped her forehead, giving him an I understand look. It must be because I told him not to come homesick that my husband didn't make a move on those tattooed girls. Hehe, looking at it this way, my husband still puts me first, otherwise, with his lecherous old man look, he probably would have already. Lin Fan felt a chill run down his spine as he felt Xiaoran's intense gaze. I didn't do anything, so what's wrong with my little wife? If he knew that Xiaoran's favor towards him had increased so much because he hadn't won over those rune mages, he'd probably be so embarrassed he'd want to crawl into a hole. Xiaoran patted the shoulder of the energetic young woman to her right and spoke earnestly. Xiaoro, with your figure and looks, winning over Lin Fan should be a piece of cake, right? How come? Gu Xiaoro was stunned. Did her sister-in-law mean she should seduce her husband? Sister-in-law, I. Xiaoran waved her hand, indicating that she shouldn't misunderstand. Xiaoro, you know Lin Fan isn't a good guy. He'll definitely have no shortage of women in the future. Instead of passively accepting it, why not take the initiative? Wouldn't it be better for me to find a few sisters who get along with me than for him to bring back those complete strangers? Su Xiao Xiao and Gu Xiaoro were shocked by her theory. Sister-in-law, you really made me. Xiaoran nodded at first, but then, as if remembering something, she waved her hand. Well, not really, how should I put it? Xiaoro, how many men have you slept with? Gu Xiaoro was taken aback. They were chatting just now, and she didn't expect Xiaoran to suddenly ask this. Her cheeks flushed crimson instantly, and her small hands nervously clutched the hem of her clothes. Sister-in-law, I've never been with a man before. What? Really? Xiaoran and Su Xiao Xiao gasped in surprise, staring at Gu Xiaoro in disbelief. Seeing their reactions, Gu Xiaoro blushed so deeply it looked like she could drip water. Sister-in-law, White Tiger, I'm telling you, you absolutely can't tell anyone? What if they find out and won't let me work as a spiritual girl anymore? Xiaoran and Su Xiao Xiao nodded hurriedly, eager to know the secret Gu Xiaoro had mentioned. Actually, I'm extremely afraid of pain. Even a simple fall can leave me in pain for days. And I've heard that the first time with a man is extremely painful. Although I'd like to try it, I'm too scared. Xiaoran and Su Xiao Xiao looked at her with disbelief, sizing her up and down. Su Xiao Xiao pouted and pointed to her large floral arm tattoo. Aro, are you kidding me? If you're afraid of pain, how did you get all these tattoos? Gu Xiaoro's face flushed again. Actually, these are all temporary tattoos. What? Temporary tattoos? Su Xiaoxio's mouth gaped open, her face filled with disbelief. Really? That huge tattoo on your arm is just a sticker? I couldn't tell at all. Gu Xiaoro quickly covered Su Xiaoxio's mouth and gave her a reproachful look. Keep your voice down? What if they find out and kick me out of the girly girl circle? You know perfectly well that you can't join the niche girl club without a tattoo, but I'm afraid of the pain, so I can only buy temporary tattoos. After Gu Xiaoro's explanation, Xiaoran and Su Xiao Xiao finally understood. But Su Xiao Xiao quickly frowned again. Wait a minute, that day at the bar, you were dancing really energetically on top of that older man. You've never slept with a man, how could you dance like that? I've loved dancing since I was little, but my family couldn't afford to learn. Now there are so many dance videos online, so I've learned a little from them. Besides, I stream every day now, and I have over 1,000 followers. How can I make money if I can't dance? Su Xiao Xiao finally understood all her doubts and grabbed Gu Xiaoro's hand. Xiaoro, could you teach me that dance you did the other day? The one where you're riding on Uncle's back. It was so sexy, I loved it. Gu Xiaoro was taken aback. In fact, it was the first time she had ever danced that kind of dance. I was at a bar, and on a whim, I don't know why, I climbed on top of it and jumped around so energetically in front of so many people. Just thinking about it now makes me blush. White Tiger, actually, I just figured out that dance on the spot. It was the first time I danced it in a bar. If you want to learn, I can teach you sometime. Su Xiao Xiao nodded hurriedly. Judging from her excited expression, Lin Fan's blissful *X life is likely to become even more exciting. Hearing that Gu Xiaoro had never been with a man and that even her tattoos were just stickers, Xiaoran became more and more satisfied with her. Xiaoro, come here, let me tell you. Xiaoran leaned close to Gu Xiaoro's ear and shared her experience with her without reservation. Gu Xiaoro's face grew redder and redder as she listened, and she hurriedly waved her hand in refusal. Sister Ran, I have no experience. I don't know any of what you're talking about. I'm afraid I'll mess it up. Xiaoran glared at her with exasperation. It's not difficult at all. It was my first time too, what's there to be shy about? But, there's no but about it. Gu Xiaoro took a deep breath, her eyes gradually hardening. Sister Ran, I'll listen to you. From now on, you'll be my sister. Xiaoran nodded with satisfaction, glancing at Lin Fan. Whether the plan succeeds or not isn't the key. The key is how to get Lin Fan drunk. Let me tell you, he can really drink. Gu Xiaoro curled her lips into a smile and waved her hand dismissively. Don't worry, Sister Ran, it's no big deal. With so many of us sisters, are we afraid we won't be able to get him drunk? Without waiting for Su Xiao and Xia Ran to speak, she picked up her wine glass and walked towards Lin Fan. Uncle, thank you so much for your hospitality these past few days. I have no way to repay you, so I'll toast you. I'll drink it all, you can drink as you please. Without waiting for Lin Fan to speak, he tilted his head back and gulped down a whole pound of draft beer in an instant. Lin Fan still remembered Gu Xiao. After all, her dance was truly amazing. Looking at the empty wine glass in Gu Xiao's hand, Lin Fan shook his head helplessly. He filled his glass to the brim, tilted his head back, and gulped down a whole pound of beer. Once Gu Xiao started, the situation quickly spiraled out of control. The young women filled their beer mugs to the brim, their eyes fixed intently on Lin Fan. Completion. Lin Fan noticed the gazes of the group of energetic young women, and his heart skipped a beat. As expected, the energetic young woman never disappoints. Uncle, let's have a drink too, to thank you for the Tianmeng sweet. Uncle, let's have a drink too. Uncle Fan, you have a good capacity for alcohol? Let's have a drink, you and me. In the blink of an eye, 12 bottles of beer were gone. Before they even started eating the skewers, they'd already downed a case of beer, and Lin Fan's stomach was already churning. Phew, what's wrong with these young ladies? Are they trying to get me drunk? Humph, with my alcohol tolerance, do you think I'm afraid of you? Xia Xiao and Su Xiao were both stunned. I've seen people who can drink, but I've never seen anyone drink like this. Lin Fan drank 12 bottles of beer in one go, but his face didn't flush and his heart didn't skip a beat. He seemed completely unaffected. For a moment, Gu Xiao didn't know what to do. She turned her head and looked at Xia Ran for help. Sister Ran, 12 bottles of beer, the uncle is fine. Xia Ran had an expression that said, I knew it. I already told you, Lin Fan has an ridiculously high alcohol tolerance. Forget 12 bottles, even another 12 bottles might only be enough for him to rinse his mouth. Gu Xiao's mouth dropped open, and despair gradually filled her face. That's it, I'm totally doomed. I was prepared to sacrifice myself, but this is just the beginning. What are you afraid of? Keep going? Don't give him a chance to breathe. Take him down in one fell swoop. Good. Gu Xiao nodded, took a deep breath, and her eyes hardened again. He refilled the beer mug and forced a smile. Uncle, let's have another drink. Liquor is the essence of grain. The more you drink, the younger you feel. Wishing you happiness every day and eternal youth. Before Lin Fan had even finished his first skewer of meat, the second round of attacks had already begun. He also sensed something was off. This woman, she probably had bad intentions. Coming over in such a hurry, was she trying to get him drunk? The thought had barely crossed his mind when Lin Fan shook his head, immediately rejecting it. After all, Xia Ran is still watching them closely. Even if they're incredibly bold, would they dare to act so arrogantly in front of the main wife? Little did they know, Lin Fan's guess was entirely correct, and the culprit behind all of this was none other than his beloved wife. Come on, drink. Lin Fan wasn't intimidated. He put down the meat skewers in his hand, picked up his glass, clinked it lightly, tilted his head back, and downed another bottle of beer. Uncle, drink well, it'll bring you wealth and good fortune. A cigarette in hand, a glass of wine in the glass, wishing you good things every day. These energetic young women are truly all-rounders. Not only are they great at social interaction, but they can also rattle off toasts effortlessly. Lin Fan still took it seriously, a smile on his lips, and continued to accept all comers. After another round, even with Lin Fan's unfathomable energy, after downing 24 bottles of beer, he began to feel dizzy. No, I can't drink anymore. I'll get drunk if I drink anymore. Xia Ran gently nudged Gu Xiao and then gestured towards Lin Fan with her lips. Go, one more lap and he'll be lying flat on his back. Whether he succeeds or not depends on this one jolt. Gu Xiao finally saw a glimmer of hope. Although Lin Fan kept refusing, how could she let such a good opportunity slip by? He walked over to Lin Fan again with his wine glass, but before he could say anything, Lin Fan waved his hands in refusal. I'm not drinking anymore. If I drink any more, I'll crawl under the table. Uncle, this is nothing. We finally get to have a drink together. How can we not enjoy ourselves to the fullest? Lin Fan kept his head down, waving his hands repeatedly, muttering, I can't drink anymore. I can't drink anymore. The plan was already more than half successful, so why would Xia Ran give up so easily? With a determined heart and gritted teeth. Earthworm, play some music. The earthworm suddenly slapped its head. Oh yeah, our solo performance hasn't even started yet. How could I forget? He hurriedly grabbed his phone and played a background music that Lin Fan was extremely familiar with. Damn it, not again. Lin Fan reflexively looked up. He knew this music all too well, and the scenes from that bar flashed through his mind once again. As expected. As soon as the music started, Gu Xiao's body moved to the rhythm. Her professional dance moves instantly attracted everyone's attention. Holy crap, Xiao dances so well. Xia Ran stared at the graceful figure, her mouth agape in shock. Su Xiao waved her hand. Sister Ran, this is nothing. There's more to come. Sure enough, as soon as Su Xiao finished speaking, Gu Xiao changed her dance moves. The originally expansive and dynamic dance instantly transformed into a captivating and alluring performance. That slender waist, swaying wildly, that alluring expression, it was utterly seductive. Gulp. Everyone present swallowed hard, their eyes glued to her, unable to look away. Lin Fan's eyes widened in disbelief. Today, Gu Xiaorou's outfit was even bolder, a super short black skirt and a white tank top that barely covered her ample chest. Originally, it was already somewhat indistinct when it was still, but now, due to the violent shaking, a blinding white expanse burst into Lin Fan's eyes without any concealment. Lin Fan's Adam's apple bobbed wildly, inwardly lamenting his loss. If Gu Xiaorou didn't have those tattoos, Lin Fan would definitely have taken her without hesitation. She's absolutely stunning. This figure is perfect, slim where it should be slim, and curvy where it should be curvy. Although her breasts weren't as exaggerated as Xiaoran's, their fullness still captivated Lin Fan. Because Gu Xiaorou was covered in tattoos, Lin Fan had never had a chance to properly appreciate them. Looking closely now, her appearance and figure are even better than Su Xiaoxiu's, and even compared to Xiaoran, they are each in their own way. Especially her delicate little face, she was absolutely the most perfect woman Lin Fan had ever met. Her facial skin was fair and delicate, gleaming with a pearly luster under the light. Beneath her full, smooth forehead were a pair of bright, expressive eyes. Those eyes, like amber immersed in water, unconsciously revealed a girl's innocence, yet also subtly exuded a captivating allure. Her long, thick eyelashes, like cicada wings, trembled gently with each blink. Her nose was straight and delicate, with a rounded tip, adding a touch of charm to her exquisite face. What's most striking is her lips. Her lips were full and well-defined, with a natural blush, like newly blooming rose petals, making one want to kiss them. The corners of her mouth are always slightly upturned, even when she's not smiling. She always seems to have a sweet, honey-like smile. Her face has smooth, soft lines, and her full cheeks have a hint of pink. As she swayed, a few strands of hair brushed against her cheeks, her movements graceful and alluring, irresistibly captivating. Lin Fan swallowed hard, his eyes fixed on that flawless face. Holy crap, can this face even be on a young, spirited girl? It's such a waste. Without these tattoos, this face, this physique, this flexibility, wow. Gu Xiaorou also noticed Lin Fan's lecherous smile, and couldn't help but feel smug. She became even more unrestrained in her movements, and every smile and gesture was full of allure. She curled her lips into a smile and raised an eyebrow at Lin Fan. Here it comes, here it comes. Lin Fan felt a mix of resistance and longing, and his heart began to race. As she drew closer, a surge of adrenaline rushed to his head. Gu Xiaorou didn't disappoint him. She gently sat on his lap, her left hand lightly around his neck, while her right hand magically produced a beer mug. Uncle, are you really going to refuse this drink? Lin Fan's mind went blank. He couldn't refuse Gu Xiaorou in front of him. Lin Fan took the glass of beer from Gu Xiaorou's hand and downed the whole bottle in one gulp. Seeing Lin Fan's increasingly dazed gaze, Gu Xiaorou felt a surge of joy. Her grand plan for tonight was sure to succeed. After Gu Xiaorou finished her dance, the other energetic young women were not to be outdone, and they all pulled out their best tricks. Amidst this diverse array of performances, Lin Fan finally became completely drunk and unconscious. Gu Xiaorou smiled, but her heart was filled with trepidation. She had kept her body for 20 years, and today she was finally going to give it away, and in this way at that. Xiaoran gently patted her shoulder and gestured with her chin towards Lin Fan. Gu Xiaorou steeled her resolve. There was no turning back now. Let's do it. Holy crap, how much did I drink yesterday? My head hurts so much. My head felt unusually heavy, my temples throbbed, and my stomach churned as if the food inside was about to burst out. Lin Fan rubbed his temples hard, his eyes too weak to open. Last night, perhaps because he was so engrossed in watching Gu Xiaorou dance, Lin Fan had a dream all night long. Lin Fan turned over, opened his eyes slightly, saw the beautiful woman lying beside him, pulled her into his arms, and continued to sleep soundly. A soft moan reached Lin Fan's ears. Huh. Lin Fan was taken aback. The voice didn't seem to be Xiaoran's, but his head was throbbing so badly that he didn't bother to open his eyes. After all, he was with Xiaoran last night, and the person in his arms had fair skin and no tattoos. So it could only be Xiaoran or Su Xiaoxiao, no one else. As for who it was specifically, Lin Fan couldn't be bothered to care. Thinking of this, Lin Fan adjusted to a comfortable position, his palm reaching for the peak, and soon his snoring resumed. When I opened my eyes again, the hangover headache had lessened considerably. Huh? Why are you at a hotel? Lin Fan was stunned for a moment when he saw his surroundings. But he quickly realized that his home was on the 5th floor and there was no elevator. Getting this tall man, who was 1.8 meters tall, up there was no easy task. A hotel is fine too. The early bird catches the worm, so we can't waste the money spent on a room. A strange smile curled at the corner of his mouth as he began to grope the sleeping woman beside him. Another soft moan escaped her lips as the woman slowly turned her head, her eyes glazed open. Uncle, what time is it? Holy crap! When Lin Fan saw that stunningly beautiful face, without a single flaw, he couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. You. Lin Fan stretched out his finger, pointing tremblingly at the woman in front of him. Am I dreaming? Lin Fan yanked off the blanket, revealing a body so white it reflected light it didn't look like a rune mage at all. Holy crap, it must be a dream, and a wet dream at that. Lin Fan slapped his thigh several times, and his skin visibly turned red. Ouch, that hurts. Lin Fan grinned, his face filled with disbelief. Holy crap, is this a dream? Wait a minute, last night I was a rune mage, and today I've transformed into a fair-skinned young woman? A skin change? Are you kidding me? Although he kept muttering to himself, his eyes were quite honest, constantly wandering over that perfect body. Suddenly, a dazzling red color burst into his eyes. Holy crap! I ran a red light. Gu Xiaoru blushed and gave Lin Fan a reproachful look. Uncle, I didn't run a red light, it was my first time. What? Lin Fan raised his voice 8 octaves, staring intently at Gu Xiaoru with a shocked expression. He kept repeating, the first time. This news had an even greater impact on him than the skin resurfacing procedure. A woman who danced that kind of dance in front of me is now telling me it's her first time? Even though Lin Fan was used to seeing all sorts of things, he still found this news hard to accept. Gu Xiaoru slowly got up, leaned against the headboard, her eyes filled with tenderness, and gently nodded. Uncle, this is truly my first time. The facts are right in front of you, would I lie to you? Her movement was quite something, it really excited Lin Fan. There are just too many questions surrounding this woman. First, he underwent a complete skin change overnight, then he stained the bedsheets red. This completely baffled Lin Fan. Slurp, slurp, should I give it a try? Feelings don't lie. Gu Xiaoru looked at Lin Fan nervously, like a frightened little rabbit. Sir, please be gentle. I'm so afraid of pain. I couldn't sleep all night last night because of the pain. Lin Fan slowly bent down. Don't worry, practice makes perfect. Half an hour later, after the test, Lin Fan finally believed Gu Xiaoru's words. This feeling couldn't be faked. That's not even the most important thing. The most important thing is that she's a dance streamer. Her flexibility is simply amazing. She can do all kinds of difficult dance moves with ease. There's nothing she can't do if you can imagine it. Gu Xiaoru glanced shyly at Lin Fan, her tone unusually weak. Thank you for your hard work, uncle. After an unknown amount of time, Lin Fan finally took Gu Xiaoru's hand and walked out of the hotel. He finally understood the doubts in his heart, and was overjoyed. If it weren't for Xiaoran's terrible idea, he might have really missed out on Gu Xiaoru. Gu Xiaoru looked at her pale skin and felt very uncomfortable. Uncle, going out like this is like I'm not wearing any clothes. Maybe I should go back and put on some temporary tattoos. What's there to be afraid of? So what if I run naked? What's the big deal? Those cheap temporary tattoos are no longer acceptable. Gu Xiaoru pouted, looking unhappy, but Lin Fan had already spoken, so she couldn't argue back. She gritted her teeth, stomped her foot, and grabbed Lin Fan's arm. Uncle, it's okay if I don't wear the sticker, can I get a tattoo instead? Lin Fan suddenly stopped and slowly turned his head to look Gu Xiaoru up and down. Those legs, that tiny waist, those slender arms, it would be such a waste to have them covered in tattoos. He shook his head violently, his tone unusually firm. No way, aren't you afraid of pain? Why get a tattoo? Besides, with a body like that, a tattoo would be a complete waste. Gu Xiaoru's cheeks flushed slightly, but she still refused to give up. She's a true fashion icon, a veteran in this industry for years, far beyond the reach of newbies like Su Xiaoxiao. This spiritual girl mentality is so deeply ingrained that she'd be embarrassed to go out and cause trouble if she didn't have some tattoos. Uncle, I don't want a full sleeve tattoo, it's too painful, I'm afraid I can't handle it. Can I just get a small tattoo, the kind that most people can't see? Lin Fan scrutinized it for a long time, and finally nodded helplessly. No tattoos on the legs, arms, or especially the chest. Just a small one. Lin Fan's meaning was quite clear, he wanted her to get a small tattoo on her finger or the area between her thumb and forefinger. But Gu Xiaoru's eyes lit up, and she instantly made up her mind. Don't worry, uncle, I'm terrified of pain. I wouldn't dare get a big tattoo even if you asked me to. After getting to know her better, Lin Fan naturally realized how afraid she was of pain, so he finally nodded. All right, I don't have anything planned today, so I'll go shopping with you. Yay, long live the uncle. Uncle, I'll take you to the best tattoo artist in Montreal. Little Blue and Earthworm both got their tattoos done by him, but he's not cheap. Lin Fan waved his hand dismissively. He hadn't even started his shopping spree for the day yet. A small tattoo would easily cost him 10,000 yuan. Come on, your Uncle Fan has plenty of money. Go ahead and throw money around today, let's see how much you can throw. Gu Xiaoru is not like Su Xiaoxiao. As a spirited young woman who goes hungry for 3 days and 9 meals a day, her eyes lit up when she heard that she could just collapse on her own. Really? Thank you, sir. A smile unconsciously crept onto her lips, and she quickened her pace slightly. Just as Lin Fan was about to hail a taxi, Gu Xiaoru stopped him and pulled him across 2 streets, stopping in front of a tattoo shop. Boss, do you have time for a tattoo? Upon hearing that a customer had arrived, the tattoo shop owner quickly came out of the small room. I have time, I can design it now, and we can start sewing as soon as it's finished. Gu Xiaoru nodded, then, coming back to her senses, hugged Lin Fan's arm and rubbed against him. Uncle, wait here for me, I'll be done soon. You can also choose a tattoo, it'll definitely look super cool. Lin Fan quickly shook his head, he had absolutely no interest in tattoos. I'll pass on that, I'm hoping to take the civil service exam. Gu Xiaoru chuckled, waved to Lin Fan, and followed the shopkeeper into the small house. Boss, use the best materials, money's no object. Lin Fan yelled at the boss's back, and only after getting a positive response did he plop down on the small sofa, pick up a picture book, and casually flip through it. It didn't take as long as I had imagined. Gu Xiaoru came out of the small house in just over an hour. Lin Fan was taken aback, then quickly stood up and jogged over. Your thighs are still white, that's good, that's good. Your arms are clean too, not bad at all. And your hands are clean too. Lin Fan was stunned, there wasn't a single trace of the tattoo in sight. Damn it, Gu Xiaoru, what have you been doing for the past hour? I just heard you yelling, you can't possibly. Gu Xiaoru rolled her eyes and grabbed Lin Fan's arm. Uncle, pay up. I'll show you later, it'll be a surprise. Hearing her say that, Lin Fan forcefully suppressed the curiosity in his heart. Boss, how much? 600 yuan. The shopkeeper pointed to the QR code, then turned around and looked at Lin Fan with envy. Brother, you're so lucky? This tattoo will definitely satisfy you. After paying, Lin Fan was completely baffled by what he heard. Come on, uncle, let's go shopping for clothes, and I'll show you my new tattoo. After passing through several alleys, Lin Fan was panting heavily, supporting his thighs. In contrast, Gu Xiaoru remained calm and composed, her face beaming with excitement as she skipped and hopped ahead, leading the way. It's that familiar wholesale market again, and it's still that familiar trendy girl. Lin Fan shook his head helplessly. He had taken the long way around, and it turned out to be here again. Hey, this young lady, can't she buy some more expensive clothes? 10,000 yuan would be enough to rent out the whole store. But Gu Xiaoru didn't care about any of that. She rushed inside, looking here and there, and soon had picked out a whole bunch of clothes. Uncle, come quick, come quick. Gu Xiaoru, clutching the clothes, stood at the fitting room door and waved vigorously at Lin Fan. Forward. Lin Fan was taken aback. You're letting me in just to change clothes? What's going on? He glanced at the proprietress with embarrassment and pointed to himself. Boss, may I come in? The proprietress gave a knowing smile and nodded slightly. Go in, it's really spacious inside, but keep your voice down, this thing isn't soundproof. Lin Fan knew she had misunderstood, but seeing Gu Xiaoru's anxious look, he was too lazy to explain and jogged into the fitting room. Xiaoru, why did you call me in here? Gu Xiaoru took off her clothes without a trace of embarrassment. In her mind, they had already had a deep conversation, so if she were still being coy, it would be too unsophisticated. Soon, she stripped down to her underwear, a mysterious smile playing on her lips as she looked at Lin Fan with a beaming smile. Uncle, didn't you want to see a tattoo? Where's an inconvenient place? I'll give you a surprise right now. As soon as she finished speaking, she slowly turned around. Holy crap! When Lin Fan saw that tattoo, he felt a surge of heat throughout his body. At that moment, he finally understood why the tattoo shop owner had looked at him with such envy. Below Gu Xiaoru's waist, on her buttocks, were a few delicate characters tattooed. The location was indeed quite secluded, and most people wouldn't be able to see it. Even though Gu Xiaoru was wearing a cropped tank top, Lin Fan didn't notice anything amiss. Of course, location isn't the key factor, the focus is on the characters themselves. Lin Fan. Safe travels. The 6 small characters were exposed to Lin Fan's view without any concealment. Lin Fan stared, completely mesmerized. He racked his brains but never expected Gu Xiaoru to be so bold and open. Is this something an average person could get, or dare to get? If Lin Fan doesn't want her anymore in the future, with that tattoo alone, finding a good partner won't be easy. Lin Fan felt a mix of emotions, but his affection for her was genuine. He pulled Gu Xiaoru into his arms and gently stroked the tattoo. Girl, aren't you afraid I'll leave you? Gu Xiaoru shook her head. How could an older man not want me anymore? I won't fight or snatch. If the uncle is looking for me, you're welcome to come. Thank you for your patronage. If the uncle doesn't come, then let the weeds grow. Lin Fan truly witnessed the power of this spirited young lady. She was silent until she opened her mouth, and then she was utterly shocking. Gu Xiaoru raised an eyebrow when she saw that Lin Fan remained silent. Uncle, welcome, have a safe journey. Lin Fan understood her meaning perfectly well. Thinking about what the landlady had just said, and then looking at Gu Xiaoru in his arms, there was no reason for him to hesitate any longer. Half an hour later, Gu Xiaoru finally finished changing her clothes. She had everything from everyday wear to flashy outfits to what she usually wore for her live streams. To Lin Fan's surprise, she also chose several more conservative, ladylike outfits. Xiaoru, this dress is... Gu Xiaoru raised her head, her smile still as bright as ever. Uncle, this is for my sister. Didn't you say it could go down anytime today? Lin Fan chuckled, took her hand, and led her to the counter. Boss lady, how much? The proprietress looked at Lin Fan with admiration in her eyes and gave him a thumbs up. Young man, you're in great shape. Almost half an hour. You've lasted the longest since I opened this shop? And this young lady is pretty good too, her voice is loud enough. Lin Fan's face flushed red, a rare occurrence, and he quickly waved his hand. Big sister, you'd better hurry up and settle your accounts. Otherwise, I'm going to run away. The proprietress chuckled, picked up the computer next to her, and started typing rapidly. That's 625 in total. Don't bother haggling, I'll cut the price down to 500. Gu Xiaoru swallowed the words that were on the tip of her tongue, raised an eyebrow at Lin Fan, and waved her hand dismissively. Uncle, the bill, please. Lin Fan shook his head helplessly, but still willingly took out his phone and scanned the QR code to pay 500 yuan. There were just too many clothes. Even if Gu Xiaoru wanted to walk, she couldn't fit them all in the pile. Hey sir, can you call a car? Let's put your clothes down first, then I'll keep shooting you. Lin Fan didn't dare hesitate for a second, fearing that Gu Xiaoru would change her mind, so he hurriedly took out his phone and called a diddy. A dozen minutes later, the car made several turns and drove into the urban village. Since Lin Fan started hanging out with this group of trendy young women every day, he's become increasingly familiar with this urban village. The car finally stopped in front of a house. Gu Xiaoru hurriedly told Lin Fan to get out of the car, and carrying the bags of clothes, they walked into the courtyard. Lin Fan took a deep breath, preparing himself mentally. He knew all too well how destructive the room of the spiritual young lady could be. Gu Xiaoru pushed open the door first and waved to Lin Fan. Uncle, come in and take a rest. Lin Fan could almost see the trash-strewn floor and the cramped room. After hesitating for a long time, he held his breath and braced himself to go inside. When Lin Fan actually stepped into the room, he was completely stunned. The room was spotless, and everything was arranged in an orderly fashion. It didn't look like the place where a young, trendy girl would live at all. Lin Fan opened his mouth slightly, a hint of doubt in his eyes. Xiaoru, is this your home? Gu Xiaoru smiled and nodded slightly. Yes, sir, this is my home, but it's not rented. It was left to us by my parents. Oh, no wonder it's so clean and tidy, it's his own house, so that makes sense. But he soon realized something was wrong. What your parents left for you? That. Gu Xiaoru nodded, but there was no sadness on her face, a smile still lingered on her lips. My parents died in a car accident when I was 8 years old. My older sister raised me. When her sister was mentioned, Gu Xiaoru's eyes finally changed. Lin Fan clearly saw the heartache and admiration in her eyes. Your sister has had a tough time. Is she married now? Gu Xiaoru's face fell instantly, and she shook her head. No, my sister is 6 years older than me. She's 26 this year, but because she's blind, she's never gotten married. What? A blind person? Lin Fan stood there, stunned, his face filled with disbelief. A blind girl, at the age of 14, lost her parents before she was even able to become independent, and now she has to take care of her younger sister. Let alone actually experiencing it, just hearing Lin Fan's story gives me the creeps. Your sister is truly amazing. Gu Xiaoru nodded vigorously. Yes, my sister is the best sister in the world, so I need to work hard to earn money and get her eyes cured. Lin Fan pulled her into his arms and gently rubbed her head. Don't worry, I'm here. If you need my help, just say so. Gu Xiaoru's eyes lit up instantly, and she wrapped her arms around Lin Fan's waist. Uncle, really? You'll really help my sister? Lin Fan nodded. He did admire Gu Xiaoru's sister, and with the system he had, anything that could be solved with money was no problem. Upon receiving Lin Fan's affirmative answer, Gu Xiaoru was overjoyed and pulled Lin Fan towards the bedroom. Lin Fan hurriedly waved his hand. Xiaoru, let's skip this in broad daylight. What if your sister comes back? Uncle, this is all I can do to repay you. My sister is a teacher at a school for the blind. She won't be back until 4 in the afternoon. Don't worry. Lin Fan sighed, his back was really giving out. The bedroom door was tightly shut, and no one knew what was happening inside. The rocking of the small wooden bed finally stopped. Gu Xiaoru changed into a more refreshing outfit, took Lin Fan's arm, and walked out of the bedroom. Lin Fan licked his lips, looking like he wanted more. Gu Xiaoru's appearance is already stunning, and combined with her incredible flexibility, she is simply amazing. All of this was elevated to a new level after getting a tattoo. When Lin Fan saw those 2 lines of small print, a surge of excitement would rush to his head, instantly relieving his backache and leg pain, and filling him with boundless energy. Gu Xiaoru held Lin Fan in her arms, and the two sat snuggled together on the sofa, looking through the photos. Uncle, this is my sister, isn't she beautiful? Lin Fan was immediately drawn to the girl in the photo. She looks almost exactly like Gu Xiaoru, but with an added touch of composure and gentleness. That serene, ethereal quality, so pure and untouchable, was something Gu Xiaoru lacked. Uncle, why don't you take my sister as your wife too? Gu Xiaoru's words were astonishing, leaving Lin Fan completely dumbfounded. Xiaoru, your sister raised you with great difficulty. How could you push your own sister into a fire pit? Gu Xiaoru shook her head, her tone very firm. Uncle, I'm serious. We don't even know if my sister's eyes can be cured. Even if there were hope, we couldn't afford the cost. If she can't be cured, given my sister's blindness, she'll only be able to marry an older man. I don't want my sister to suffer that. So, no matter what the final outcome is, following you is the best choice. Lin Fan was stunned. Buy one get one free? Is this for real? Lin Fan shook his head again. What kind of buy one get one free deal is this? The first one was clearly offered to him voluntarily. He raised his head in confusion, staring blankly at the ceiling. This world has finally gone mad to a state I don't recognize. Seeing that Lin Fan hadn't responded for a long time, Gu Xiaoru was extremely anxious and shook his arm forcefully. Uncle, my sister is way prettier than me? Are you going to take her or not? Give me a straight answer. How could Lin Fan not be moved by such a beauty? But, Xiaoru, you know I'm a man driven by my lower instincts. We already have the 3 of you, and there will only be more in the future. Can your sister handle that? Gu Xiaoru lowered her eyes slightly, pondering for a long time. Uncle, you don't need to worry about that. If you're willing, I'll handle the persuasion with my sister. Besides, it's not like I'm asking you to sleep with her right now. What are you afraid of? These young women really don't hold back when they speak. They dare to say anything outrageous or suggestive. Just as Lin Fan was about to speak, a gentle female voice suddenly came from outside the door. Zyro, are you home? Gu Zyro was taken aback, then a look of joy appeared on her face. Speak of the devil, my sister's back. As he spoke, he glanced at the clock on the wall and scratched his head in confusion. It's only 12 o'clock, why is my sister home so early today? As soon as she finished speaking, she looked at Lin Fan with slightly flushed cheeks. Uncle, thank goodness you were quick enough, otherwise we would have been caught in the act. Lin Fan was stunned, and his old face instantly darkened. You're fast? Your whole family is fast. I clearly took half an hour. Gu Zyro chuckled, ignoring him, and jogged towards the door to greet him. Sister, it's me, I'm home. It's good that you're home. I thought I forgot to lock the door this morning. You were out fooling around again last night. Instead of studying properly, you insist on being some kind of spirited young lady. Gu Zyro chuckled, not daring to argue back, and let her sister complain. Soon, Gu Zyro helped a girl into the room. Lin Fan was completely captivated at first glance. Is she even human? She's practically a fairy. She was just as beautiful as Gu Zyro, and her temperament far surpassed hers. Looking at her, Lin Fan finally understood what it meant to be admired from afar but not to be touched. As soon as Gu Zyro entered the door, she couldn't help but wrinkle her little nose, and her face instantly turned serious. Zyro, do we have guests at home? Lin Fan couldn't stay in a daze any longer, so he quickly stood up. Hello, I'm Lin Fan. Please forgive me for bothering you. Hearing Lin Fan's magnetic voice and steady tone, Gu Zyro breathed a sigh of relief. She was terrified that her younger sister would get involved with those unreliable young men and have a messy affair. Gu Zyro waved her hand, her tone carrying a hint of relief. It's no trouble at all. Zyro didn't even tell me beforehand, so I had time to pack up. As she spoke, Gu Zyro groped for the kettle. Don't mention it, I can do it myself. Lin Fan reached for the kettle, but by sheer bad luck, he ended up grabbing Gu Zyao's small hand. Gu Zyao's face instantly turned bright red, and she quickly withdrew her hand. Ouch, so slippery. Lin Fan, with a lecherous grin, carefully savored the lingering warmth of his hand, a smile unconsciously creeping onto his lips. Gu Zyro witnessed all of this, and her heart was filled with joy. Seeing Lin Fan's reaction and expression, she knew that her older sister was saved. Hihi, I knew it. No one can resist my sister's stunning beauty, not even an old man. Oh, it's just a pity for my sister. If only her eyes were healthy. Sighing as it may be, that's the reality. If she could be with Lin Fan, it would be the best outcome for Gu Zyao. Lin Fan also came to his senses and immediately took the initiative. He served tea and water to the two sisters, chatted about everyday things, and told jokes, making them laugh heartily. Although Gu Zyao is blind, she is very perceptive. Hearing Lin Fan recount his experiences, she was extremely satisfied with him. Zyro, take me outside for a bit, I think I forgot something. Gu Zyro was taken aback, but she still obediently took Gu Zyao's hand, and the two sisters walked out one after the other. Lin Fan was also a shrewd person. He could tell at a glance that Gu Zyao definitely had something to tell her sister. If he went out with them in this situation, it would be a bit inconsiderate of him. He glanced at the two sisters' backs, picked up his water glass, and drank by himself. As expected, Gu Zyao stopped as soon as she stepped out of the house and grabbed Gu Zyro's hand. Zyro, you're not a child anymore. I can't control your future. I know you two have done everything you needed to do. Do you really think he's someone you can entrust your life to? Gu Zyro blushed. She knew that although Gu Zyao was blind, her nose and ears were exceptionally sensitive. Since her fight with Lin Fan had just ended, she must have found out, so she didn't try to hide it anymore. Yes, sister, we've done everything we should and shouldn't have done. Uncle is such a good person, he definitely won't abandon me. Gu Zyao sensed something was wrong and frowned. Are you sure he'll marry you? Gu Zyro was stunned. Lin Fan was going to marry her? No way, sis, to be honest, I don't. Although she had expected it, Gu Zyao's body still trembled violently and her voice choked with sobs when she heard Gu Zyro admit it herself. You're not missing any limbs, can't you just find a partner and settle down? Why did you have to become a mistress? Gu Zyro was taken aback. To be honest, she hadn't really thought about this question before. If she had to give an answer, it would probably be her intuition. Sis, it's not exactly being a third party, but it seems like it. It was my sister-in-law who asked me to seduce this older man. Sister-in-law? Uncle. Gu Zyao was bewildered by this complicated relationship and couldn't figure it out for a long time. Oh dear. Seeing that Gu Zyao hadn't said anything for a while, Gu Zyro became anxious first. It was that uncle's wife who offered me the opportunity to sleep with him. She even said that a man like him is destined to never lack women, and it's better for her to take the initiative than to let him bring strange women home. Gu Zyro didn't hide anything and told Xiaoran everything she had said and done yesterday without concealing a single detail. Gu Zyao fell completely silent. She assumed her sister was being kept by a sugar daddy because she was seeking pleasure, never imagining that it was all. Are there still women like this in the world? Having 3 wives and 4 concubines? Wouldn't that be like going back to feudal times? Gu Zyro quickly denied it. No, 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 it's because you're too amazing, you don't know. Gu Xiaoru then recounted everything Lin Fan had done for them, shopping, eating, staying at hotels, and so on. Not only that, but everything that happened today, in the hotel and at home, was also shared without reservation. Gu Xiaoru blushed and quickly interrupted her. Aren't you ashamed? You're so old, why do you say all sorts of things? These are private matters, how can you just talk about them like that? Gu Xiaoru, however, remained indifferent, her tone still flat. So what? You're my own sister, what can't I say? As soon as she finished speaking, she seemed to remember something, her eyes lit up, and she grabbed Su Xiao's hand. Sis, why don't you go with uncle too? That way, we'll never be apart. Gu Xiao never expected that her younger sister would ask her to share a husband. He froze for a moment, and the white cane slipped from his hand. Slapdash. Gu Xiao snapped out of her daze, her brows furrowed. Gu Xiao, have you no manners? You're not content being someone else's mistress, are you going to drag me along too? Gu Xiao wasn't angry at her sister's outburst. After all, the matter was so unbelievable that it was perfectly normal for her to be unable to accept it immediately. She grabbed Gu Xiao's arm to steady her, in case she got too angry and accidentally fell, which would be troublesome. Sis, if you could see this, you definitely wouldn't refuse either. The guy is young, handsome, and has a really strong six-pack. A man like that is hard to find even with a lantern. What's wrong with being a mistress? Besides, the uncle said he'd treat your eyes. Don't you want to be able to see again? What? Gu Xiao's voice rose 8 octaves, but her tone was unusually cold. You mean, if I go with him, he'll treat my eyes? Gu Xiao was stunned. Wasn't this a good thing? Why was her sister angry? Gu Xiao's smile vanished without a trace. Her hands clenched into fists so tightly that her knuckles turned slightly white. Xiao, you're still young and don't understand. There are countless men like this, relying on their money, spouting sweet words and making countless promises. If you believe them, you'll probably only lose your innocence and nothing else. No, sister, uncle isn't that kind of person. The uncle didn't see you just now, and said he was going to treat your eyes? And he never mentioned you having to come with him. Gu Xiao's expression froze instantly, her tone filled with obvious disbelief. Did he really say that? Of course. Uncle is the best man in the world. It's only because you're my sister that he's willing to treat your eyes. Gu Xiao pouted, her chin held high, exuding an indescribable pride. Does a man like that really exist? Or am I just overthinking it? Gu Xiao muttered to herself, the anger on her face long gone. The two sisters chatted for a long time at the door. When they returned to the living room, Gu Xiao was visibly much more affectionate towards Lin Fan. Time flew by, but Lin Fan grew increasingly anxious. I only spent a little over 1,000 yuan today, still a long way from 10,000 yuan. He didn't want to miss out on the system's 100,000 yuan bonus. Xiao, how about we go out for a walk? Is there anything we need that we can buy? Gu Xiao's eyes suddenly lit up. Was this the legendary actively seeking a breakup? Had happiness come so suddenly? Sure, sir, can I bring my sister along? She hasn't gone shopping in ages. Lin Fan naturally wouldn't refuse, only a fool would turn down an opportunity to get close to a beauty. Of course, no problem. Going out more often and relaxing will definitely be good for your health. Gu Xiao, unusually, did not refuse. In the past, whenever Gu Xiao wanted to take her out, she would refuse before she could even finish her sentence. This time, surprisingly, I didn't feel any resentment at all. In fact, I was even a little excited about going out shopping. Gu Xiao nodded, her voice carrying a hint of barely perceptible excitement. I haven't gone out for a while either. Xiao has time today, so it'll be good for us to go out for a walk. As soon as she finished speaking, Gu Xiao turned her head and looked at her sister with a shocked expression. My sister actually agreed to go out. Did the sun rise in the west today? Hehe, looks like the older man has a good chance of winning over the older woman. The taxi quickly stopped in front of Wanda Plaza. A group of young women eagerly awaited Lin Fan's arrival, and as soon as he got out of the car, they swarmed around him. Xiao's success yesterday gave them hope. As seasoned young women, who wouldn't want to hook up with Lin Fan, this super old man? Lin Fan only saw them as his benefactors, and he simply couldn't bring himself to harm this group of rune mages. Unless they could also transform their skin overnight and stain the sheets red, which is obviously a bit unrealistic. Lin Fan didn't care about the group of young women at the moment. He hurriedly opened the back door, gently took Gu Xiao's hand, and helped her out of the car. Gu Xiao felt the warmth from his palm, her cheeks flushed, but she did not refuse. Gu Xiao, on the other hand, climbed out of the car from the other side and excitedly dashed towards the group of spirited young women. Sister Lan, White Tiger, I'm here. The young woman was stunned when she saw Gu Xiao with her pale, cool skin. Aro, where's your big tattoo? How did that old man rub it off after just one night? Gu Xiao hurriedly waved her hand, afraid that she would be kicked out of the spiritual girl club because she didn't have tattoos. Who said I don't have tattoos? As he spoke, he turned around and pulled his white shorts down. Lin Fan, have a safe journey. 6 small characters were exposed to everyone's view. Wow, that tattoo is so cool. How come I didn't think of that? I want to get a tattoo too. I'll get a Chiang's. Hurry up and hurry up. Su Xiao felt a pang of envy, her eyes fixed on those 6 small characters, lost in thought. After a brief chat, this group of energetic young women cheered and rushed into Wanda Plaza. This is Wanda Plaza, a high-end place for these young women. Before meeting Lin Fan, they wouldn't have dared to even dream of shopping here. The young women were happy, but Gu Xiao was completely bewildered. The footsteps faded into the distance, and she stood there, bewildered and at a loss. Before she came out this time, Gu Xiao vowed to be her eyes, so she didn't even bring a white cane. Now that her younger sister has run wild, she's left all alone. The familiar touch returned, and Lin Fan's unique masculine scent completely enveloped her. Lin Fan watched the young woman's figure gradually disappear, a smile playing on his lips. These young women are great. They know how to create opportunities for themselves. Holding Gu Xiao's delicate hand tightly, the smooth texture of it stirred his heart. Gu Xiao's neck turned red. This was the first time she had been so close to a man, and it would be a lie to say she wasn't shy, but for some reason, she couldn't muster any resistance and let Lin Fan hold her hand. There's hope. The thought of getting his hands on two such stunningly beautiful sisters made Lin Fan's smile impossible to suppress. Gu Xiao isn't one of those trendy young women, nor is she the type like Xia Ran who takes the initiative. He knew that to truly win her over, he had to give her his heart, otherwise, it would be impossible. The task is arduous and the road ahead is long. He sighed softly, without showing any sign of frustration. In this respect, Lin Fan has no shortage of patience. Once he sets his sights on a woman, she's like a duck that's already in his mouth. He certainly won't let her fly away.
Hello, everyone! As we wrap up this video, I want to share a quick note. I have a Patreon account. If you'd like to support me and enjoy on-demand audiobooks, you can become a Patreon member. Alternatively, you can check out my Google Drive link, which has 500+ novel audiobooks available through my Ko-fi or Patreon shop. I appreciate your support.